A little boy cries, clinging tightly to a dark-haired woman. She is his mother and tries in every way to calm the baby down, while he, choking with tears, calls for his grandmother. The old woman lies peacefully with her eyes closed. She has long been in a better world and in complete peace, probably enjoying her stay there. The rest of the people in the hall are called to say goodbye to the deceased. The crowd of people seem to be in complete darkness. The sun is shining clearly outside, but their sadness darkens all possible colors around. Some cry, and from this you can hear light sobs and the sounds of falling tears everywhere, which, like pure grief, break on the tiles. The baby, finally breaking away, carefully pulls his mother's skirt, trying to attract her attention to his person. The only question that comes out of his mouth is that it seems to him that his grandmother has gone to heaven. He doesn't know if it's true, but anything is possible. The lady, trying not to cry in front of her son so as not to show herself weak, tries to swallow sadness and smiles easily. Granny retired to a beautiful place, and it was meant to be. The girl is sure that the deceased will watch Minjun and the whole happy family from there. The guy doesn't stop asking questions. The only thing that interests him at this age is treats. The most interesting thing is whether there is something in that place that he would like to see. The lady smoothly squats down and gently hugs her son. She assures that there is everything that the old lady likes. Uncontrollable tears flow down your face on their own. The hand rests on the baby's head, trying to subconsciously calm the child, knowing that it will be better this way. They should see Grandma off with a smile on her face. This is something she would definitely like to see. Someone's hand falls on the bed and begins to intensively shake the feather bed. There is complete silence in the room, but everything ends very quickly. The owner of a female voice begins to say that it is time for her interlocutor to get up. The girl doesn't understand who is looking for her grandmother so desperately. It might be her granddaughter Sion, but she needs to open her eyes to understand what's going on. Only the outlines of an incomprehensible girl are visible, who continues to talk about an important day and about some Viscount. Fully open eyes show reality. There is a lady in a maid's uniform standing right next to the bed. An angry facial expression makes it clear that something is already going wrong. Granny doesn't know this person at all, and this is clearly not her granddaughter. Not even a second passes before the dark-haired woman turns from dissatisfied remarks to a sharp cry, accusing the girl of sleeping like a groundhog. This is indeed true, and sometimes it is difficult to wake her up, but the name Hami, which she is called by, is completely unclear. It seems that the interlocutor is increasingly running out of patience. "How is it possible not to get up for so long when you have to go to work?" she says. The irritation will not subside in her words, which is truly worrying. The cute maid uniform lies directly opposite, as if looking at the girl. She didn't understand how she was here. Something was definitely wrong here, and she needed to find out. They also mentioned some Viscount, whom the girl did not know. The main character was pulled out of her thoughts by her interlocutor, who continued to talk about something all this time. Lifting the girl out of bed, she says that her task today is to clean the stairs. There shouldn't be a speck of dust, otherwise it will be worse. The dark-haired lady wanted to complain about her joints, which usually hurt mercilessly when moving quickly, but that was not the case. She caught herself thinking that the pain had disappeared. Great feeling, like you're young again. It seemed that the grandmother was simply in a completely different body. Nothing felt real anymore. All she had to do was close her eyes, and she wouldn't need to think about anything. However, her own hands suddenly attracted attention. Absolutely tiny, chubby hands that could not be their own. A beauty with short dark hair looked into the reflection. Black, large, like a fawn's eyes, young face and soft features proved once again that the girl was no longer in her body. Shock and confusion showed in the young lady's eyes. Horror came up, trying to take over consciousness, and the girl put her hands to her face. It was simply impossible. It couldn't happen, and it wasn't real. For the second time that day, the girl is pulled out of her thoughts by the same maid. The screams seemed to cover my ears, preventing me from thinking about anything else. She should move faster and finally get to work. No one will wait. Walking along the corridor, the heroine still did not understand at all what was happening. She is now wearing different clothes, working on someone's estate, and the most important thing is that she has changed. She didn't change her hair or anything, because she just moved into a different image. The stairs really look very dirty. Dust literally lies in clumps on the steps. It's completely impossible for the girl to understand how the people living here could bring the castle to such a state. Approaching closer to the fork, the girl realized that no one had told her which staircase should be washed. There are several of them here, and she was not at all happy with the prospect of cleaning the entire space. It is very difficult to find out the truth, because there was no one nearby who could tell. It's even more difficult to just decide without any advice. The girl is at a complete dead end. It's time to show your capabilities. It's much easier to just remove both ladders instead of having to find someone and ask what exactly Hami should do. The mop quickly ends up in your hands, and a mischievous smile appears on your mischievous face. First up was the carpet. A beautiful scarlet color that definitely attracts attention, but collects too much dust and dirt. The girl carefully lifts the edge, squatting down. The red carpet is raised, revealing a hidden surprise. A whole heap of some kind of small dirt. The girl's face wrinkles. She clearly wanted to sneeze, but restraining herself was much more important. The heroine did not expect that everything would turn out this way. Next in line is the staircase. Water and detergents will be a great help, because in this case it will be quick and convenient to wash everything. The wet rag begins to work intensively, wiping the steps. As soon as everything is finished, attention turns to the hall in which the girl is located. It seems she still has some free time, which means she can have time to clean up even here. You can notice how everything around you slowly begins to literally shine with cleanliness. Hami is actively working with the mop, humming some incoherent tune from his past life to himself. A beautiful antique fireplace also needs a good cleaning. The item is trimmed with gold, and therefore requires proper care to avoid darkening. The building turns out to be quite tall. It would be more convenient to stand on some kind of stool or chair, but there is nothing suitable nearby. How inconvenient it is to be short. The cleaning is finally coming to an end. Putting her hand to her face, as if wiping away sweat, the main character smiles joyfully. She is extremely pleased with herself, and nothing can change it. The work was successfully completed. Now, you can finally rest. After the first hard day at work, you just want to sit down, so the beauty gently lowers herself onto the bed, softening the landing with her hand. Sitting on the bed in her room, the girl is only now thinking about everything that is happening. She didn't have time while cleaning, but now her thoughts are becoming more and more confused. It is not at all clear what happened. Hami thought that her life supply had dried up, and she was no longer there. There is some truth in this, but if so, where is it now? The gaze involuntarily falls on the small hands. No one knows, and no one will answer the question of who this girl is and how it all happened. She will have to stay in this body indefinitely. Perhaps, over time, the girl will again become old and decrepit, just as she was before today. Confusion tries to cover you completely, not giving you a chance to get out, but you should control your actions. Reality was a blur. Nothing seemed real, and so a bunch of questions popped up in my head, as if out of nowhere. My eyes involuntarily ran around the whole room in search of an object to observe in order to be distracted. The good thing was that now the 89-year-old lady would finally have the opportunity to rest. Even with cleaning, and even with all the responsibilities, the girl was confident that she would be able to find the positives. A beautiful castle sparkles in the sun. It's a bright, warm spring day outside. The roofs sparkle from how well they are polished. Guests are invited to the house. One young lady, covering her mouth, pours out compliments about how nice and clean it is here. Her companion agrees, saying that Winston should not be modest because the house is truly amazingly restored. The red-haired Duke does not understand what is happening. This mansion is over 100 years old, and even the maids refuse to clean it, and then someone pays him such a compliment. This was quite unexpected. One of the girls continues the theme of the beauty of the house, but talking about the chandelier. The thing shines so cleanly that it seems like a completely new chandelier, even if it is not. The man is only silent in surprise. One of the main servants, without keeping him waiting, approaches the owner. A greeting escapes his lips. The answer never comes, because the Viscount cannot believe that he is in his own house. Approaching the elderly man, the Duke tilts his head slightly and asks, expecting a clear answer. It turns out that this was all the work of the new maid, who did her best. The servant talks about a 15-year-old orphan whom he took in not long ago. It's only been a few days, and she's had to get used to it, but she did a great job today. No one even expected this, and therefore there was no limit to surprise. The Viscount smiles warmly, realizing that thanks to this girl he managed to save face in front of the guests. The guy should have thanked this girl. All her efforts did not go unappreciated by her tenacious eye. Straightening his tie and hiding his smile, the Duke continued his conversation with his interlocutor. He asked that the lady be invited to his office as soon as the guest had left. He had questions and good intentions, so it was worth the wait. Hami carefully entered the open office and stood in the middle of the room, as if frozen in a silent question. She was wondering what had happened, but in front of her, she only saw a man she did not understand, who called her to him. Unexpectedly for herself, she still decided to ask why they were looking for her. It seems that the girl just made a mistake, addressing the guy in exactly that tone, but luckily she quickly figured out what was what. She shouldn't have behaved like that. The subordinate immediately runs up to the Viscount, trying to explain the situation. It seems that Hami has not yet been taught basic etiquette, and that is why she started the conversation in the wrong place. The man only smiled faintly, understanding the situation. The girl should have been sent to a maid to be taught manners, but this did not happen. They decided that at least for now this was not necessary, because the girl was here for something completely different. She was called to thank her. The young lady's eyes slowly widened. She did not understand why she was called a commoner, a servant, and an orphan. It was all too unexpected. Hami didn't know why she ended up here, why she had this particular fate, and she didn't know why she had such a name, but it didn't matter. Even if she ended up in any other body, she would not give up anything. This wasn't the worst option yet. A young body full of vitality, together with an 89-year-old body full of common sense, seemed like a godsend. She was given the opportunity to once again live this life the way she wanted. The girl was asked her name, clarifying whether it was true that that was her name, to which she only nodded in response. I don't know if it's really possible to use this name, but she had no choice. Putting his hand to his face, the guy continued his remark. For everything the girl did, he wanted to do something for her in return. It didn't matter what it was, because she could get whatever she wanted as a reward. Without thinking even for a minute, the maid quickly and indistinctly muttered something. She only asked for thread and fabric. The desire was strange and incomprehensible, but this is exactly what she would like to receive in return. Silence fell over the room. The girl understood that if they owned such an estate, then they would probably not spare some fabric for her. They don't ask for many things at once. She was quite determined, eager to get the treasured things. A little confused about the young lady's motives, the Viscount nodded in agreement. He promises that he will tell the maid, and she will give everything separately, bringing it to the room. The only thing that bothered him was uncertainty. Perhaps the girl wanted to get something else, but just didn't want to talk. Joy instantly appeared on the beauty's face. She literally rejoiced at how she would be able to get everything she wanted. Lowering her tone of voice, the girl says that all this will be more than enough. The Duke decides to switch to a whisper. Addressing his servant, he talks about Hami. She doesn't know life at all yet. She's only 15 years old. The order was to increase her salary so that she would have enough for everything. In a normal tone, the man addresses the girl, saying that the maid will provide her with a supply of fabric and thread. It was more a statement of fact, but the girl only bowed as a sign of respect and expressed words of gratitude. The girl was really good at cleaning. This was one of her favorite activities. She knew exactly how it was done, and therefore was able to do all the necessary work without difficulty. However, the best thing in this world is sewing. Once upon a time, it was not only a hobby, but also a way to earn money. Literally, everyone around her liked her work, and it was logical, because they couldn't help but admire her. From childhood, the girl studied, and her skill grew, so that she became a real artist. This could not but please me, because now there was an opportunity to do everything possible. A set of beautiful, multicolored threads and dark silk fabric lay in full view. It seems that the request was heard, and now the main character has everything she needs to be happy. The box with accessories quickly ended up on the girl's lap. Her eyes curiously looked at the things offered to her, just the things that could help her get the first job done. The first thing that came to mind was that curtains and tablecloths in mansions don't go well together. Perhaps this is something she should take on. It would be a great honor for her to do it all over. The next second, several girls in nightgowns surrounded Hami. Questions rained down from all sides, but the most important of them was that they would like to know why the girl went to the Viscount. It seemed that the interlocutors were completely incapable of waiting. Their eyes literally shone with impatience. Everyone wanted to know what the main character was awarded in the Duke's office. All the girls, as one, believed that Hami asked not only for fabric and thread, but also for some other, more material thing. Listening to all this, the beauty only closed her eyes and smiled kindly. She had nothing to say, because she only had threads. One of the maids fell into her dreams, thinking about what she could ask for if she had the opportunity. The first idea was to say that exquisite lace was needed. The other dark-haired maid was a true lady. She needed an elegant hat and preferably a beautiful dark sea green, like all ladies. The blonde, closing her eyes, recalled her desire with pleasure. She really wanted gloves, so the girl would have asked for them. According to her, the hands did not look so nice without gloves. The beauties continued to argue about something while Hami was lost in her thoughts. They are probably only 17, 18 years old, and this is a great time for new desires, achievements, and everything else. One of those present turned her gaze somewhere to the side, paying attention to something interesting. It was not clear what it was there, but it seemed she understood. The beautiful embroidered dragon literally sparkled in its own light. Bright red color, massive teeth, and most importantly, all this is embroidered from thread on fabric. The girls never cease to admire what she is like. Hami is talented. The answer was a remark that had been prepared for a long time. The girl saw today that the tablecloths and curtains were not very suitable, so the decision to replace them turned out to be the best one. It was truly amazingly done. A second later, the door swings open. The dark-haired girl is indignant. She thinks it's unacceptable to scream at night. The face showed rage, although there was almost no reason for it. The interlocutors quickly began to fuss. It was none other than Josephine, and if things went that way, then she might complain about them. They all should have quickly returned to bed. The only one in the bed was Hami. The maid stood in the middle of the room in absolute silence. The girl, sitting on the bed, also did not dare to say even a word, fearing the consequences, or rather, simply not knowing what to say. Approaching the bed, Josephine began her reproaches. She wondered why she didn't go to bed and turn off the lights when she should have. The dark-haired girl just widened her eyes, without insisting on anything, and quietly said that it was too early for her to go to bed. Anger suddenly grips the interlocutor. She does not tolerate such an impudent attitude towards herself. The Viscount thanked this girl, but this does not mean that she has the right to speak to her in such a tone and snap at her. A slight note of contempt was reflected on Hami's face. I didn't want to argue and spoil the relationship even more when it would have been easier to just go to bed. In her thoughts, she had long ago agreed on everything. Contempt is the most disgusting character trait. The girl broke into a feigned smile, saying that the girl was still smart, even though she didn't look like it. The most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The scream filled the entire room again. The young lady still didn't want to calm down. She screamed about how Hami let her down and simply pretended that she was doing poorly, whereas when the Viscount appeared with the guests, the girl decided to show her abilities. Having lowered her head from embarrassment and irritation, the girl only continued to remain silent. She had nothing to say in response. The lady was such an obnoxious bastard, and it was impossible to shout her down. The head maid appeared literally out of nowhere. A strict lady with glasses, showing with her appearance how fair she is, even without words. The next remark was addressed to none other than Josephine. She should have gone back to her room and not tried to start another conflict out of nowhere. There was no choice but to do just that. The figure is hiding in the doorway. The lady sighs with relief, only saying that she doesn't understand what's wrong with her, because the girl is always trying to ruin someone's whole mood. It was not worth paying attention to such people, considering that she would later get hers. The lady turns to Hami. The lamps in the maid's quarters are quite low on oil, so she should definitely go to bed early before it runs out. You shouldn't fall asleep in the dark if you have phobias. The girl lowered her eyes to the floor. She was not very comfortable communicating with this woman because she did not know her at all. It seemed that everything around was completely new and unknown, just like her. Lying in bed, Hami still couldn't sleep. There was no sleep in either eye, which gave the impression that she had slept the entire previous week without interruption. It was difficult considering that it was completely dark around. The window attracts attention. Only one door is open, and the moonlight stretches across the room in a light train. The thought flashes through the heroine's head about how beautiful the moon really is. The decision comes immediately, and now bare feet are already on the wooden floor. The girl is not cold at all. She has one goal. Even this lighting will be more than enough for embroidery. Sitting comfortably on the windowsill, the beauty gets to work. She has quite a lot to do before she feels tired and finally flies off to the kingdom of Morpheus. The morning came completely unnoticed. One of the main servants entered the hall and seemed speechless. The only thing that could be said was some kind of incoherent muttering. The room was decorated with beautiful embroidery. All the tapestries, curtains, and even carpets fit together perfectly. The scarlet hues shone artfully against the blue walls. It seems that a fairy visited the castle that night. The curtains attracted the most attention. The handsome tigers and white flowers seemed to be looking straight at everyone around them. The embroidery was truly wonderful. Ornaments and dragons with tigers look more like paintings. Everything was done in the best possible way, so there's nothing to complain about, considering that no one asked to do this. Some rustling sounds from the curtains attract attention. The servant slowly raises his head in bewilderment. It turns out that young people wake up quite early, but no matter what, the girl carefully corrects everything. The question of whether this is her job comes out of her mouth, and the answer is yes. According to her, her grandmother didn't like it, so she changed it. It sounds strange, but now this thing is not the most important thing. Sincere surprise and confusion is displayed on the man's face. It seemed to him, or the girl was talking about some granny, and also in the third number. The morning didn't start as usual, and that's a fact. Realizing that they were looking at her strangely, Hami faltered and tried to quickly correct herself. She says that it was her doing, and everything that happened here today was not an accident or a fairy, but precisely the young lady who is now standing right here. Turning away, the elderly man cannot believe his ears. Just as an ordinary maid managed to replace all the curtains in the house overnight, she also replaced them with a handmade masterpiece. I just couldn't wrap my head around why this happened, even though it was nice. New remarks are heard. Hami finishes trying to straighten the curtains and suddenly mentions the tablecloth. She managed to complete her work, but according to her, she is not sure that they will all like it. Another attack of shock seizes the servant. How can this be true? Both pairs of eyes look down somewhere, noticing something interesting. A beautiful embroidered dragon looks at people. Dark and light purple tones convey richness and high quality. The work has been done successfully, and there is no way to undo it. The man, without looking up, tries not to ask too many questions. The only thing he's interested in is whether it's true that the dragon is the maid's job. Hami tries to protest with his hands behind his back. For her, this is not a large amount of work, and therefore we should not be so surprised. She doesn't ask for thanks, because everything suits her, even in this form. Various sounds of admiration and disbelief were heard in the maid's room. The voices were surprised. They are offered valuable things that are completely unclear how they will get to them. It was truly amazing. The girls carefully try on gifts. Beautiful lace, an elegant hat, and lacy gloves were just what they needed. They were just talking about all these things just yesterday, and definitely didn't expect to hold them in their hands today. Hami watches all this with pride, putting his hand to his chest. Now you can always turn to her, and she will definitely do everything in her power to help and provide the desired things. The only thing that could go wrong was that the girl called herself an old lady again. The interlocutors look up from their conversations, not understanding what just happened here. After all, the young lady couldn't just slip up like that, but it all ends quickly. Hami changes to his real name, trying to hide all traces. White gloves with skillfully embroidered black roses fit the hands just perfectly. You can admire them for hours, no matter what. How did the maid manage to do all this herself? The friends still can't get enough of new things. Even the ladies of the court have nothing like this, because it all looks even much better than in the store, which cannot but delight. There is no limit to joy. The answer is a smile that spreads across his face. The beauty can't help but smile, knowing that her work is appreciated. For those who are comfortable with a needle and thread, this is not that difficult. It just takes time and a little talent. The girl begins a story about Lacey's hook, but is abruptly interrupted. Everyone has only one question. Can everyone really do this? Shock is displayed on the faces of the ladies, who clearly do not believe her words, but perhaps, somewhere deep down, they want to believe. Those present immediately surrounded Hami from all sides. They definitely need to learn to knit like her, and this can no longer be avoided. Pleas for training pour in on the girl, who seems slightly confused. One friend even offers half her monthly salary in exchange for lessons. Young girls, without waiting for an answer, understand everything from the emotions of the interlocutor. Hugging the maid tightly, they cannot get enough of their little victory. Laughing, she only says that she should be released. One of the girls was almost jumping with happiness. Without ceasing to ask Hami whether it is true that she agrees to train them, they still cannot get away from the lady. They will just have to listen to all the instructions. But first, they need to know what to do. The dark-haired girl's dreams were quite logical, knowing how much she loved hats and everything connected with them. She really wants to make hats or caps, and then wear them when she has a day off. The blonde wants to do something even more sophisticated than the lace gloves she received as a gift. Perhaps some leg warmers, or some kind of blouse to wear. The youngest has many more requests. The only task is to learn how to sew beautiful dresses. It makes absolutely no difference whether they are made with lace or with any other element, because the main goal is to create a thing. It should be just right for parties. The maid was slightly taken aback by so much work and decided to put her friends in their place, saying that they should think about their first job. The problem is that beginners may not be able to do something complex, and that is why it is worth choosing something more accessible. The first step to take is to learn how to sew and sew on buttons. This is the very basics and should be easy to follow. The answer is sorrowful words of agreement. The girls clearly did not expect such a turn, but for the sake of a dream, you can even do this. Training is to begin tomorrow. A friend told me to bring a hoop to start working. This is not the most difficult thing, and the item can be easily purchased at any sewing store. This is how hand sewing classes for beginners began, opened in the maid's room. Everything moves rather slowly, but step by step, they become more experienced. Every evening, sitting on the floor next to teacher Hami's bed, the girls listen carefully to the instructions and try to do everything in the best possible way. Just a few days later, the young lady's lessons become even more popular. Sitting in a room in the evening, maids from other rooms approach her, knowing exactly why they came. Almost in a whisper, friends ask to join a team to learn sewing. The dark-haired woman is surrounded from all sides, interested in the conduct of classes. Everyone in the area knows that her courses are very popular among people, and even experienced and adult maids want to come here. An extraordinary success. Silence enveloped the luxurious room. It seemed that she crawled into every corner, preventing penetration. However, everyone violated someone's words, which seemed to express dissatisfaction and surprise of the owner of the voice. A handsome, red-headed young man with beautiful blue eyes. He and no one else was the one asking questions here. This is Cassian Winston, the young master of this estate, who, it seemed, would very soon rule everything here. It's a beautiful blanket, and, it would seem, everything looks great here. But the dissatisfaction came from the grass embroidered on it. The boy continued to be indignant at the inequality, because there was a dragon embroidered on his father's blanket and a gerbera flower on his sister's bed, while he got this incomprehensible creation. Anger had no place here, but the young man clearly did not want things to remain as they were now. Only there was grass on his blanket, and it was almost humiliating, because this is a master. He should have been given everything the same as his family. Approaching the blonde maid, Cassian begins to give out decrees that no one needs. The first thing he would like is for the blanket to be taken away and replaced with something else, more elegant. The girl tries to convince the boy to look at the thing, because it is still beautiful. But it was not to be. The young man was only confused by indignation and such impudence, but still decided to stand up for himself. He really didn't like it, and therefore asked for everything to be redone in the way he wanted. Thoughts quickly turned in the wrong direction, and thoughts led in the wrong direction. He should have thought about it right away, but he only came to it after a while. The best solution was to call here the maid who started it all from the very beginning, the one who did this work. The gentleman begins to think aloud. He promises that he will tell the girl how to make something new, but now in a way that suits him. But what to do if he still doesn't like it? It seems that the answer to this question has also been prepared for a long time. The lady couldn't even get a word in, but that wasn't necessary. She already knew perfectly well why young Cassian was doing all this. The guy clearly wanted to skip the next lesson, which is why he said that he wanted to completely control the creation process in order to have his say. Not even a minute had passed before the boy started screaming. Impatience took over, so there was such a reaction. The maid, just looking down, did not understand why she was chosen to scold, because there was no guilt here. Tears rolled down the young lady's cheeks. She didn't want the boy to miss class, so the best solution was to start asking him. This shouldn't take much time, which means the lesson can take place on time as usual, without any problems. Winston understands his position. It will not be possible to move away from the work that he has to do. Asking the interlocutor to stop crying, the guy says that he will just give the maid instructions, and that's all. Already hiding behind the door, the blonde promises that she will immediately bring the lady here. It won't take more than 10 minutes, so you just have to wait a little. The gentleman is lost in his thoughts. With a smile on his face, he notes that it will not be difficult for him to carry out his insidious plan, namely, to give too many recommendations so that the girl cannot leave so quickly, thereby delaying time. Besides, it was a great opportunity to meet the new maid, but the guy didn't even know what to ask to paint on the blanket. Hami sits calmly on her bed in her bedroom. The friend suddenly bursts into the room, calling her name and saying that Cassian wants to see her. Confusion quickly appears on the beauty's face. The question freezes on the girl's lips, because she really doesn't understand at all what is happening and why it's all for. The answer never comes, because the interlocutor says that they should hurry up. Knowing how much the lady craves details, the promise of telling along the way certainly sounds convincing. Trying to hurry up, the girl suddenly remembers something and stops. She was lucky that she had a good memory, so the words about needing fabric and thread came out of her mouth. You shouldn't forget such an important thing when you go to the owner. Hami already directly asks what is going on and why, out of the blue, she is being called somewhere. The blonde, carefully gathering fabrics into an armful, tries to talk about the young master at the same time. He didn't like embroidery, and now he has a desire to control the process. There is no need for long thoughts, and, having finished getting ready, the interlocutor offers to tell her what awaits her friend, noting that as a maid, she shouldn't tell her this at all, but it will be better. The first, most important thing, it is very difficult to communicate with a young man. The girls are already quickly walking along the corridor, hung with beautiful red curtains. The words continue to flow in a continuous stream. You should always say yes and never refuse, because later there can be many problems. It's worth finding out which ones. The story continues. The owner is really stubborn and unstable, and this is one of the worst character traits. It will still happen, and she will understand when she gets a click on the nose. The blonde visibly darkened. Memories took her somewhere far away. The next words were about the nanny. When she was alive, Cassian was completely different, but 2 years ago the woman suffered a serious illness, and after that she was unable to recover. The girl seemed ready to cry. This story brought sadness even to people who were never present here, and even more so to all the other family members. The maid sadly thought that this nanny was like a mother to her too. After the Viscountess died, this lady took the young man into her care and raised him as her own son. There was nothing more beautiful than her attitude towards the boy, but it all ended quite quickly and joylessly. However, in any case, Cassian is a man with a difficult and sad fate. Even if the Viscount tried to find a new nanny for his son, which was unsuccessful due to the stubbornness of the baby, it was very difficult to cope with the young man's temper, and therefore, even if one of the nannies matched the description and experience, she did not stay long. Smiling a little, Hami commented, saying that they were all just running away from him. They stopped abruptly. A friend hands over the necessary fabrics and threads to the dark-haired beauty. Not appreciating her humor, she only wrinkled her nose, saying that she was not asking for anything. You just need to be careful, and everything will be fine. The things ended up in the girl's hands when the interlocutor continued her story. She should have finished all her work with the blanket before the teacher arrived so that he could conduct the lesson without any interruption to learning. The lady exhaled air, as if experiencing relief, because it seemed that the girl understood everything. The only and final warning was that you should never mention the Viscountess in the presence of young Cassian. The next second, the friend raises her hand and knocks on the patterned door. There is no answer, but it is already clear to her that she can enter, so the blonde, looking away, invites the main character to enter. A slight smile lit up the friend's face, and she decided to say her last words. She was going to go get ready for Professor Blake's arrival, so she only had 15 minutes before she had to quickly leave. The girl was left standing completely alone at this huge door. The maid disappeared somewhere immediately after she finished her remark. The only thing she had to do was enter the room. The room is decorated even more richly, and therefore seems very luxurious. Tall, almost panoramic windows, dark curtains that clearly lack beautiful embroidery, and beautiful but ordinary chandeliers. The sun hits at a beautiful angle, illuminating everything. A handsome guy sits on the sofa with his hand on his chin. Blue eyes look thoughtfully to the side, making it clear that the person is clearly somewhere far away in his thoughts, without surfacing. The maid does not dare to break the silence and tear the owner out of his thoughts. She continues to stand quietly at the door, clasping her hands. She should really tell her, since she doesn't know where to start. Confusion and even a little sadness are displayed on the face of the young heroine. In her thoughts, the girl is unable to believe that this baby is the young heir of the family. These thoughts haunt and are quite disturbing, but even more strange is the fact that the maid is strongly drawn to this boy. The young man was a little distracted from his important thoughts. The eyes slowly scan the room and stop at the figure near the entrance. No one told him that the new maid was so cute. She is truly of extraordinary beauty. Perhaps if someone had told about this earlier, everything would have been a little different, and then the young man would have shown himself in a better light. But the moment was missed. Black, shining short hair beckons, inviting you to gently run your hand through it, a sweet face and graceful features. The girl cannot help but be attracted. A smile, like the sun, illuminates everything around, giving people plenty of pleasure. It is not clear how the beauty ended up here, but perhaps it was fate. Still very young, but with a very mature aura, giving the impression that this is not a 15-year-old person at all, she stands in front of the person. The main character says nothing, but her face expresses embarrassment. She is not very pleased that they look at her like this and say absolutely nothing, but she is not going to say anything. The owner, in turn, only opens his mouth, freezing in a silent sound. The girl is asked to sit on the sofa, and her eyes automatically switch to the gray thing standing directly opposite. Now is the time for classes. Then why is there an offer to sit and talk about something? The young lady still doesn't dare to say anything, but a genius comes to her mind. If anything, she can always come up with some excuse to leave right before classes start, and then everything will be fine. Already sitting on the sofa, the lady tried to delve into Cassian's words and understand what he really wants. The boy wanted her to once again embroider a blanket with a luxurious, but at the same time beautiful and attractive design in a minimalist style, so that there was not too much unnecessary. The embroidery had to be special and impressive, but at the same time not too flashy. The guy and his requests were very difficult to understand, but Hami silently continued to listen, trying not to miss anything. He wanted the same size, but after a minute the young man changed his mind, wanting the size to be slightly smaller than the previous one. According to him, it would look much simpler, sleeker, and more beautiful, so it would be worthwhile to hurry up with the work. Without listening to anything else, the sweet lady unrolled the fabric, where threads of different colors were hidden for every taste and desire, saying that now you can think about something. She definitely had a picture in her head of what it was supposed to look like. The thread ended up in the needle, and the girl immediately, without wasting a second, got to work. With deft movements, something similar to the outline of a future work of art began to appear on the bedspread, showing and confirming once again how talented the heroine is. Blues and greens sparkled across the fabric. It was difficult to understand what exactly was depicted, so the guy wanted to ask something, but hesitated, thinking that he should just continue to quietly watch the maid at work. A little confusion took over every part of the body. The Viscount wanted everything to turn out as beautiful as possible, so that everyone around would literally envy, and hope would remain, making it clear that this would be the case. Cassian is tired of sitting, apparently hoping that he can somehow control his work better, and so the boy carefully rises from his chair, heading to the girl's place opposite him. The finger slides along the fabric, stopping somewhere near the white tiger's eye. The needle is literally a centimeter from the location of his hand, which clearly does not scare the guy at all. The girl's hand approached at the speed of light. The bang seemed to deafen everyone in the room, not giving even a single chance to maintain proper silence. The woman screamed, calling the guy a boy. The young man, in turn, is very surprised. It was not clear to him why they abruptly drove him away, and they were also trying to put him in his place, despite the fact that he was the master of the situation. The reddened hand hurt quite a bit from everything that had happened. Hami just exhales and says that he just needs to be a little more careful because there is a needle. It's always quite easy to get hurt and end up in a huge amount of pain. It was only worth waiting a little. The grandmother inside the girl perked up, and this time everything changed completely. The lecture on safety goals was making itself felt, and so the conversation turned to the fact that if the young master got hurt, there was nothing she could do about it. Having lowered his eyes to the floor, the guy did not understand why he was being scolded after all. In his opinion, it was just a small injection that would not cause any harm. All thoughts poured into words, which was a huge mistake. The girl began the topic of diseases and the fact that there is still no cure for some of them, and half of them can be obtained through a needle prick, which should not be done under any circumstances. The image of a grandmother immediately pops into my head, who also scolded her grandchildren because of all sorts of minor injuries, such as burns or something else. The boy lowered his gaze somewhere to the floor, not understanding what else could be said. The young lady was right about everything, but a strange feeling was still in the air. He didn't expect such behavior. The topic quickly changed, and the conversation turned again to the drawing on the blanket. The girl says that she is finally finished, and the guy has to choose one of the proposed painting subjects, one of which was a dragon, another a turtle, and the third, even more interesting, a tiger. Interest showed on his face, but the answer was not long in coming. The hand reaches for the bedspread, and the index finger points to one of the works of art. A white tiger would look really nice on a bed. Giggling a little, the dark-haired girl notices a small but interesting detail. It seems that the boy clearly loves tigers, and he likes them. This was noticeable even from a distance, because it was difficult not to understand why this was happening. The only question manages to escape the young man's lips. He doesn't understand why the maid allows herself to communicate with him so informally, while everyone else is literally in horror, trying to avoid unnecessary topics of conversation and are afraid to talk about anything. Confusion is all, the only dominant emotion on the face at the moment. Only recently has Hami allowed himself to talk to the gentleman in such a tone as if they had already become friends. Disappointment flashed across the young lady's face. She seemed to want things to stay the same, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. I only had enough strength to mumble something indistinctly. It turns out that she was not allowed, but for some reason she decided that everything impossible was possible. Seeing all the emotions on the interlocutor's face, the red-headed one feels like the master of the situation. Words, without any thought, are rearranged into sentences, trying to convey only one correct information. If the guy allows it, then everything will become possible. Folding his hands on his knees, the young man looks somewhere to the side conspiratorially. He had one idea to carry out his plan, so he talks about his condition that he has so that the girl can continue to address him in this form. The young people had different positions in society, and therefore Cassian simply could not give his consent without any reason. Hami understands that this is true, but fear deliberately creeps up from all sides. The conversation is suddenly interrupted. Redhead turns his attention to the door and notices something. It seems that Teacher Blake has already arrived, which means that there will be no time delay. Hearing the mention of the lesson, Hami realized that she was late and did not follow her friend's advice. Better late than never, so the brunette quickly got up from her chair. The decision to leave could not cause a negative reaction. Already heading towards the exit, the owner's voice stops. The young man, indignant at this behavior, says that he has not yet finished what he called the girl for, and therefore she should sit back, even if she didn't really want to. The main character was clearly not pleased with this treatment, given that now her promise was under threat, but she was not going to contradict. Protest that the boy had a lesson soon stopped working long ago. The door to the room opens slowly. A man's voice says goodbye to Julia, saying that he can handle everything else, even if it is quite difficult. Then the guy turns to the gentleman, saying that he is entering. A handsome man with blonde hair and green eyes. His mindless gaze bored into the room, noticing those present. How beautiful he was could not be described in words. The sophisticated clothing seemed to add a little charm. The girl felt, to put it mildly, uncomfortable under the gaze of these two, who were in the same room with her. I wanted to say that she was very sorry, but the teacher was the first. The man apologizes for entering without knowing that the owner already has a guest. Cassian puts his hand to his chin in a mock gesture, talking about the terrible manners of the teacher, who should now leave as quickly as he entered. It would seem that everything is going according to plan, but the man is a tough nut to crack. Now is lesson time, so this action was completely justified. The young man continues to make fun of him, talking about how he would like the teacher to learn how to burst into all rooms without knocking, but the girl interrupted his remark, getting up from the sofa. The angry tone made it clear that she was clearly not herself, because you couldn't talk like that to a teacher whom you should, on the contrary, try to listen to. The boy rolled his eyes, not fully realizing what had just happened, because this maid again put him in his place, shaming him in front of the teacher, which he did not like at all. Mr. Blake froze in mute silence, with questions displayed on his face. He couldn't believe that a stranger would stand up for him under such circumstances, even if she shouldn't have. Hami did not want to stop for a second, continuing to chatter. The young boy should have respected the choice of his parents in the person of the teacher, because they want only the best, and he should also study well and diligently for a great future. The boy was destined to become a big man, and no one dared to change that. Realizing that she has clearly already said too much, the girl quickly leaves the room, throwing only a few additional words in parting. There was only one conclusion. You just have to study hard, and then everything will be just fine, no matter what. The door slammed on the other side, leaving the two people in complete silence, completely alone in the room. None of them fully understood everything that had just happened, and why this particular maid behaved this way. Evening came completely unnoticed, casting its darkness over the city. The guy lies in bed and looks thoughtfully at the ceiling. Thoughts about Hami are still spinning, trying to create at least something intelligible, similar to an answer to all his questions. The redhead couldn't stand it any longer, so he jumped up and sat up on his bed. The girl dared to hit him on the arm, disgrace him in front of the teacher, and all this was absolutely absurd. She is simply an apprentice maid, but because of her skill with a needle, she seemed to consider herself one of the aristocracy. Clenching his fist in indignation, Cassian still could not understand what was happening to him now. He had never felt such strange anger towards anyone before. The informal speech was perhaps the most annoying. The gaze fell on the bedspread with beautiful tigers. It had to be said that it didn't turn out very well, so the lady would have to redo it several times, but most likely she would have done it better and better each time. Where did the stranger learn to sew so skillfully? I no longer had the strength to look at the animal. The boy went back to bed, placing his cheek on the pillow, still thinking about none other than the maid. How did she still manage to be such a beautiful and pleasant person in addition to all this? I didn't want to admit it to myself, but the lady was really very beautiful. All facial features are very graceful, and kind eyes seem to invite you to come up and hug a person. In an attempt to forget, removing the image from his head, the guy closes his eyes, forgetting about everything in the world. Not even a minute passes before Cassian rolls over onto his stomach, still wailing. You can't be so charming without any reason. No one chooses their appearance, but this person seemed to have chosen and also created the best set. Burying himself in a soft, silky pillow, the young Viscount is still in his thoughts. This sweet person did not want to leave her mind at all, which was a little annoying as it interfered with sleep. It's difficult to do anything about it. The morning started out extremely unusual. A gardener in uniform stood under the scorching sun and, holding scissors in his hands, prepared to continue his work. It was worth cutting off all the unnecessary branches and leaves before everything became overgrown and got even worse. It still attracted attention. The boy did not want anyone to ask unnecessary questions, but living in a castle, it is impossible to avoid this, so this time everything happened exactly the same. The elderly man came closer to the guy and was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. The elderly man still didn't understand what the joke was about everything that was happening, so he silently, looking down, turned away. The best idea was simply not to disturb the young gentleman so that he wouldn't get stuck. The silence did not last long, because the questions began to make their way out on their own. The first and most important was what brought the guy here this early in the morning, when, as at this time, he usually sleeps and has his 10th dream. There was a flashback in my head. Over the previous few hours, the young man managed to visit several places almost simultaneously, namely in the stable, in the chicken coop, and even near the geese. There was and could not be any reason for pride here. I didn't want to go into details, so quickly changing the subject, the boy asks where insects can be found here. Perhaps it would be worth saying what kind of living creatures he was looking for, but this answer did not come. Taking full advantage of the kindness and being the master of the situation, Cassian hinted that it would not be a bad idea to find the big ones, not the small ones. The gardener's eyes widened, and the man himself was perplexed and wondered where the guy was going to use the living creatures. Redhead suddenly thinks about something, but only for 1 second, and the next moment he returns to reality, noticing that he still has one use for the unfortunate insects. Feet shod in stylish and probably expensive shoes, they crossed the threshold. The sneakers, in which one could dig in the mud, disappeared somewhere as soon as the young man got back from the yard to the estate. While searching for a maid, they were finally successful. The beauty was sitting on her bed in the maid's room and quietly doing something, which couldn't help but rejoice, since it didn't take more than 10 minutes. All that remained was to gather courage and come closer. A dark bag with secret contents was placed right next to the girl. The boy noticed that she should have unpacked it in his presence, and that it was a gift from the heart. A slight surprise lit up the interlocutor's face. Dark eyes widened, staring at the man standing in front of her, and still not believing what was said, the girl quietly asked if it was really intended for her. Without giving her a single chance to insert at least another word, Cassian asked her to shut up and finally open his homemade package, assuring her that something incredibly wonderful was waiting for her there. Hamy's involuntary tone was still a little surprising, but there was no time to pay attention to it. Relaxing and deciding not to worry about all the existing circumstances, the young lady, tilting her head to the side, quietly agreed to open the gift, leaving not a single chance for reflection for herself. Cute silkworm caterpillars looked at the girl right from the carefully packed package. How could someone come up with such a strange idea for a gift? I couldn't even believe that it was all the work of a 16-year-old boy. Praise was directed towards the young man. The maid noticed that the insects were not so bad, because the young man managed to catch such a large number of huge and nimble creatures. Cassian only nodded in response, thinking that the gift would not be suitable, but froze when he heard the words. Reaching out with her hand to the boy's head, Hami ran her fingers through his hair, gently patting his head, calling the guy a good child, which could not but lead to a stupor. He brought her a gift, and it was more than enough, but everything was not so simple. Smiling, as if confirming her words, the dark-haired beauty closes her eyes, talking about how good the boy is. At this moment, she doesn't care about anything at all, because exactly what she needed has already happened and brought her great pleasure. It all continued with the girl feeling sorry for the caterpillars, recommending releasing them into the wild rather than keeping them in a narrow and uncomfortable pocket. The redhead wanted to say something in response, but was again interrupted and called to action. Light taps on his pocket made it clear that he should hurry before his patience ran out. Insects cannot wait, even if it all sounded terribly ridiculous. The package sent back lies in the hands of the young man, while the maid continues to quietly address him. It would be worth starting right now, but the boy still couldn't budge. The girl promises that she will continue to embroider while he has time to go there and back, so she can wait for him. Still with the same thoughtful face, but already in the garden, Cassian tried to come up with a clear explanation for the girl's behavior. No one had even dared to address him in this way before, but here the response to his dirty tricks is praise, which the young man rarely received anyway. The caterpillars quickly crawl along the asphalt, trying to escape into some abyss of nearby bushes, which of course is correct, but not enough to accomplish this. Everything that happened no longer seems real. Thoughts completely envelop the young man, although he, in turn, without any intentions, tries to understand what is wrong here. He wanted to do another dirty trick, but everything turned out completely differently than he expected, and all because of this maid. Each time Cassian managed to come up with new ideas to slip something to the girl. However, the response was quite surprising each time. The girl folded her arms across her chest, exclaiming touchingly when she saw the spider. The next time the boy tried much better, bringing with him a frog, which immediately ended up on Hami's finger, while the young man himself, sitting in the bushes, was literally ready to cry. The only similarity was the ending of each such prank. The girl thanked the young man, and then asked him to release the poor insects from the bag, because she did not like it at all. The boy, not understanding what he should do in order to finally get a negative or positive reaction, always remained confused at the end of the procedures. The sticks and bags remained unused. After a time of such communication and such gifts, the guy literally trailed on the heels of the girl, listening to her advice and everything she told him. As a result, rumors spread throughout the castle, and all the servants whispered incessantly. The young lady communicated with the young gentleman so informally and also completely without fear, as if he were her ward or an old friend who wanted to earn attention. Hami has always been very responsible, and it showed very strongly. Cassian was tired quite often, and even now, starting to whine, he suggests entrusting the work to someone else and going for a walk instead, at least in the garden. I didn't have to wait long for a refusal. One of the main servants still could not understand what the problem was, and why the master suddenly decided to change so much. Not understanding why he liked the new maid so much, the questions became even greater. However, Vincent only smiled, seeing in the girl a new friend for his son. The girl always feels sorry for the young man from the Viscount family. The guy never managed to know the love of his mother or nanny, and therefore it so happened that the main character took on these roles, as well as the role of the best friend. The season has changed. The hot summer crept up completely unnoticed, preparing absolutely no one for its arrival. It was a good time of year, and a lot of things happened. The friends excelled at embroidery and thanked their savior insanely often. Literally every time, as soon as one of them embroidered something new, everyone immediately ran to show it and rejoice. A lot of gratitude came from ordinary servants, although, oddly enough, Hami did not think that she had done anything special, but this was not the case. The girl often helped the younger master with everything. Even such simple things brought maximum pleasure. Wherever the young lady went, she was showered with praise and gratitude, and oddly enough, during this time, she was very successful in her business. Boredom seemed to pervade the young Viscount's entire body, and he still had to read the history of the founding of the state. The worst activity, in his opinion, is reading. Scowling, the boy sat in a chair, continuing to complain about everything. Sometimes it seemed that he didn't like all these lessons so much that one day he would simply run away without telling anyone. The girl, closing her eyes, tried to tell her point of view. If you read a lot of books, you will become an outstanding and successful person, and it is really worth it if you think about it. Looking away, different thoughts enter the guy's head, but one thing he knows for sure is that this will not help him. According to him, the young man is already an outstanding person, so he has no need for books. The conclusion was that Cassian had no intention of even opening the book. Sadness enveloped Hami, and she said that all her life she had dreamed of learning to read. The redhead, turning his head, wanted to laugh, but restrained himself. The desire to learn about books seemed completely strange to him. The girl admits that this is so because, in fact, she cannot read at all. The book, with a characteristic noise, fell out of the young man's hands and hit his knee. He couldn't believe that someone like his interlocutor couldn't do such a simple thing. Deciding not to think about it anymore, the boy continues to ask leading questions, trying to find out the most accurate information. This actually turns out to be true, and the friend cannot read a word. This was perhaps one of the most unexpected news or discoveries in recent memory. For some reason, the young man always thought that the girl could do literally everything, but it turns out that this list included absolutely everything except the alphabet. If a person is simple, then he does not always have time to read, and besides all this, Hami is still very young, so everything is ahead. The words didn't sound very convincing, and his eyes nervously ran around the room, not inspiring any confidence, although Cassian was right. Deciding that words were of no use, the boy began to try to talk about all the virtues of his girlfriend. There were really a lot of them. The guy thought that this was all simply amazing and deserved some praise. The girl sits with her eyes downcast, and it seems that she is about to cry. The young master reproaches himself for being capricious, not wanting to read, or simply complaining about how hard the life of an aristocrat is in front of an illiterate commoner. This was absolutely unacceptable, but it had to happen. Without thinking twice, the red-headed man jumps out of his chair as a brilliant idea came to him. The best option was to teach the young lady to read, and that is what he proposes to do. Hami does not understand what just happened, and whether this proposal came from the lips of this boy. She would really like to learn, but she knew absolutely nothing, just like she didn't know what to start with. Patting the place on the sofa next to him with his hand, the young man calls his interlocutor, inviting him to change his position. Such kindness out of nowhere could not be strange, because he wanted to help. Thoughtfulness is displayed on the young woman's face. She seems to be weighing the pros and cons in her head, and it's hard to figure out which category is winning. Obviously, there was no need to think long, because within a moment the maid is sitting right next to the young Viscount, because she was told to do so. The guy is clearly a little nervous around her, which is noticeable even to the naked eye. The girl understands deep in her soul that these activities will most likely not end well. In this world, for such a commoner, not being able to read is very natural and occurs in literally every second person. The lady lived an unenviable life all her life. She always wanted something more, but it was all too difficult to translate into real life. Her past life personified her as an illiterate person. The inability to do basic things and the lack of basic skills often ate my grandmother from the inside. It seemed that this was a vicious circle, and there was no way out of it, but in the end, the first step was taken. The woman made up her mind and one day went to a school for old people. The teacher divided people into groups and taught groups of 5 people reading, writing, and other things important in education. Everything was going great, but over time, vision began to deteriorate, and due to overwork, all the work was done hastily. As a result, the material was not absorbed as required, and all progress came to naught. The old lady's wishes are a happy, full family, the health of loved ones, and learning to read. It's quite difficult to do everything at once, only if you are not 25 years old and you are still very young and green. The girl wanted to learn to read books and write without anyone's help, and even in beautiful handwriting, and this was how it was supposed to be. But in the end, something went wrong. Just by taking a wrong turn, something happened. This was completely unexpected, because for such an ignoramus like her, just like that, the road leading to peace and the path of illumination and dreams simply opens up. The kid appeared like seaweed out of nowhere. The girl did not expect that he would undertake her education. The pen sloppily smears crooked handwriting on the paper, making terrible squeaks. Everything will be very difficult indeed. The guy takes some strange piece of paper from his hand, carefully straightening it, not trying to show anything. However, with the following words, he suggests voicing the alphabet one letter at a time, so that it is convenient for the girl to repeat after him. Hami was still distracted, deep in her thoughts, but a voice interrupted her. The remark that she was incomprehensibly busy was made sternly, and then the young master began to slowly read the letters, starting with A and B. The lady did an excellent job, and therefore the red-haired man, praising her, decides to move further through the alphabet, offering to continue with B and G. It's clearly not difficult for him to do this, and that's why he wants to have time to go through at least the alphabet. Hami seemed very interested in the process. The letters were given quite easily, so they moved further along the rows as they wanted. The index finger carefully slid along the smooth surface of the sheet, pointing to the hieroglyphs needed to read. It was all really difficult, but quite possible and doable, even if it looked scary at first. The girl couldn't believe that at that age she could learn something new. It was always wonderful to learn, but sometimes things didn't go the way we wanted, and only in another life is it possible to do the impossible. The young master continues to name the letters one by one, which should be continued to be read in order. The eyes themselves are constantly trying to look at the girl sitting next to him, which cannot but distract from the lesson. Violet eyes intently examine the parchment, and lips move slowly, trying to pronounce the letters, at least as indistinct sounds. It's really a bit of a smile, but at the same time it's cute how she's trying. Continuing to read, the guy simultaneously says that very soon she will be able to put all her skills into practice. Perhaps this will be reading, or maybe immediately writing, which will become even more literate over time. After some time, the maid suddenly remembered that it was now dinner time. They should have stopped there, because as much as studying was not important, eating was on schedule. It worked especially, but after a long and exhausting work. A moment later, Cashin interrupted his interlocutor mid-sentence. He asked that the food be delivered to the room, and then they would not have to interrupt or go anywhere. This arrangement clearly did not suit Hami. She stared at the young man indignantly, starting her tirade about how important it was to eat with the family at the same table, and that if he did not follow the basic rules of etiquette, then everything would be bad. The guy had no choice but to sigh resignedly and get up from his seat. The boy slowly walks towards the door. He really didn't want to stop what he was doing for food, or anything at all, since it was nice to be in such company, but he really had no choice. The hand reached out to the black door handle and was about to open the lock, but the words of gratitude made the limb freeze. The young man was really very pleased with this attitude towards himself, especially from a specific person such as this girl. I wanted to scream with joy like a little child, but the answer was only awkwardness and words that he had not done anything special. Ignoring his remark, Hami smiled, saying that today was something special and completely new for her, one of the best lessons in her life, and it cannot be changed. The young man absolutely did not know what to say. The only correct decision was to remain silent and still, opening the handle, move away. Walking down the corridor accompanied by Josephine, the boy still could not understand what had just happened. I couldn't believe that he got to hear words of gratitude. He just taught the girl a little letters, but according to her, she liked it too much. This was unexpected, but at the same time it could not help but please, because this was his first lesson in his life that he taught himself, without anyone's help. A picture of a beauty pops up in my memories, literally out of nowhere. The way her eyes ran over the lines, the way she tried to read and tried her best to ensure that he liked everything. The boy was very, very happy about this arrangement, but it also meant that he should teach her something else so that she would not want to leave. The thought process could no longer be stopped. It was necessary to find some books for easy reading, but the most difficult question arose, and this was where to get such books in order to continue studying. A white-toothed smile signaled soon approaching success. For some reason, a lot of useful things came to mind. It is worth trying to start with fairy tales that the young man read in childhood, and for now, this will be enough. It's tiring, but you can survive everything. The room of the managing maid, with the shutters closed, was lit up with loud conversations and incessant laughter on the eve of sleep, which was not worth doing. Gossip is one of the maid's favorite pastimes. The blonde with a dreamy look talked about how she had just managed to greet Colin, to which she received only a ton of admiration in response. Her friends say they saw the boy tying her shoelaces. It was not clear where and since when they were so close, but it was quite interesting. Quite often, the employer, when hiring, prohibits any relationship at work, already knowing in advance how it could end, because sometimes people simply fall in love with each other. This rule also applied to the castle. The girl, putting her index finger to her lips, says that it is better to be quiet so that no one hears, even if the interlocutor assures that no one will come here. Next on the agenda is Josephine. Such an eternally angry and indignant girl who gives instructions to everyone. It would seem that her character let everyone down, and immediately after the rumor about how she got together with Colin, another rumor began to spread that they had broken up. The young lady simply waved her hand in response to all this, declaring that the maid was not at all interested in that servant. On that vacation, she left the city limits and met someone else who attracted her, and she fell irrevocably in love with him. The girl met some hooligan in an alley, and he saved her, thereby bribing the heart of the young beauty. This gossip spread even faster than all the previous ones, without any reason. One of the girls with a mini haircut says that it looks more like some kind of romantic comedy, and perhaps this is not so far from the truth, since the story is really complicated. Who was that stranger? The man said nothing, not even his name, and disappeared under the light of the moon. The description had been known to everyone for a long time, because the man was incredibly beautiful. Black hair and strong shoulders, as well as powerful arm muscles. His clothes were quite neat, and Josephine said he had a pleasant aroma. Sadness overcame the girls a little, and the whole room too. Apparently, a very attractive person met on her way, since she was so lucky. Not everyone gets such a chance, and it's a shame that the young man simply disappeared. The conversation no longer wanted to be sad, and so one of the maids starts talking about her type of man. Blondes are the best in the world, just like blue eyes, which literally make you fall in love more and more every time you look into them. Admiration and a certain love are displayed on the face and in gestures. A blonde and a brunette get into an argument. One of the ladies says that there is nothing special about the guys, while the other tries to argue, talking about how wonderful they are. The argument flares up out of nowhere, so the best solution is to calm the two divas down. One of the oldest maids is here, carefully spreading her hands and trying to hush up the conflict before it escalates into something more complex and bad. A brilliant idea comes into her head, which will surely appeal to everyone present. Questions fall on Hami. Now she has to answer, and there is no way she can get away. Innocence is displayed on the girl's face, but all the ladies wanted to know what her ideal was. In a split second, The young beauties are already sitting on the floor around the bed, on which the girl is located. She is still very young, but this does not mean at all that she does not have an ideal, so it is worth checking out. In the case of this maid, she may be with a very attractive man because any man would propose to her after knowing all her talents. Doubts creep into your head. The young master has been following the maid everywhere for several weeks now and always shares all the new news with her, so anything can happen, but that's not the case. Another maid interrupts, saying that this can't be true. Both suddenly fall silent, as if remembering that the subject of discussion is still in the same room as them, and they certainly shouldn't continue in the same spirit as before. Stuttering, one of the girls cannot imagine how Cassian would dare to look down on such a beautiful person. He would not have had the courage, because he still needs to grow and grow to perform such an act. There is no way a young man can like a girl. It would be a lie even if it happened. The girls continued their thinking, saying that even if Cassian offered his hand and heart, they must fight for him to the end. The brunette, still holding the paper in her hands, tried not to pay attention to anything. Conversations about anything are not her thing, but at the moment, they were the only things that surrounded the girl. While those in the room continued to discuss the interesting topic of what their children would look like, Hami did not listen to them. She was learning the alphabet, and so she was lost in her thoughts. One of the girls noticed that, no matter what anyone says, the young owner was very attractive. His appearance was indeed of extraordinary beauty, and all his friends agreed that they had never met anyone more beautiful, especially considering that he had a special aura that was clearly different from ordinary people. The maid with the pixie cut keeps asking questions to herself. Still, it's really interesting what the guy's future will be like and how everything will turn out. But his character again spoiled the whole raspberry. Not everyone can stand the character, and you need to be like grandma to do it. The conversation is interrupted by a knock on the door, which seems quite unexpected. Silence falls like a wave into the room. All three beauties freeze, looking at the door. Only everything that was happening tore the girl out of her thoughts. The cramming of the alphabet was unceremoniously interrupted, and therefore the eyes stared somewhere to the side, trying to understand what was happening. Hearing the young lady's voice, the woman behind the door quickly realized who she was talking to, and already making requests, she said that an annoying fortune-teller had come outside. It would be nice if someone gave her some food so she would finally go away. Obviously, the head maid was busy with something very important, so the maids had no choice. It was worth following the instructions so as not to fly out of here. The main character did not understand what the problem was and what was happening. It was unclear what kind of fortune-teller we were talking about and what she was. But this was a new task with the help of which all this had to be found out. Sighs were heard from all sides. The blonde says that this is not something they should talk about, but if it comes down to it, then coming to such a small family of viscounts is a bit of a cruel punishment. Hami did not understand what she was talking about, and that is why it was difficult to decide what exactly she should say and what the reaction should be. The best solution was to simply remain silent, eyes wide open. News began to spread throughout the town not too long ago, and all of them, as one, were about this fortune-teller. Because of spending time with the young master, the girl completely fell out of life and did not know what this was connected with. It turns out that there are rumors that a fortune-teller goes to every aristocratic family in search of the future wife of the crown prince. It seems like one of the most disappointing ideas for earning money for food, but it is so, because it has one goal: to let someone hear something good and snatch a piece of food. At first, the girl was received with open arms and kindly treated, but with repetitions, they began to treat her much more simply, without pitying her. The main character's face only saddened. She always feels sorry for someone who has to beg for food, and this time was no exception. A slippery smile spreads across the brunette's face. She is disgusted by all scammers, and because of them, the honor of normal people is hurt. It seems that they are not doing anything at all in the magician's castle, because the liar has not yet been caught, as they should have done. The girls surrounded me again, Hami giving her instructions. It was she who had to meet face to face with that imposter today. The whole operation was quite safe, because if you don't believe a single word said, everything will be wonderful. The girl goes into the kitchen and is greeted by a joyful greeting from a red-haired man. Offering her something to eat, he simultaneously asks why she came and whether there was a reason for it. This kind soul is the castle's cook, and right now she is immediately offered the cookies that are left. The main character smiles tenderly. She had always liked this man from the very first day she was in this place. He really got it from the young master because of his bad character. But since the young lady appeared at the estate, Cassian moderated his ardor, which served as great gratitude on the part of his friend. The young man clearly remembered something, and therefore quickly bustled around in the kitchen. It was quite strange, but if you just waited a couple of minutes, this terrible secret could be revealed. The next second, a bowl of custard materializes in front of the girl. She loved cakes and muffins with such filling, which the man was well aware of. This is a cream created specifically for baking and is definitely worth trying without any discussion. Passing the dishes into the hands of the maid, Red-Haired continues to smile, saying, "If anything happens, he is always ready to give even more so that they can all eat together and enjoy it." Joy knew no bounds. These small gestures of attention always seemed incredibly sweet and charming. Words of gratitude were already like an obligation, after which you can ask for something more important. The girl also needs milk and bread. Nodding in response, agreeing with the request, the hero asks if anything else is needed. Without hesitation, the girl asks for ham and cheese if possible. A little thing like that could make her happy. Turning around and going to the other side of the kitchen, the man picked up the basket and began to carefully put all the necessary things. Bread came first, and bread is the most important thing. The question about fruits was very necessary, since Hami almost forgot why she came. The assumption sounds quite convincing, just enough to put it into action. The basket is already full of baked goods and other food. Just what you need. The guy asks who she was going on a picnic with, to which the answer is absolutely not what she would like to hear, but what they were obliged to do. The food was intended for the fortune teller herself. Literally a moment later, 2 baskets full of food were in the hands of a fragile girl. A quick thank you made it clear that she was pleased, but in her thoughts, it seemed that she was given too much. The sun shone brightly outside the window, illuminating the estate. The white columns looked quite massive and majestic compared to the people. The main character carefully opens the door to the street, still tightly holding baskets with all kinds of food. There was no need to attract much attention, but she urgently needed to find that same fortune teller, and no one explained to her how to do this. Slight confusion appeared on Hami's face, making it clear that the goal had been achieved. Someone was standing very close, right in front of the girl. The stranger was wrapped in a black cloak with a beautiful golden ornament. The face was not visible, just like other parts of the body. Only secrecy that could be seen from a kilometer away. Noticing the details of her clothing, the heroine decided to ask at least one question. The girl was dressed too tightly, and the interesting thing was, how did she not get steamed yet? Perhaps it was hard for her to breathe, so she was silent? A second later, there is a jug of milk in his hand. The recommendation was to drink it quickly. It would certainly help with thirst and prevent the sun effect. It seemed that the fortune teller had absolutely no powers or emotions. When she said thank you, she almost staggered, making it clear that the clothes were indeed not entirely appropriate. The stranger, bowing her head, greedily drinks the offered drink. Thirst took over her entire body, making the maid sitting next to her think about how long she had to travel. Looking up from the jug, the person praises the food of this house because it is truly prepared very skillfully and, on top of all this, with the soul put into it. More words of gratitude fly from the lips, making it clear to all this that all this time it was not a lady in front of the girl, but a very young man. Smiling, the maid assures that everything is fine, and there is still a lot of food to choose from, so there is no point in rushing. Food must have time to be digested, so the only correct recommendation is to eat very slowly. Patting her interlocutor on the shoulder, as if expressing a kind gesture, the girl continues to talk incessantly. Young people are very inspiring, but in order to get strength somewhere, everyone must eat according to the regime. An incomprehensible muttering from behind a mouthful of food serves as agreement. Just about to bite into this wonderful sandwich once again, the guy freezes and asks if the lady would like to eat something. It all sounds pretty nice, but they call her Grandma again. Turning half a turn, the boy holds out the untouched sandwich, offering his grandmother something to eat, because it is very tasty, and it seems that she herself would really like it, no matter what. A slight embarrassment mixed with surprise is noticeable somewhere in the depths of Hami's eyes. She heard it wrong, or she was just called old lady for no good reason. No one here knew about her past and past life, But then how did all this happen to her? The young man, smiling, says that she should not be afraid and should not worry about anything. Since he saw this girl, his abilities, so to speak, have grown, and new, unusual skills have emerged, because she is a fortune teller. Giggling, the guy talks about what a great mood he is in today, so he can tell something, but as a person he expresses himself only to Grandma and no one else, and only in secret. Sitting closer, the interlocutor began to talk about the fact that the future wife of the crown prince actually lives in this castle. The girl just raised her eyebrow, saying that this is not true, since this is said about this in literally every home. The thing is that no one knew where exactly this girl lived, so the best solution was to go from house to house and search, persistently for a long time, but eventually reaching the goal. It was truly worth it, and could help everyone around me. The boy clearly did not intend to interfere in the affairs and problems of the future, just as he did not want to spoil the past, so he should relax and not even think about anything there, so that it would be easier for everyone. The interlocutor mentioned that the rumor about Granny is not particularly important. Then why spread it? Something relieved the girl's soul, realizing that this was what she had wanted to hear for so long. This made the situation much easier overall. Hami thought about everything that was happening, but the next moment she realized that there was no point in it, and only quietly asked again whether it really was not important, receiving an answer that she did not expect at all. A situation like the old lady's only happens once every few centuries. Have similar situations ever happened? There was never a clear explanation. She found herself in the body of a child, and this, to put it mildly, worried her a little, even if her current life was quite wonderful. But there were still many buts. Pulling the hood almost over his chin, the stranger continues to talk about how, after all, it doesn't matter anymore. The girl should not worry, but simply live as her heart desires. The only thing that remained cloudy was that the fortune teller did not see and did not know whether it was a gift or just fate. The prints are quite blurry, and therefore nothing comes out. Hami was a little nervous, clutching her apron with her hands, although she shouldn't have done that. It was incredibly difficult for the girl to accept these words, but at the same time they caused some joy, allowing her soul to start dancing. She indeed can live the way she wishes, and finally not think about anything, not be responsible for bad consequences. An unexpected insight illuminated the beauty. The question has been on the tip of my tongue for a long time, but only now I have the courage to ask. What happened to the child who lived in this body before the girl was reborn? The sandwich slowly rose to his mouth. The man said that he was once again claiming to be a fake. Regarding this matter, the old lady was in this body from the very beginning, but she simply found out about it much later than necessary. Everything was so confusing that it was very difficult to understand everything right away, given that the interlocutor continued to eat at the same time. It turns out that they both originally had the same souls, but after separation, they continued their lives separately. Time passed, and the reunion finally happened. The owner of the body is none other than Grandma, so you can dispose of the body at your discretion. Stunned by such news, the girl still couldn't believe it, asking again, but she was told yes, over and over again. They have one soul between them, but then it is unclear where Hami's memories disappeared, because after that morning when the beauty woke up in the mansion, it was impossible to remember anything else. Literally reading the thoughts of the person standing next to her, the fortune teller tries to incite. She probably doesn't remember her adventures at the age of 15, to which the lady only nods, because it's true. She grew up a long time ago and vaguely remembers what is happening. Having caught the maid with the correct answer, the man assures that the reason is the same and that there is absolutely nothing strange. You just have to accept reality. Every minute, the number of doubts grew. Moving closer to the young man, she continued to ask again if this was true and if he really thought that way. It was simply impossible not to remember even some small moment from your life. But the fortune teller quickly interrupted the girl again, clarifying the situation. Grandmother's soul is much stronger, so in the end, it turned out this way, and nothing can be changed. It's incredible, simply extraordinary, how big a child's soul had to be at 15 years old for everything to go well without any hiccups or bad things. Having completely finished the meal, getting up from his seat, the guy once again reminds him that there is no point in worrying. Very soon, a little time will pass, and the current image will become familiar. If you don't get too hung up on it, then this can be considered as another opportunity to return to your youth, which should not be missed. The body becomes young, and naturally the soul too. This cannot be changed, and it is worth accepting. All changes are always for the better, or can be corrected so that everything works the way you want it. Long, graceful arms rise into the air to stretch. The fortune teller says that his mouth hurts like crazy because of the long conversation, but he doesn't regret anything. If the girl ever needs information again, all she has to do is contact her through the magician's castle, and the answers will find themselves. Turning towards the exit, the magician smoothly moves to the final notes of the conversation. It was not worth delaying for a second longer, because with every minute, the risk of getting caught increased, and it became unsafe. Hami asked a question, trying to find out who might fall into the clutches here, but there was no clear explanation. There was one terrible man here who could ruin the magician's years. Waving his hand and saying thank you for the food, the young man seems to evaporate. He is no longer here. Excitement enveloped the main character. Not that she cared, but without knowing the name or face, the chances of seeing each other again were exactly 0. Perhaps it would have been easier, knowing exactly how to contact the person, but nothing can be returned. The eyes shone, remembering the good news. Now, it was much more important that the girl had to manage someone else's life and somehow live without any thoughts, trying to realize all her past dreams and ideas. At first glance, it seemed like an overwhelming amount of work, but at the same time, it was more than possible. The young master and Hami are sitting on the sofa in the room where they usually spent most of their time. Training began again, as if on schedule. The girl was trying to read some simple children's book about a mouse and a kitten. Words would sometimes read incorrectly, and Cassian would correct her. The story chosen was clearly not the best. The kitten eats the mouse immediately after the next conversation. Having read up to this point, the girl widened her eyes, trying to understand why she was being punished in the form of this book. Redhead forbids stopping and recommends just continuing to read, because the further you read, the more interesting the plot. The girl quietly agreed, deciding to continue reading in order to understand how the book would end. Grinning, understanding the heroine's tenacity, the young man says that this story is about a mouse and how he fights for life inside a cat. In his thoughts, the redhead praises the young lady because she learned to read much faster than he expected. Diligently reading and trying to pronounce absolutely all the sounds, the girl has already finished reading the first paragraph, from which she manages to find out that this is just the first day of 7 days during which Luca is going to get out. The mouse begins his research, walking around in the cat's stomach, while the book is literally at Hami's eye level. The guy sat silently next to him, looking at the person. Eyes slide over the girl. The young man notices her beautiful lips, with which she so ineptly tries to pronounce words correctly. The maid's uniform almost always flaunts on the girl, but this time, everything seems completely different. A call from the right side of the sofa brings me back from my thoughts to reality. The dark-haired woman asks how to read a certain word, which in fact turns out to be a simple and easy word, death. Hastily, thanks to her teacher, the girl just continues to read her entertaining story. The word fit perfectly into the required sentence, which couldn't help but rejoice. The only choice in the story to get out was not the best, and simply put, just weird. With every word she read, the girl's eyes widened more and more. She stopped, turning to the gentleman, asking if this seemed strange to him. The book had a peculiar writing, as incomprehensible as the content. This could not but bother the readers, and especially the girl who had never read anything before. Taking the book in his hands, the young man, without even thinking, confirmed his words, saying that the plot was indeed a little strange, which could not help but confuse him. The best solution would be to simply change the book to something else. The bewilderment makes it clear that the interlocutor was clearly not ready for such reactions, and in general, was not ready to read such books with such a genre. The boy suggests another book, Apple and Peach Feud, but after a second, he says that this is another cruel children's book. Cassian clearly expected to hear a refusal to read such works, but after asking about this, the answer turned out to be only a short yes. There seemed to be no reasonable reason for this. The girl again immerses herself in reading. The Peach and the Apple wasn't one of the best children's stories, but it certainly wasn't the worst. The conversation developed, and more details were learned from this story. The book talked about how the apple's provocations caused the peach's cheeks to turn even pinker. This moment carried absolutely no key meaning, but looking at the girl, the young owner for some reason was very embarrassed. Pink, peach-like cheeks, concentrated eyes showed how innocent the girl was, which could not help but attract attention. Wild excitement covered Cassian in a cold wave. The guy seemed to become even more nervous when he caught himself thinking about things in such a way. It was unclear and scary to understand my feelings and myself. Not finding any compelling excuse, the young man still stopped the girl, saying that this was enough for today. His hand fell on the book, as if trying to make him listen. The girl could only blink her eyes in response. The first excuse I came across seemed quite convincing. The boy started talking about Teacher Blake, saying that it was almost time for lesson, and they should continue next time so that they have time to prepare for the lesson. His thoughts ran back and forth randomly, because Cassian could not understand why he was so worried about this young lady. Bowing his head to the side, Hami cannot believe that all this just came from the mouth of the boy himself, who, by the way, still could not close his mouth. According to him, studying is important, and today he must listen carefully to the teacher, which is the absolute truth, which he has to agree with. The main character looked thoughtfully at the floor. She was sure that nothing of the kind had happened, and perhaps the young man simply suffered a sunstroke due to the rays, which was, of course, self-deception. Hurrying up and already approaching the door, the guy opens it slightly, as if inviting her, giving instructions and saying that she should go already. It wasn't a good idea to stay too long, so it's understandable how this happened. Someone was clearly ahead of the couple, because a moment later, a teacher stood in the room, rolling his eyes in surprise, realizing that perhaps he had not arrived quite on time. There was no apology, but that was still the case. The tone of the voice has changed to almost hostile, and Cassian, stating that he still seems to have some time left, almost tries to send the teacher away, even if this is not worth doing. Blake's patience was running out, crossing all lines. Straightening his back and preparing a whole tirade on this subject, the man says that at the last lesson it was said that it would be moved an hour earlier today. Obviously, the kid wasn't listening very carefully, and this couldn't help but disappoint. A slight wave of anger grips the hero. The fist slowly clenches and falls limply, unable to say or do anything. You can't help the problem with anger or force, because everything really was discussed a long time ago, and there is no way out. The teacher, however, did not intend to be too verbose. A slight smile lit up his face, because the impression crept into his head that the rumors were indeed true, which certainly could not help but rejoice. Bowing his head gallantly, Mr. Blake greets Hami, saying that he knew they would meet again. The return greeting was just as warm, although nothing else could have been expected from this girl. So to speak, notes of disgust are visible on the expression of the young Viscount's face. He's whining again about the incomprehensible greeting, which is clearly completely meaningless. Absolutely no regard for the rules of etiquette. Smiling even wider, the blonde reassures, saying that he just wanted to find out how true the rumors are. Maybe he shouldn't have said it, but there was no turning back. The children became very interested in finding out, so the very first question was what they were talking about. Without missing a beat, the man says that everyone is whispering about how the young master is teaching this lady to read. Quite convincing, except for the fact that there is also a rumor about how this mischievous man devoted all his attention to only one maid. However, it was too early to know such things. Pretending to put his hand to his cheek, the teacher started talking about how worried he was. The young man had no intention of learning, which means, in this case, he was powerless and was unlikely to be able to properly teach someone else. Anger begins to surface again, allowing it to take over. Cassian frowns, asking if he heard it, or if there really is dissatisfaction with the actions of the elite. His appearance did not bode well, but the Maximum was crying. The conversation flowed smoothly into checking homework. Knowing that the young man has not read The History of the Founding of the State, he decides to joke, saying once again, "These are somewhat easy things, just the basics in his own and others' learning." The proposal was, to put it mildly, unexpected. Mr. Blake turned to Hami and said that she could attend their lesson today. The certainty that she would receive a huge amount of information haunted her. Opening her mouth in surprise, she only has enough strength to carefully ask again about whether this is true and whether she is really allowed. This practice was one of the best, and the offer was more than tempting. Even after a few minutes, it was still impossible to believe, so the girl simply sweetly pointed at herself, trying to believe everything that was happening, while the man smiled softly, assuring her that it was true. The next second, the blonde leans over the lady's ear and begins to say something in a conspiratorial tone. He really believes that if Hami is present in the lessons, Cassian's behavior will improve, which could be very beneficial. Continuing to tell all the good and bad things about the upcoming event, the girl caught herself thinking that this was one of the best ideas in recent times. There was no need to force or think for a long time. The beauty looked resolutely at the owner, and still turning to black, confirmed her involvement. Both stood aside and smiled sweetly, as if nothing had happened, when, as a young man, he was clearly in shock. Googling his eyes, he couldn't believe what he heard, because it was unimaginable for a girl to be present in class. This is a disaster. Taking a break from the interesting dialogue and turning towards the sofas, the lesson begins. Today, the topic was still the same, about the history of the state. We stopped at page 302, which means we can continue from there without any difficulty. Hami quickly settled down on the sofa next to the teacher, continuing to smile. She clasped her hands and seemed to forget about another person present in this room. Her words finally finished off, but she offered to go through and finally sit down as the teacher wanted. Horror and some kind of disappointment seized the mind of the young master. It really wasn't pleasant, and he wished he could say something about these two, but it didn't end well. The man takes out some unnecessary pieces of paper from his briefcase, on which, most likely, another strange topic is written. The girl moved even closer, talking about how she couldn't wait to find out what they would talk about today. Cassian froze and seemed on the verge of tears. Why everything turned so against him was unclear. It wasn't that something terrible had happened, but there was a feeling that this terrible thing would soon happen without any thought. The boy presses his hand to his body, looking down at the floor, but still noticing this couple, who continued to say something, without a clue about the meaning of any words. The situation, frankly speaking, was strange, but perhaps it was just the young man's imagination. He catches himself thinking that the whole problem is Hami, who is sitting here. He would really like to get the girl out of his head and admit that it was worth it a long time ago, because standing here, in the middle of the room, he felt completely defeated. Blake was indeed extremely likable. His manner of communication knew how to bribe everyone around him, which is why he didn't want to leave these two at all. The guy knew that a bunch of maids in the house had already fallen for the beauty of the teacher, who didn't even make any effort to do so. Another incident could not be allowed to happen. A quick and fuzzy thought flashed through my head like a whirlwind. I didn't want to believe it, but suddenly the maid also likes the professor, and there's no point in even trying to prevent anything, since this happened a very long time ago. I didn't even want to think about such strange things. I just wanted to forget about everything and never return to it. Assuring himself that this can't happen and that it's all a lie, young Cassian shakes his head, trying to throw off the obsession that appeared out of nowhere. Sighing, the guy realizes that he has no choice. Just like that, no one will allow him to just stand and analyze the situation in silence. Therefore, you will have to walk on the spot and carefully listen to the information. Already sitting in a chair near the table, the boy decided that he would try not to say a word. He didn't want to attract attention, and on top of all this, the sight of these two was still extremely annoying, for no reason at all. The teacher watches as the redhead takes a stack of papers and begins to read them. Still, he was right, and the restless behavior improved as soon as this young lady appeared here. Something definitely changed, let's be clear about that. But everything was great. After some time, the teacher came up with an amazing idea. I wanted to arrange some kind of mini quiz in which I would have to participate. Therefore, the question of the creator of the summary after the previous emperor was immediately processed and asked. Cassian was still in his thoughts, and therefore obviously did not hear the answer right away, which was quite strange. Only after 15 seconds, the young man realized that he had been asked something and gave an answer. The professor says that this is correct, and the person sitting next to him smiles with a proud smile and shows signs of support, making it clear that she is still here and is glad because he is making great progress. In the aristocratic world, there is an order of things. Something goes away over time, but something comes, and this is inevitable because power changes, and after that each new ruler wants to establish his own, new laws. This is not a bad arrangement at all. Two young souls, who clearly feel something for each other, expressing care and other feelings, seem to be just waiting for the moment when they would be allowed to fly out into the wild. When the time comes, there are things that rightfully return. One of these things is time itself, but this category also includes heat and cold, which in summer or winter spare absolutely no one. Two maids who are in the courtyard for cleaning seem to be exhausted by the intense sun. Red faces and sweat make it clear that more than an hour has passed since they have been here, although they have no choice. One of the girls started talking about a magical cooling tool that was part of the imperial chamber. It would have been much better if a man had used it, or each of them could have done it. But that was not the case. Bowing her head and placing it in her hands, Hami remembered that there was definitely talk about magic. She managed to hear about this more than once, but all this turned out to be pure truth, passed off as a lie. Trying not to think about how surprised she was by the magic, the girl remembers her past life. In that dimension, there were phones through which you could take photos, listen to music, and even make calls. There was no need to be so surprised by little things. At the moment, this heat and this weather are more important than some kind of magic. The young lady bent over, trying not to fall due to how much the sun was beating down on her head. When she woke up, she decided that this could not continue like this, and therefore she urgently needed to do something. It was impossible to hesitate, and it was worth coming up with some idea that would save everyone from such heat. A minute later, the beauty was already on the way to the kitchen, and a few minutes later, she was already standing right near the entrance. The first thing she wanted to say was about Su Jongwei. They should have cooked, and then it would have helped everyone around them. The cook, who appeared just a second ago, tried to repeat the name, but, stumbling, asked again what it was. The answer was not long in coming. It turned out that it was a drink made from cinnamon and ginger with boiled honey and sugar. It sounds so-so, but it promises to be amazing. The man stands in bewilderment. There were a lot of ingredients, and it seemed that this was not a drink at all, but something else. Hami eagerly replied that it was so. Don't get hung up on the ingredients or other things, because this mixture helps withstand the heat much better than regular chilled water. The man, without thinking twice, agrees, moving around the kitchen towards the table on which all the necessary things could be laid out. The girl seemed impatient. The first things on the table are cinnamon and ginger. A very pleasant smell spreads throughout the room, but the idol is interrupted. The redhead says that he got everything he needs, but is the girl really sure that these are the right ingredients that she needs? Looking at the table, the girl says that everything is fine. Another highlight could be persimmons or pine nuts, but in general, everything will work out and work even in this form. Don't be nervous about this. Smiling, the interlocutor says that he is happy with this turn of events. Only Hami wanted to give literally everything she wanted. This person was so beautiful that it was impossible to regret or refuse her anything. Of course, the cook takes care of the cooking. This is his profession, and he was confident that he would do everything in the best possible way. The girl was ready to stay here and lead the process so that Su Jongwa turned out exactly the way it should be. No more than 30 minutes passed before the process was finally completed. Making the final adjustments, the beauty says that now you need to leave the drink to simmer for another 1 hour, and then cool and pour into bottles. After a while, the first bottle was legitimately ready and filled with an unusual-smelling mixture, making it clear that the two young men had done an excellent job. The man almost fell asleep while walking. The main character immediately noticed this, saying how tired the man looked after everything that happened, although there was no particular reason. Rubbing his tired eyes with his hand, the interlocutor asks for forgiveness for accidentally dozing off when the situation did not require it. The only answer was that the girl did not pay such attention, because the man was really very exhausted. Despite the fact that time passed unnoticed, what was more important was that now the finished drink could be tasted and appreciated. The dark-haired lady was already holding a small container with a poured portion in her hands. Slight distrust is shown on the face. This was quite logical, since the cook had never tried anything like this before, so this mixture was still the discovery of the century. The resulting drink was more reminiscent of coffee, but the smell was very different from the usual one. Su Jongwa is drunk not from cups, but from bowls. No one knows why it is customary to do it this way, but this cannot be changed, and no one complains about convenience. Raising the container to his lips, the man clearly did not expect anything special, but he tried it out of politeness, and due to the fact that this drink took more than 2 hours to prepare after all. After taking just a sip, the man looked up from the bowl, trying to formulate his thoughts into clear words, but his attempts did not end in success, even if he tried very hard. The taste was incredible, juicy. It was as if I found myself in a refreshing clearing, and nothing else mattered. The girl, seeing the pleasure they were experiencing, carefully asked whether the cook was suitable for her potion. What was important was the assessment of the person from the outside, and not the one who prepared it. The redhead still did not dare to say anything. Every time after one word, he stammered or stopped, saying that it was extremely good. However, the dark-haired woman still persisted in asking again. Finally, giving free rein to his feelings, a stream of words poured out of his mouth. It really was incredibly delicious, and no one denied it. No one had ever tasted such deliciousness, because the combination of notes of ginger and honey really suited the other ingredients very well. I still couldn't wrap my head around how this happened. The cooking process did not look complicated, and the taste was achieved with such simple ingredients. Usually, some problems still arise as soon as you're about to start cooking, but not this time. He quickly changes his train of thought. The cook says that this won't work. You can't give this to the maids because it's worth treating the Viscount too. Absolutely everyone should try this, and therefore today you will need to present this drink for dinner. By saying that there is no need for gratitude, the girl does not say that there are several other equally important elements of preparation that complete the process. Now that the drink is already cold, you should pour it into glass bottles and leave it in the shade. If everything is done right, then the maids, suffering from thirst and heat, will be able to look under the tree and take the bottle if necessary. The answer was not long in coming, and the redhead nodded, agreeing, promising to give some to the rest of the workers. The heat really killed all strength and desire to do anything. Because of this, everyone looks powerless, and therefore everyone will definitely like the drug. You don't have to be a fortune teller to be confident in your actions. The man takes all the bottles in his arms, trying carefully not to drop a single copy. The main character standing behind him only says that Su Jung-woo can be prepared more than once, so you can safely dispose of the drinks. Thoughtfulness descended on the beauty's mind. Now it seemed to her that this time she should prepare Sikyo rather than Su Jung-won. There were just a whole bunch of ideas. It was definitely worth choosing at least one of them for yourself. The cook, who already seemed to want to leave, turned his head towards the girl, asking what it was. Now it was interesting to find out absolutely all the details. A sunny, hot day, and the inhabitants of the castle, who are now constantly discussing Sikyo and Sujongwa. People called them day and night tea to make it easier to remember the names, and if necessary, ask for more. The blonde agrees with her interlocutor. All the people in this house have long tried these wonderful drinks. There was not a single person who did not know what was happening and what kind of drugs they were. There were rumors that even Mrs. Piella came to try these two teas. The woman, apparently, also really liked it, and therefore later the Viscount himself again thanked Hami for the work done and for her help. There's very little time left before the lesson. The teacher talks to the girl about something and then hands her a beautiful black book. It turns out that it was gratitude for the drinks they gave him last time. It turned out that these wonderful potions were prepared by none other than the main character. According to Blake, he read this book when he was studying at the academy, which means he was sure that the young woman would like it. The girl didn't know how to accept gifts, so she started talking about how she shouldn't have given anything. However, it was just a sign of gratitude and attention. The girl had to have the book, because The Red Desert is a classic masterpiece, and no one has the right to argue with that. The description truly sounded wonderful. The story told about a chase that happens outside the state. The professor notes that the text may be similar to a martial arts textbook. A smile spreads across the heroine's face, because what she gave is not as significant as this. Wondering how modest the girl is, the teacher notices that she is an even more skilled craftswoman than rumors circulate about her. The confrontation continues, because the beauty believes that she should thank the young man for enjoying the drink. Putting his hand to his chest, Blake sweetly talks about how glad he is that the young master has someone like Hami by his side. She, in turn, says approximately the same thing, because without a good teacher nearby, everything would be different. Listening to all this was not the best idea for the young owner. The face expressed only dull colors and emotions. Before the girl showed up at the lesson, No tricks helped improve the atmosphere, even if every possible effort was made to do so. Thoughtfully putting his finger to his chin, the guy tries to understand what is so special about this professor. The roaring laughter of his interlocutor, like a flower, blooms right at the ends of the earth. She had never laughed so much with him, but soon this whole world would turn into a jungle with flowers. A thought came to mind. Perhaps the beauty just likes smart and handsome men. The teacher could not help but fit this description, so there was no doubt, not even a little. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I couldn't believe it. Was it true or not? Is Hami really the same as the other maids, who all like Mr. Blake? This thought hurt the mind, making it possible to feel disappointment or even start crying. If you think like that, then the maid is still very young. She is only 15 years old, which means in the eyes of the blonde, she looks like a small child, and this cannot be changed, because age is not subject to control. Is this really unrequited love? Because the girl is unrequitedly in love with this man. You should forget about it. Otherwise, everything will only get worse. There was no better solution than jumping up from my seat after 10 minutes of silence and shouting that the guy also has a lot of books. He doesn't really need all of them, even throw them away, so there is an opportunity to give them all away. Confusion conveys unanswered words that one might have wanted to ask, but did not want to interrupt the young man. It was clear that he was completely out of mood, which was not a very good sign. According to the red head, it will definitely be better. All unnecessary books can be given to Hami, who would definitely enjoy reading them from morning to night. Heading out, the boy asked to wait at least 15 minutes until he brought everything he needed. Still not saying a word, the two stood and looked at the door, following the departing gentleman. No one understood what had just happened or why this performance had been staged, but it was immediately clear that he was not himself. Literally, a second later, the blonde stopped thinking about the boy and, turning his head towards the young lady, continued the conversation. His wife really enjoyed it and was super excited to try the drinks that really helped her. Hami did not expect such a turn, but she began to smile more than ever, because the more people she managed to please, the happier she had to be. My wife also offered to give me a book, and it was very nice of her. The girl was glad that she managed to please Mrs. Blake, so the best option was to ask the man to convey his thanks to her as soon as he returned home. Cassian already seemed ready to fall due to the sheer number of books. 4 pieces were already in his hands, but it was not enough for him, and therefore, grabbing at everything possible, he clearly and confidently continued to build a tower of things that tried to cover his face. It was impossible not to look at those two who were still chatting about something. The professor mentioned that his betrothed has very severe toxicosis, and therefore it is not possible to eat anything. However, Xu Jingwan settled in perfectly without any visible problems. Putting her hand to her cheek, expressing concern, the girl is glad that this happened, but then says that toxicosis is a rather complicated thing. Ginger is good, but because of the cinnamon, you shouldn't drink a lot of the drink, otherwise everything may not be as you would like. The girl promises that from now on, she will prepare drinks more often so that the man can share them with his wife. The gratitude sounded rather hesitant, because it was indeed very kind, but I didn't want to cause too much inconvenience. The hand falls on the shoulder of the interlocutor, who looks completely confused. The main character, in turn, says that everything is fine, because it's so hard for pregnant women. She knows everything about the birth of a child, and therefore understands how difficult it is when there is not knowing what to do. Literally insisting, the girl says that it will not be difficult for her to take care of his wife, and the least she can do is prepare drinks for consumption at least several times a week. There were a lot of ideas, and one of them was to create some clothes for the child. Today, the girl had plenty of time after class and completing all her duties, so this was a chance to do something interesting. The city of Divine Heel was only a kilometer from the mansion. The road did not take much time, allowing you to walk around if you leave in the morning. The main character, dressed in a beautiful black dress, stood in the middle of the road, not quite understanding where the reason she came here was. She needed a store with fabrics, which she had long since run out of, which she should buy and reserve. Walking past other shops and beautiful green bushes, Hami was still trying to figure out where this shop should be. There was no way out, since there was no point in returning without fabrics. Otherwise, there would be no material to make children's clothing. Attention was drawn to something flying from above. It's not a very heavy thing, but the girl didn't think that she would be able to see something like that in the city, or even in this world. A beautiful paper airplane fell into the hands of a girl. He almost crashed into a bush, but he had to jump in order to catch him. Perhaps it was worth turning it back on, because these are probably some children who have nothing to do, so they play. Her eyes fell on the find, and the girl suddenly noticed that the thing was not empty. On the paper from which the toy was rolled up, there was something written in ink, as if intended for someone. His eyes quickly ran over the lines of paper, which he had to unfold to get a full readable sheet of paper with the message. It seemed that it was all written by some magician. The man wrote that he managed to read all the draft principles of magic sent last time, but if we talk about conclusions, nothing could be drawn from it. Degenerates who made a mistake don't even deserve food. The heroine does not understand what all this means. It looks like it would be worth expanding the stages again to 12 instead of 8 to preserve the peaceful part of the magic, but that doesn't look too convincing. The rhombride theory was used, which was completely unfamiliar to the girl. Everything written on the sheet looks more like a kind of code. The sender asked not to engage in useless activities, because this too affects the integrity of the soul and the future that the recipient was able to see. It was about spying on someone, without using magic or anything else unnecessary. It was immediately clear that the person who wrote this was feeling very angry. Attention is drawn to a small inscription located at the very bottom, immediately after the text. Alfie is the sender's name. The strange encryption was created for other purposes, but these purposes were not easily accessible. It was not immediately clear why this was all and to whom it was sent, but the heroine noticed that the letter was clearly not intended for her. She had nothing to do with magic and had never seen any drafts. The first step was to roll the paper again. It should look like an airplane again, exactly the same as it was before it fell into Hami's hands. The beautiful toy was again in the hands of the main character. It seemed like no one had ever taken it apart. The girl was pleased with her work. Raising his hand, the airplane took off. Soaring into the air, the toy flew in the other direction, even without any wind force. Still, there was something very strange about what happened. The beauty's eyes lit up with a lively sparkle. There are still things in the world that can surprise, but at the same time do not require too much energy. Just a piece of paper that seems too beautiful. After just 10 minutes of searching, the beauty found herself right in front of dark wooden doors. The comic book store was successfully found, which meant success had been achieved. One of Hami's most important skills is to quickly complete tasks. The girl managed to order fabric for new clothes for the teacher's baby. Then it was time to go get some goodies at the request of her colleagues. Attention was drawn to a store located right a meter from the place the young lady had just visited. The head turned slowly, noticing something interesting to itself. A small, but such a wonderful figurine of a white tiger stands alone in the display case. Cassian said that he liked tigers, but even without words, one could understand this, since he always asked to do all possible embroideries with this particular animal. Decision is made. The young man, not understanding what just happened, stares at the figurine of the animal in his hands. This is quite nice, and I would like to say even more words, but the only thing I have the ability to do is, thank you. Looking up at the person standing next to him, the guy still can't figure out why she did it. Even a small gift was more like a gesture of attention, and this could not but please. Hiding his eyes, embarrassed, the young man asked if it was really bought for him, because he needed confirmation again, even if it was obvious, because the girl was not going to take the figurine back. Straightening his hair, Hami, a little confused, asks if he likes everything, because such questions lead to a completely different idea. It's normal for people to not like gifts, but she didn't want that to happen. The guy protested, saying that he would never say such a thing. He really liked the gift. In gratitude for the literacy lessons and the books he gave, after the girl saw this tiger, she immediately remembered Cassian and wanted to thank him. Bowing his head, once again looking at the cute figure, the boy did not count on the gift, because he believed that he had not done anything like that. And even if he had, it still would not have changed his opinion much. Hami, with eyes like two large plates, looked at her interlocutor like a puppy, trying to figure out his exact point of view. It was quite difficult, but nothing was impossible. Cassian's face scrunched up and his eyes squeezed shut. He seemed to be in great pain. Although this was not true, the concerned person began to ask what happened and why he was so upset. Changing his facial expression in order not to frighten the maid, the red-haired man, still unable to look straight, said words of gratitude. And this is the pure truth, because he is immensely happy. Hami was thinking about something. If she had known earlier that he would like it so much, she would have thought about it a long time ago, immediately after the first lesson. She wasn't sure what she could give as a gift, but if she wanted, she could always find something suitable. Ignoring the obvious confusion of his interlocutor, the young Viscount decided to move on to more important matters. It was worth deciding where to place the gift. Some of the tables where lessons were usually held are definitely not suitable. One day, the figurine may be accidentally pushed to the floor, and then the guy will never forgive himself for this. The eyes catch on the second table, which also does not fit, just like all the furniture in the room. Suffering from youthful maximalism, the young man suddenly says that perhaps one of the best ideas is to change the old interior for a new one, and then everything will immediately become much easier for everyone. The boy really liked the tiger very much, and it was worth giving gifts. The response was simply impeccable. Distracted from contemplating such a cute picture, the girl noticed that the lesson was about to start soon, and therefore they should hurry up. Leaving the guy completely alone in the room so that he can finally figure out where to place his gift, Hami opens the doors to the corridor and hurriedly leaves. She has one thing that cannot be postponed. While in her room, the maid thinks whether these things are enough, or whether she should wait a few more days, and during this time make even more copies. The question seems almost impossible to solve. Beautiful children's clothes lie on the bed. Multicolored colors are very captivating, making it clear that the baby will become the most fashionable after birth. The bunny toy looks even more wonderful than all the other clothes. All I had to do was find a bag to pack this whole heap, and here's the joy. It was right at hand, without taking time to search. The accessories lie inside, and deft hands tie a tight knot for safe transportation. The only negative is that the wrapped gift was too heavy. Even without lifting anything, the girl already understands that it will be quite difficult to bring it to the room she needs, almost halfway across the hall, but she cannot give up. The door to the office opens quietly. Voices are heard from the room discussing some new book or assignment for the next lesson. It seems that the lesson is in full swing, but it is already coming to an end. The professor, holding a textbook in his hands, talks about a state that took 5 years for the previous ruler to declare the independence of the first academy and palace. The red-haired man listened carefully and followed the text in the book. Both people, noticing the maid standing, ask her to come in and close the door. I think she should go and sit down so that after class she can discuss the material. The girl is still standing in the middle of the room, rooted to the spot. There are 2 options for events in my head. Each of them is not bad, but still the option in which you should wait until the end of the lesson and only then give a gift sounds much better. Walking further and sitting down, Hami continued to listen to the theme of the story. She was always interested in reading, but it was even more interesting to listen to Professor Blake's stories. He clearly had talent. As it turned out, high-status aristocrats did not want the division of influence and therefore protested. For future generations, the decision turned out to be correct, and it was appreciated. According to the teacher, if not for the past ruler, the chain of transmission of magic traditions that goes from generation to generation could have been interrupted, and that would have been the end. Without knowing this person, Hami, for some reason, was sure that the past ruler was a very outstanding person. On the divine land where they live, only a few people possess life-giving enchanting magic. Only a few people can use this to their advantage, but on the other hand, the fields of magic are varied. Magic is a matter that cannot be touched, but can be obtained. There are over 500 species, and unfortunately, not all of them are as safe as we would like. There are not so many magicians left, and over time a crisis will form in rare areas of magic. This could have led to extinction, however. Fortunately, the past ruler decided to gather all the magicians in one place for record-keeping, and so that the magicians could share knowledge with each other. The Castle of Magicians is the place that still functions today. Today, the ideology has changed, but the construction still carries great significance. Any nose of any curious fortune-teller can reach the magicians, but not everyone is so lucky. The girl recalls how a young man who came to buy groceries told her to contact him through the palace if anything happened. Surely, this is not one of those places that can be found, guided by one interest, which means that you can safely forget about it. Finishing his fascinating story, the blonde turns to the young master, talking about his manners. They have become much better, which makes the task easier and makes the professor happy. Closing his eyes and turning his head away, Cassian snorts, saying that they have always been like this, but that is not true. The boy showed erudition, and this improved the passage of the material, making the process much easier. Today the lesson finished earlier than usual. Expecting to hear anything, but definitely not this, the young man widened his eyes. This was to his advantage, but it was still not clear what had such an impact on the situation, which suddenly changed so dramatically in the other direction. The girl is filled with pride in Cassian. She believes that her baby is the best, and no one can change that. He manages to do what he is capable of, even if it takes a lot of effort, but the result is simply amazing. Deciding not to show how worried he was, and not to react even worse than before, the young man relaxed. He was about to leave too, and the fact that they finished early would help a lot in this case. Smiling, the professor asks if he was overworked. This was clearly not sarcasm, but just ordinary concern, so the boy decides to show his capabilities. He didn't overwork himself, but on the contrary, he realized that everything was too easy, that he even got bored. The blonde decided not to comment on what was happening and simply said that he would take note. Starting from the next lesson, the teacher will try to dismiss the young Viscount early, because in a few days they will begin studying the international situation, which will take much more time. The best suggestion is that you can mark this lesson, because it was quite successful and easy. Turning his head towards the maid sitting next to him, Blake asks her opinion on this. The girl happily agrees. Why not celebrate such an event if there is good company and the mood to do something? The next moment, Hami remembers things and says that she has prepared the necessary clothes, as well as a new portion of the drink. It was quite nice of her, and so the professor smiles a little shyly and thanks his friend. The red-haired one, hearing these conversations, was rather taken aback. He didn't understand what the joke was and why they communicated so kindly after the girl gave some things to the teacher. Mr. Blake still didn't want to stop. Like last time, he says that he cannot accept such a gift without something in return. The only question is what exactly the heroine would like to receive. The brunette remembers the book again. The token of gratitude that was given to her a few days ago is quite enough for her. It is impossible to forget this, or want to get something different. Holding the package in his lap, the man still resists, but this time he offers to invite her home for dinner. According to him, for several weeks now, he would like to treat Hami to something as a sign of gratitude. This could not but please me. The young Viscount's face fell in horror. Food and an invitation to your home sounded quite strange. It no longer felt like a friendly relationship, even if they still considered themselves friends despite the age difference. In simple words, it was an invitation to a date. The young man could not believe how this happened, because just recently it seemed that nothing could happen between them, but now everything has changed dramatically. The smiles were proof of this. Deciding to stop all this and destroy the idol, Cassian protests. The word impossible sounded like a bolt from the blue. Those in the room were distracted from the conversation and asked again, trying to understand what it all meant. Frowning, the young man indicates his intentions. Hami is a servant of the Winston family, therefore, she cannot do anything without consent, my consent. Discontent can be heard in every note and word of his voice and remarks. Nothing surprising. The interlocutors are still sitting in complete silence, unable to say anything. It's easier to give the young man what he wants and let him finish his angry tirade. If the girl goes, then the young master will go with her, and this is no longer discussed. A smile of humility appears on Mr. Blake's good-natured face. He agrees to the terms, saying that Cassian is allowed to come to dinner too. Arriving at the professor's house, he will definitely be able to meet the family. Frowning, the young master is not enthusiastic about the idea of meeting his family. There is only enough strength to ask again if it will be true. There is no other way out, since the man initially invited Hami to introduce him to his family, and as a result, refusal will not be accepted. Everyone wants to go to dinner and will be ready to do what they are told. Doubt creeps into the boy's little head. Blake said that this is his family, which means these are his parents. It sounds quite strange, because they usually meet their relatives only on one occasion. Cold horror grips everything inside. This is impossible, but what if in the future Hami becomes a daughter-in-law, and then everything is over, even though she is still very young? The blonde had long since switched back to his interlocutor, asking about the exact date. The best solution was to see you tomorrow at lunch. Agreeing to such conditions, the beauty nods her head, saying goodbye in the same way as Cassian. A carriage from the Winston estate with a beautiful horse rides down the street. The moment when the boy finds out the whole truth and will kick the blanket even closer, predetermining everything that will happen. A sad look looks out the window somewhere. He asked for this dinner himself, but thinking about everything that was happening, he clearly didn't want anything bad to happen. The head turns towards the person sitting opposite. A beautiful brunette is also looking out the window. I don't think there's anything too interesting there, but perhaps she's just awkward being alone with the young master without having anything to talk about. A strange thought suddenly came to mind. Looking at the heroine for more than 1 minute, the young Viscount realized that she was still in the same dress. The next question is addressed to Hami because he's really interested in knowing why she wears all the same clothes. Last weekend, when the girl ran errands, she wore the same outfit. It wasn't something unacceptable, but it couldn't help but bother someone who cared. The window lost all attractiveness, and the young lady turned her gaze to the man sitting opposite. She sincerely didn't understand what the problem was, so she asked what was wrong. She can wear whatever she wants, whenever she wants. Not knowing what to say, the young man told the lady to just forget about this conversation. This was the best decision, but only for the time being. Come to think of it, Cassian had never seen Hami in any other attire. Always just a maid uniform or this dress. All the other maids are probably exactly the same, but they at least have a few changes of outfits for going out. He didn't want to start this conversation, not knowing at all how it could all end, but it was too late to retreat. The suggestion was to buy some clothes after dinner. The girl asked in surprise why she needed this. The argument sounded quite convincing. The girl should have at least 1 changeable outfit, or even better, 5 outfits. This is one of the most necessary, but if she needs anything else, don't be shy. They can always go and buy something together. The beauty still didn't know how this world worked, so she assumed that wearing only maid's clothes was not worth it. Thinking over all the pros and cons, the maid agreed, remembering in time that she had recently seen a clothing store in Kabluchka. All this was not to spend as little time as possible with the teacher. However, it could work and be useful in 2 cases. The plan was this: to arrive and immediately move on. Of course, no one is going to stick with him, but Cassian was pleased to know that Blake would not have time to please Hami even more. The Black House can be seen from afar. Beautiful panoramic windows and beautiful mixed colors that can be seen from afar due to the wonderful pink roof. As he leaves the house, the man bows a little, asking how the young master and Hami got here and if there were any problems on their way here. Greeting the teacher, the girl thanks, saying that everything went well, only thanks to the carriage sent by the teacher. The blonde smiles, promising that he will now lead them to the guest room. The Blake family's guest room is located in the very center of the house, and this location serves only for the convenience of the people who come. Everything is done in light and blue colors. A blonde stands near one of the sofas, dressed in a white silk dress that fits her figure perfectly. She is silent, as if waiting for the moment to say something. The couple stands and waits to be introduced, hoping they won't have to stand awkwardly for more than a few more minutes. This may take a long time. Approaching the woman, the teacher introduces her as none other than his wife. Smiling, the lady bows her head a little and says how pleased she is to meet you, because she has heard quite a lot of stories about them. Freezing, not daring to say more than 1 word, the guy asks again, not believing his ears. He didn't expect to meet the man's wife here. Shifting his gaze, the young man gazes at the girl standing next to the blonde. He says that this is his wife, and that means this is exactly the family he spoke about from the very beginning. Like a pile of stones, it falls from your shoulders with relief. Exhaling air, the boy himself does not understand why he felt so much better, despite the lack of feelings. Catching himself thinking that this attitude is extremely strange, he seriously thinks about what is happening and why it is happening to him. Approaching Hami, the lady examines the beauty with her eyes, saying how surprised she was at the clothes given to her for the baby. Interrupting, the girl asks if there are any problems. Still smiling affably, the girl assures that everything is fine because these are just works of art that are very sorry to use. Smiling a little, trying not to show her weakness, the girl thanks, saying that next time she will create even more clothes as a gift. Frowning a little, the woman realizes that she cannot simply accept such a valuable thing without giving anything in return. The interlocutor just waves her hand, saying that nothing is needed. The presence of the teacher in the lessons, as well as the book that she managed to receive as a gift, is enough for her. The pleasant conversation is interrupted by the butler, who notifies that the food has been served. Having fussed, the lady saves herself that having invited guests, she continues to chat. Getting ready to take his wife to the dining room, the man carefully holds the blonde's elbow, asking her to walk more carefully. Such a couple seems like a complete dream. Two hearts that love each other until the very end. Their views seem intertwined even from different corners of the room. Cassian freezes because he couldn't believe he could think badly of the guy. Blake is a very caring husband that any lady would love to have. The dining room of Blake's house is quite spacious, but at the same time nothing extra can fit there, which cannot be incredibly pleasing. People sit next to each other. Pointing at the table laden with dishes, the missus says that she is pregnant and that is why her mother sends something almost every day. A little ashamed of what she has to say, the girl straightens her hair, noting that the cook cooks skillfully, which means he should like the food 100%. Smiling, the teacher says that thanks to this he is always full, because his beloved has severe toxicosis, which prevents him from eating most food. Not considering it necessary to agree, the woman assures that she is full when Blake is full. Last time, she also managed to drink sujeonghwa, which was handed over by the maid. Not ashamed of his words, the man jokingly says that he often uses the mercy of his mother-in-law. His wife is the daughter of a very famous aristocratic family in the coastal lands. Already moving on to their communication, the couple chats about something, because Mr. Blake claims that Lisa suffered too much because of him and sacrificed a lot. Hearing a familiar surname, Viscount Jr. asks again, trying to understand whether Count Hazel was actually mentioned here or whether he just heard it. Without showing it or showing embarrassment, the young man confirms his words, saying that his body is the wife of Count Hazel, and that is why he so often says that it is fabulous luck. The Hazel family is one of the very famous in the state. The rumors about the circles of the Count's wife are especially well known. The daughter of such a family had to marry a marquis or prince. Thinking about something, the red-haired man understands that a man can be smart and handsome, and then status is not important. A lady like Lisa chose a teacher instead of anyone else. Stuffing the spoon into his mouth to lick the rest, the young man couldn't stop thinking about this whole situation. It is quite logical. Time passes unnoticed, but those sitting at the table do not notice it. Hami once again examines the beautiful interior of the estate. The gaze automatically switches to the wall clock. The realization flooded in quite quickly, because soon all the stores would close, which means it was time to leave. Before saying anything, the lady is interrupted by a blonde, who asks that they accept gifts in memory of today. Moving the box a little closer, Lisa once again asks to accept them, and then mentions that although they are modest, they are still beautiful. Trying to object, the girl remembers that the owners fed the arrivals an excellent dinner, so such gifts are absolutely useless. Blake is trying to end the argument, so he offers a deal. The whole point is for Hami to make a few more things for the child in exchange for decorations. Bowing her head as if thinking about something, the brunette finally agrees. This sounds like a good turn of events, and then no one will be left behind. The lady and her husband escort the guests far beyond the gate, remaining to say goodbye. The guests thank us because they really found it very interesting. Thinking about something of his own, the boy realizes that going to the store today would not be the right decision for the couple. A woman's voice brings me out of my thoughts, asking the coachman to go to the store. She has a plan and a goal, and therefore the virgin is not going to bow to anyone. Hesitating a little, the guy says that he is not sure that they will make it in time, but Hami assures that she will try to do everything as quickly as possible. The Janelle women's clothing store is empty as always. The consultant sighs, because if she had known, she would have located the store in the area of the knees of the goddess long ago. Almost yawning, the brunette thinks about what she should do next. She just created an expensive and useless clothing brand in vain. Due to the death of the Viscount's wife, they now extremely rarely buy women's clothing, because there is no one else to wear it, which is sad in every sense. Looking around the completely empty space of the salon again, the woman sighs again. It's not time yet, but maybe we should close now. Some sound attracts attention, and the eye, as the very first organ, reacts with a bang, quickly twitching and turning towards the bell on the door. Blushing a little, not even expecting buyers, the brunette quietly greets those who entered, saying how glad she is to see them. The joy evaporates somewhere, because only slight confusion from what he saw remains on the lady's face. She opens her mouth a little, trying to understand the situation. Standing right in front of the lady are two teenagers of incomprehensible middle age. One of them looks like a person with status, but this does not change anything. Trying not to hide his smile, the consultant asks what the couple is looking for here. Today, there are only 2 children again, which means another day has passed completely uselessly. Cassian is the first to respond, pointing his finger at his companion, saying that they are looking for clothes for this girl standing next to him. Looking closely at the delicate features of the face, the woman understands that the store's clothes should fit. Black hair and fair skin give a separate beauty combination. Grunting a little, realizing that most likely she will have to upset the children, the girl informs that in their store, it is unlikely to find clothes for children of that age. Finding a way out of any situation, the brunette offers to take measurements so that in the future, she has a chance to prepare new, suitable clothes. Hami agrees, but still asks to be shown what is currently in the store. Trying to object, the saleswoman quickly gives up. Smiling her sweetest smile, the beauty says that she herself can fix the dresses and hem them to suit herself. This is no problem. The eyes widen, while the girl tries to understand whether she was just offered to do something there. Handmade things look much better. Turning away, the lady thinks, if you are going to sew up clothes, then you can donate dresses that were thrown into discard due to past fashion. This could give them a second chance. A brilliant idea comes as if on its own. If you altered the clothes of aristocrats and sold them to commoners, then perhaps you wouldn't have to close the store. Realizing that there is no other choice, since money is needed, the girl smiles, offering to look at a certain model, pointing to the side. Eyes turn to a floor-length blue dress with white ruffles. Examining him from head to toe, the owner notices that the color and style will definitely suit Hami. Touching the fabric, the girl seems to experience great delight. It is very beautiful and just right for the young lady. Grabbing her hand, the brunette offers to try on the thing and then take it away, since it is inexpensive for anyone. Tears appeared out of nowhere in the hostess's eyes, and were about to flow out of her eyes in an uncontrollable stream. Wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, Miss says that everything is fine, because she just realized something that she missed, and because of this, emotions came flooding in. Interrupting the conversation, Cassian reminds that if it is a matter of price, then there is no need to worry, because no concessions are needed. Freezing for just a few seconds, the lady slowly turns around, asking why exactly the young master should do such things. Stuttering a little, the guy finally explains what he wanted. At the very beginning, it was he who said that he would buy clothes for his subordinate. In addition, Hami is a maid, which means she belongs to the Winston family. It will be right if a young man buys clothes without any hesitation, because it is not difficult. The topic changes abruptly when the red-haired man remembers Blake's gift. Usually, aristocrats, according to tradition, gave gifts to young maids. Frowning a little, the girl understands that there was nothing special here, since it was accepted throughout the world. She thought completely differently, but it didn't change the outcome. The pause drags on, so the guy suggests going back. The store's opening hours have already come to an end, which means just a few more minutes and they will be sent outside. Walking a little further towards the cellar, the brunette remembers the owner's character. In any case, despite everything, he will still remain kind. Realizing that the young man has already left, the girl also says goodbye. Wishing good customers and a good evening, the girl already wanted to hide behind the door. The brown-haired woman stops Hami on the way out, again asking her name, asking whether she works at Viscount's restaurant. The answer remains only positive. The girl asks several more strange questions that do not in any way affect the purchase of the dress, but the main character patiently waits for the moment when she's allowed to leave the place. The survey seems to be finally over, so the beauty smiles lightly, turning around and hiding behind the doors. Already on the move, she thanks for everything. The journey home shouldn't take too long. The girl is just staring mindlessly out the window, or perhaps she just doesn't want to voice her actions. The Duke's gaze glances again at the maid, who sits a meter away from him, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps she doesn't feel anything for you either. Violet eyes still cannot tear themselves away from the glass, thereby studying the nature outside the window. Various thoughts interfere with thinking normally. Something nearby finally attracts attention, so Hami carefully turns towards his companion, who has not turned away all this time. The couple literally stares at each other for a good 2 minutes without saying a word. This moment even seems romantic to some extent. Cassian, unable to bear it, averts his eyes, looking out the window again. It's unclear when it started, but the boy can't look the maid in the eye. The cheeks acquired a characteristic pinkish tint, indicating consciousness and thoughts. Trying to start a conversation, Hami talks about how sometimes it's nice to get out like this, and she also got the opportunity to ride in a carriage. The dress was also a nice bonus. The conversation doesn't go well due to the hero's embarrassment, but without losing her grip, The brunette smiles and thanks her friend from the bottom of her heart. Without turning his eyes to the girl, so as not to lose his thoughts, the guy catches himself with his heart beating wildly. Next time, he can give a more expensive gift if the situation requires it. Changing the topic and clenching her fists, the girl says that an even better gift would be health. It should always be taken care of, because it is only one in life without replacement. Smiling again, the gentleman does not answer. It is not clear when it started, but as soon as you look at your friend, a smile appears on your face by itself. Deciding that everything is fine, the girl understands that the young Viscount was also having fun, which means they had a great time with benefit for both. My thoughts are interrupted by something in the window. It attracts the beauty's attention, forcing her to turn to the window again and look into the distance. The night sky begins to be covered with stars, and only one paper airplane spins alone, having neither friends nor owner with it. A little embarrassed or frightened, the girl notices that this is the same airplane. Let's just hope that this time he won't be able to fly to the lady. The red-haired man notices the rapid change in mood, so he asks if there is something there, to which he receives a nod, pointing to the thing outside the window. Driven a little into a stupor by his own lack of education, the prince asks what it is, because there is nothing there, and he has never heard of such a thing. The finger flies up into the sky, pointing to a luminous point. All of a sudden, it began to glow with a beautiful color, illuminating everything around it. The guy shrugs, looking at the same place, because he doesn't see anything. This sounds strange, but it looks even more incomprehensible. Looking up again, the lady does not let the toy out of sight. She can't believe that it is she and no one else who sees this little thing. The eyes widen a little, making it clear that the girl is in slight confusion. She wants to know why and get answers to her questions. The paper turns circles in the air, and then does some somersaults in the air, not allowing itself to fall. Looking closely at the plane, the girl realizes that it is circling over their estate, to which they are heading right now. Not even a few minutes pass before the little thing enters the house and disappears somewhere. It is not clear how exactly, given that there is no entrance from the roof there. While sweeping the paths in the palace garden, Hami is thinking about something, because she doesn't quite understand what the essence of the message that was written on paper a few days ago is. It seems like no one knows about this paper airplane except the person who wrote it and herself. It will remain a secret, or perhaps she just imagined it. Even the teacher is hearing about it for the first time, so she will not be able to give any clear advice regarding writing, no matter how much she would like it. Blake's estate, as usual, glows from the inside because of the happiness of the very family that lives in it. It only brings joy. An older blonde woman examines a child's shirt, asking what it is. A smile spreads across your face on its own. Covering her mouth with her hand, Lisa says that this is the creation of a noble lady she knows. She and her husband find this thing extremely amazing. The gaze switches again to the rest of the things that lie peacefully nearby on the sofa. Mother asks who created all this. The girl decides that she needs to try to show something else, so she offers to look at a beautiful scarf with embroidered flowers. The woman asks again who the lady is who made all these decorations. If they find out about her in secular society, there will be too much excitement for everyone. The daughter agrees because it would be so, but now the friend will be even more surprised because she's about to hear something more interesting. Lisa asks her mother to come closer and then holds out her hand for her to follow. Confusion is slightly visible on the companion's face. Heading somewhere along the corridor, the lady promises that everything will be clear as soon as she sees the room with her own eyes. Above the door is a beautiful image of the unborn baby, which is carved from silver, thereby turning out to be too shiny. The blonde obeys the instructions and therefore, carefully opening the door, goes inside, intending to see something unusual. A sigh of admiration escapes from the chest on its own, thereby making it clear that the beauty is delighted with the beautiful decorations for the bedroom. The smile gets even bigger. She definitely liked what she saw. Beautiful ornaments seem to shout that the needlewoman did her best. Sighing, Mrs. Blake says that, oddly enough, she does not think it is entirely correct that only one family knows about such a craftswoman. The lady leads everything to the fact that mother should tell the whole society about Hami, because she deserves to receive publicity and great gratitude. Asking her name, the girl turns around, to which the blonde says that she is a servant in the house of Viscount Winston, although this does not sound very status-worthy. Chuckling a little, Lisa asks not to be surprised by such facts, because on top of everything else, the maid is only 15 years old. While thinking about something, the Duke's wife suddenly remembers this family. Many years have passed since the Viscount's wife died. If the owner were alive, then everyone would probably already know about such a nugget. But in such a situation, everything turns out completely the opposite. The girl confirms her words, because if the Viscountess were alive, she would not have to ask one of her relatives for this, since there would simply be no need for this. This situation happened very opportunely, because there will be a tea party this weekend, which means the lady should take at least a handkerchief to show her skills. Delighted by the offer, Blake says it will be great publicity. We need to inform the Viscount in advance, and Hami can be warned this evening. Hazel agrees, realizing that she has nothing to worry about. She is always worried about her daughter's condition, but she looks extremely happy, and this is reassuring. A woman certainly cannot refuse such a request, because she understands that such publicity will only benefit everyone around her. Lisa nods happily again, saying that her mother knows very well how much she respects her, just like everything she does for the young family, despite her choice. The girl comes up and gives the woman a little hug, who sighs. She says that she knows that she loves her too. This beauty definitely didn't take after her mother, because she was always completely different. There is complete silence at the family estate. The head's office remains the unchanged room in which all decisions are made, and this is exactly what will be done today. Stuttering a little, Hami asks about the tea party, trying not to show his excitement. Today, all families will have an event. The answer does not follow immediately. The man is clearly experiencing a headache, so he holds his temple with his hand, while the butler behind him nods his head. Finally confirming his words, the young man says that if everything suits him, then he needs to do as asked. The situation obliges you to fulfill your duty. Over the past 2 days, the estate has received a bunch of letters, because all the aristocrats, as one, want to see the needlewoman live. Realizing that it is difficult for the owner now, the friend promises that he will tell the maid all the information in more detail later. All this publicity began to gain momentum after that very day. This happened 2 days ago, exactly when Mrs. Hisel promised. Taking a sip of tea, she carefully wipes her lips with a handkerchief that she borrowed from her daughter at the Blake estate. Everything is going according to plan, and eyes will soon be drawn to the little thing. One of the ladies sitting at the table, noticing the little thing, asks what kind of work of art this is in the hands of her interlocutor. Pretending that it is worth nothing, the lady says that it is not an artful thing, but just a handkerchief that she found. The other girl freezes, saying that the mistress must be joking. None of them know much about art. However, everyone believes that this camellia flower pattern is not so common. Closing her eyes, the blonde realizes that she has sufficiently aroused the curiosity of those around her. Soon the rumors will spread, and then once they reach their peak, Hami will debut with the speed of a comet. Most likely this will happen, and then the girl will be able to live like an excellent designer. The thoughts are interrupted by the maiden, who says that she has already seen a thing similar to this. The Duchess's eyes open in bewilderment, while the other ladies look away in astonishment, trying to understand where the conversation is going. Continuing the story, the beauty says that, exchanging things with Winston, she saw something similar at their estate quite recently. I can't believe that we are talking about the Viscount. This was last month, because while examining the house, the lady noticed a lot of attractive things. There was a similar pattern on the curtains, because the flowers immediately caught the eye. There was even a pattern of dragons and tigers that seemed to be on guard. I also managed to try one drink. Sujanghwa and Sikh were wonderful, and Miss was able to try something like this for the first time in her entire life. The drinks were made by one of the maids in the house, so one has to ask if it is true that the same maiden created the scarf. The words are confirmed. The friends are amazed, because they too would like to meet the young girl if there is such an opportunity. This should never be missed. Without showing it, Hazel only wonders if everything is normal, because the attention from ordinary has grown into the status of excessive. This is exactly how this situation developed. There is no way out of it, so you will have to give what they ask from Winston's family. The man claims that there will not be many present, because only a couple of people will respond. It will be enough to treat them to tea and start a conversation. Looking at one point, Hami mentally writes down, guests should be well received and treated, talking on various topics for entertainment. Deciding to take this step, the brunette agrees, saying that the Duke should let go of all worries and just trust the maid. On the day of the tea party, there was almost an emergency situation in the Viscount's house. Everyone in the house was busy and preparing to receive guests. The last event in this estate was 7 years ago, when the Viscountess was alive and interested in this case. Looking around the hall, the butler understands that if the Countess had not helped, out of shame he would have been simply unusually great and terrible. Hami is also involved because the whole mess is wrapped around her. She is in the kitchen to supervise the whole affair. The maiden is called from the side, and turning, she notices the young gentleman. He stands near the door, not daring to go further. The guy is asked what happened, but he just continues to stand silently, without saying a word, as if trying to find the right lines in advance. Approaching his friend, he says that he heard some conversations that spread throughout the castle at the speed of light. There would be a tea party today, and he wanted to know if it was true, because he couldn't believe that after such a long time everything had happened. Trying to say something, the red-haired girl fails miserably. This must be a burden for Hami since she is just a maid. Finally, making up his mind, the boy says that everything will be fine, so the girl shouldn't worry about anything in advance. Looking down, he notes that if it's too much, she can always stop. The father sent his son to tell the girl not to overexert herself. Quickly changing the topic to a more cheerful one, the maid says that everything is fine. She definitely has everything under control for the upcoming evening. The guy wanted to object, but the brunette stopped him again, only repeating that she was confident in her words and abilities. The red-haired man notices that his girlfriend looks better than he expected. She was not tired and clearly did not cry over some nonsense. Just about to turn around and leave, the friend stops the gentleman, saying that he is just in time. A plate appears on the table, on which some beautiful delicacy is laid out, which they offer to try. Without saying exactly what it is, the girl asks to try it first, because she is interested in how it tastes. It is intended for guests. A little doubtful, but completely trusting, the young man accepts the offered piece, and then carefully bites off the edge. As soon as the food hits his mouth, Cassian freezes, trying not to show it. The eyes widen a little with delight. Looking at Hami, he seems to shout that this is simply wonderful. Understanding without words, the lady understands that there is no need to even chew because of the texture. There are only 2 hours left until tea time. In the huge white hall, there are 5 tables for receiving guests who are expected to arrive soon. Winston sits at the top table, frowning. It's clear from him that he clearly doesn't like this whole idea, so he can only endure it. The butler, bowing, says that Madame Fridry has arrived. She should be escorted here immediately and shown to a comfortable place. Without experiencing any emotion, the man notes that she probably came only to help the Duke save his face. Speaking again about the arrivals, the subordinate says that Countess Heisel has arrived, as well as Consul, Viscountess Nymphera, and Baroness Vincelo. The gentleman asks again in surprise, but he is informed that this is not all, because there are also Mrs. Ilvonia and Mrs. Savoni, who are also interested. The door swings open, and several girls walk into the hall, dressed in beautiful, colorful dresses that suit the event. The Viscount freezes in slight surprise, because he did not expect to see the entire composition of high society on his estate today. One of the ladies comes closer. The man thanks her for the visit to such an inconspicuous place, but she assures that she has heard about his fame. Another lady says that even without this event, she was thinking about visiting the castle, but today her dream finally came true. Turning to Thompson, the young man asks him to bring it quickly, while the others have time to settle comfortably in their places. Without ceasing to smile, the ladies glance at the departed and then switch to the little things that are located in the hall. Paying attention to the beautiful embroidery, they sigh in admiration, saying how wonderful it is. As Mrs. Fridry said, there is a green dragon here. One of the girls talks more than the others. Seeing such a thing with her own eyes makes her want to look more and more at the maid who created it. Changing the subject, they turn, asking the Viscount where this maid is now. I would like to quickly introduce myself and get to know her better. The man says a little embarrassedly that this child will arrive soon. He has no other words because he doesn't know when the lady will arrive. The door creaks a little, so the Baroness turns towards the entrance. Understanding encourages you to look who is there. At the beginning of the hall, a beautiful brunette dressed in a maid's uniform is shown. Her face expresses joy and slight embarrassment. There are about 30 ladies here. The Duke promised that there would only be a few people here, but in the end he was wrong, and now everything will be much more complicated. Approaching the table to pour tea, the girl seems to hear her thoughts out loud. This child is indeed the same needlewoman, but she seems too young. Placing the plate on the table attracts attention. There are what look like tree stumps on it, but at the same time the food smells incredible. Understanding the general confusion, the girl says that this is yakva, a viscous and sticky drug, but extremely tasty. No one can pass by without trying. Ilvonia looks at the tray in surprise, trying to remember if she's ever heard of yakva, but absolutely nothing comes to mind. Countess Consul becomes the first to become interested in the potions laid out on the table. The gaze moves down on its own. She doesn't stop looking, but then takes one thing in her hands, putting it in her mouth. It's worth listening and being polite when something is offered. Complete bliss is displayed on the face at that very second. Her cheeks turn pink, and then she puts her hand on it, trying not to miss even a crumb. The virgin still stands near the table, not daring to budge. She doesn't say anything or turn around, so the girls have to look at her back. Friedrich becomes no less decisive, so, frowning a little, she heads towards the trays to take the necessary thing. Taking a piece in her hands, she quietly puts it into her mouth to taste and understand the exact taste. The food promises to be delicious. The reaction is exactly the same as the blondes in front of her. She can't tear herself away, asking again exactly what it's called, because her memory is failing her. It turns out to be incredibly delicious, so regaining the power of speech, she advises everyone to try it. Otherwise, she will have to eat it all alone. The other ladies whisper among themselves, interestedly discussing the proposed dish. This is truly wonderful, and the smell itself is extremely pleasant. Consul approaches the Viscount, saying that it would be nice to drink something other than tea. She asks about Shujonghwa and Sika, because everyone should try. Smiling, the man waves his hand as if giving an order to bring in the glasses. They prepared the drinks in advance. There are cups and saucers on the table. The ladies ask what kind of drink this is, to which the Countess says that she spoke about it last time. These two drinks are also called day and night tea because of the color, because it is dark and light, as if matched in tone. Ylvania bends over to say about the tablecloth. She can't believe that it was actually made by that young maid pouring tea and more. It is impossible for a girl so young to possess such skill. Until you can see it with your own eyes, it is extremely difficult to believe. Heisel notices the gossip, so he says that there are any doubts, they can be quickly dispelled by a demonstration of talent. She prepared fabric and thread with a needle in order to see everything in person right here and now. This idea is the best. The other ladies agree that this is a good way to go, while Hami nods and agrees to the proposed interaction. Approaching the table with a box for threads and fabric, the girl asks what kind of embroidery they would like to see and get made. The lady asks to make some kind of simple flower so that it doesn't take much time. It will be quite simple. Time passes while the beauty embroiders a train of roses. The countesses cannot contain themselves, so they sigh in surprise because of such talent. The girls look and gasp, looking at the completely finished work they have created. The napkin looks beautiful, and now everyone believes it. The lady who was discussing the girl apologizes, because of her age, she had the wrong opinion about her skills, but she is very ashamed of such behavior. Consul raises her hand and asks, if possible, if Hami will sell her the same fabric as hers for the required embroidery. There's a buzz in the crowd because another lady says she's been thinking about buying back the fabric too. The purple-haired beauty offers 7 gold coins. An auction literally begins, because others offer their prices, and the next one is 15 gold for materials. Interrupting the beginning swearing, the brunette asks them to stop and offers to create something similar for everyone here. The others in the hall freeze, not understanding whether the hostess is speaking in all seriousness. They did not expect such a proposal to come now. Smiling, the maid says that she can teach them. It's much easier than they think, so it won't be difficult. One of the girls moves away a little, wondering what her answer should be. I don't want to be too rude. The blonde hesitates a little, because her answer may not seem the best. However, if this is true, then she really wants to learn. Other ladies do not show it, because learning from a maid is not what they would like to do in their lives, and with their high status. The lady frowns, because this is absurd. Nowhere do they practice training aristocrats from some girl of lower status. Hazel skillfully fights back. According to her, as the saying goes, a wise man receives wisdom from a child on the street, and rightly so. She is a talented child, and this is a fact, but perhaps the whole problem is that the interlocutor simply cannot learn art. If a lady is so dissatisfied, it means she is simply scared. The virgin frowns, asking if the countess is serious. She, of course, wants to learn, and this makes some sense. You should not reject the lessons by disagreeing. Even if he is not there, the lady would still like to give some kind of gift to her grandson, who will be born very soon, and this would be a great idea. Anyone who does not want to study can go home. Turning to Hami, who has already started the lesson, the woman says that they will just get tired of waiting for the others. The beauty says that this is absurd, because each of them has a desire to learn something new. This wouldn't be a bad idea. The friend agrees, because this opportunity should not be missed. She would like to make a handkerchief as a gift for her beloved husband. The lady, who just recently was indignant, changes her mind and agrees to the training. Her face says otherwise, but she has no choice. To start with, the very basics are suitable, and this is a straight stitch. It can be used to create shapes such as triangles and squares. It will be simple, so the brunette hopes for consciousness. The next step will be more difficult, and this is a curved stitch for embroidery. With its help, you can create a circle or a wave, and there are many more types of shapes that can only be made using this method. It will be difficult at first, so it's worth drawing a line and following it, but it will be worth it. Later, after washing the product, the line will be erased and will not even leave a trace. There is a lot of noise in the hall because everyone has their own questions. Someone asks if she's doing it right, someone asks why she has a curved line instead of a straight line, and another girl's thread got tangled. A little embarrassed by these results, Hami realizes that no matter where you look, nothing will work. All this turns out in the worst possible way. Turning to her friends, the maiden asks them to help the guests from the window side. This will help add control over the work. Annie doesn't understand what to do because a friend really asked them to help teach someone, and this is strange. These are noble ladies, and they cannot afford this. Still the same lady, frowning and muttering under her breath. She also can't believe that this girl asked the maids to teach them how to embroider and do other things. Realizing that the brunette herself is just a maid, this becomes a completely logical turn of events. Asking to come over, she says that her thread is tangled. Amy corrects, because when someone is holding a needle, you have to hold the thread with your other hand so that it doesn't get tangled. After a while, there is still noise in the estate, but this time it is joyful. One of those present admires the embroidery, which depicts a butterfly. Nymphera made a beautiful embroidery, and the blue color seems to open the beauty's eyes. It's definitely a worthy job. I can't believe that this embroidery was done the first time. Friends are talking, because it seems to them that today they have discovered a new wonderful world. Everything comes to an end when two ladies approach Winston, thanking him for organizing this tea party and meeting such a beautiful girl who helped with training and had a pleasant time with them. Smiling, the man does not dare to say anything, but then thanks in return, because their presence is a great honor for him. He didn't expect everything to be so good. Coming closer, the blonde asks that next time, to another such event, an invitation be sent to her. The rest standing behind, as one, ask for the same thing because they want to attend classes again. Bowing his head, the red-haired man agrees. They will see each other later, which means it's worth saying goodbye. The young man later has to tell Hami that they have already left. It was only thanks to this girl that the lady had a great time studying. Without showing it, the Viscount thinks that thanks to her everything ended successfully. After that very meeting, all the workers in the estate began to work in a much better environment. The menu has become more varied, and seasonal fruits have also appeared. Also, of course, the wages of those hired have changed. Things were looking up, making everyone rejoice at this success and reap the benefits. The most important change was the appearance of official holidays, which were never anything real. While in the yard, the brunette leans over to smell the wonderful flowers. We have the best intentions in mind, because it's wonderful to get outside, at least for a little while. Looking up, the girl notices the same paper airplane that she has seen in the sky 3 or 4 times already. It cannot be that the news haunts the main character. It looks like the thing is still flying in the same direction as last time. There are no ideas about its purpose, under any circumstances. Passing further, the beauty seems to be following a flying vehicle, which is heading somewhere to the side as if leading her. Passing by more flowers and bushes, the girl bends down to smell something again. Unlike today, where my grandmother lived, there is greenery everywhere. Raising his head again, Hami seems to be asking the plane a question. It is important for her to know where she should go. Since they are going in the same direction, that means they can go together. Speaking in words that are impossible to understand, the baby lowers himself at the feet of his companion. He is really very cute and seems all alone in this dark forest. Lifting the hem of her dress, the lady follows him, trying to speed up a little in order to keep up. She can't lose sight of the thing this time either. The airplane seems to feel and hear all the words, so it spins around the head, which causes a slight smile on the lips of the main character. Turning again to the baby, she notices that he is surprisingly beautiful, and on top of all this, is also capable of doing what they want from him so clearly. If you remember, he came through the roof of the residence, but no matter how you looked at it, there was no ghost or smoke, so it seemed strange. Turning somewhere to the side, without warning at all, the little thing makes the girl gasp. Freezing, the brunette looks around. She doesn't quite understand what just happened and why everything changed so dramatically. Approaching the tree, the heroine examines the trunk, realizing that it could not have disappeared somewhere just like that. This was not logical, and therefore led to a stupor. As if out of nowhere, a figure in a black cloak appears in the distance. She doesn't move, waiting to be able to approach him freely. Realizing that the figure is familiar, it dawns on the grandmother that this is a fortune teller. He turns to greet the young lady, for they met as promised. Smiling, the brunette laughs, because this young man turned out to be the prankster who made the airplane, or was one. This turn was too incomprehensible. Looking up at the thing, the man changes the subject, because it is a luminous bird, not an airplane. Freezing, he asks if the beauty can see him. Not understanding what they are talking about, the girl says that she sees, just like the young man, but the rest are not given this. Grunting, the guy asks his interlocutor to follow him. Instead of explaining in words, showing will be much faster. Don't waste your time. Asking what the fortune teller is going to show, the lady expects an answer, but she's intrigued. After following him, she will see everything for herself. Grabbing the airplane, the man squeezes it in his hand so that it does not fly away again, saying that this topic is quite important, so it is worth following the advice. The interlocutor asks if the heroine knows about the existence of magic in this world, to which she receives a positive answer. I want to ask even more questions, but my companion remains silent until the end of the walk, not giving himself a chance to speak. Stopping, he says that this is where the required thing or building should be. There's nothing here, but that doesn't bother anyone. Looking around the clearing, the maiden notices that it is a clean and wide space where you can have a picnic or come for lunch. The man asks not to make hasty conclusions, but simply to take at least one more step, so the lady does just that. Her hair flies in all directions, letting her know she did the right thing. The eyes widen a little in shock. A huge castle of dark shades is displayed right in front of your eyes. It's not hard to guess why he's here, but it's hard to understand why they're here. Approaching and stopping behind, the guy asks if this spectacle impresses her. It is impossible to believe that this is in vain. Not quite understanding what we are talking about and why they brought her here, the brunette points her finger forward, asking what it is. Waving his hand towards the formation, the magician welcomes the grandmother to the magical castle, which was discussed at the last meeting. Understanding the meaning of the words, the heroine freezes as if rooted to the spot, trying to say something, straining her mouth muscles in vain. Asking if this is really a magical castle, the lady asks if this is a place for individual wizards in this world. Reaching out his hand and taking the palm of his interlocutor, the man confirms her guesses, saying that she is a sorceress like everyone else. Perplexed, Hami furrows her eyebrows as she tries to digest all the information given to her. She should think more about her strengths. The guy is also a wizard. First, they should go to the castle and find out the identity of the lovely person, and then she will receive detailed explanations. Still not understanding what kind of belonging we are talking about, the lady wants to move away, but she trips over something under her feet. Asking her to be careful, the guy points to something to the side. If a brunette is endowed with abilities, it means she sees an oak tree with white roots. If you enter the inside of the tree, then the magic is visible, but if you leave there, then it is not. This is the simplest of all the upcoming ones. If in the future there is a need to get into the castle, then you can use this indicator. You can't enter here without it. Stuttering, the lady asks if it is true that she really is one of the sorceresses, to which she receives a slight nod. She doesn't know how to do magic and other things at all, but the fortune teller doesn't know this. The fact that the lady sees Alfie's letter only means that Granny's magical power is not so small. Turning away, the girl corrects the rumors, because she saw this letter quite by accident, and there is no connection here. Lowering her gaze and gathering her courage, the girl says in one breath that she read the letter without permission. Freezing, the man asks in shock if she really managed to read the letter. Even many magicians with sufficient level would not be able to read it. Now things get even more confusing. Virgo didn't even think that the paper would be somehow encrypted because she saw ordinary letters. Claiming that everything is in perfect order, the young man notices that there was nothing particularly important there. They are not afraid that this incident happened. In reality, Alfie is an amazing individual with unique abilities. No one knows how he acquired his talents or where exactly. The man is not very strong in magic, but they still have some similarities. This seems strange, but it is true. The wizard is a very smart guy. He has a reasonable theoretical knowledge, so he uses an insightful type of magic. The guy has only one characteristic flaw that interferes with his work, but more on that later, because the girl is asked to go into the yard. Examining the stairs and the rest of the gloomy interior, which adds fear, it is worth noting that this building is strange. No one will be surprised if it collapses right now. Worried about the safety of life, Hami says that it would be better to move out. But this is where everything is much more interesting. In case of destruction, you can ask magicians for restoration, but manual work will also be required. There is nowhere to find a restoration magician, and the payment is too high, as is the rarity of this type. Surprised even more, the lady asks about the rarity because she did not know about the different types of magic and the magicians themselves. If you go deeper, there are only 509 varieties, but there are also those that are more common than other people in this area. Understanding the terms of this game of wizards, the brunette asks what type the friend is, but he is classified as the most ordinary. Its task is to read and show the past and the future. This activity is extremely interesting, but almost everyone can do it for him. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl still looks surprised. Reading and seeing the future sounds very exciting, but it is a very common gift, so there is nothing important here. Stopping near a door with a huge shining blue ball, the fortune teller suggests trying to enter there. If they manage to enter there together, then both magics will mix, and it will be possible to easily determine the type of abilities of the young person. The ball still glows dangerously, emitting strange vibrations that try to push everyone away, warning them not to get close. A surprised voice says that he has not seen such waves for a long time. It is worth closing your eyes and holding your breath, because it will be the same as immersion in water. Perhaps this could be equated to something else, but the virgin never has time to ask why she decides to do what is necessary. Freezing, she puts her hands forward in a protective gesture. The sphere approaches almost to the very edge, trying to push the person down. Closing her eyes and clutching her ears, the girl holds her breath, thereby humbling herself and not disappointing the fortune teller who brought her here. The soft circle reaches its intended end, and then seems to absorb the brunette, who is already squatting, shrinking more and more in anticipation of the test. After a few seconds, everything ends as suddenly as it began. Straightening her hair, the girl looks around in confusion. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man asks if everything is okay. He did not expect such an attack, because usually touching the light with your hand is more than enough. A silver ball now hovers in front of the couple. This is where the grandmother's abilities and distinctive features are determined, but it won't take much time. Now you can identify the beauty's magic. Everything is finished, so everything is in the public domain, allowing you to get what you want. Showing the ball, the guy comments on the colors and everything else. Granny's magic radiates gray, and it's different for everyone. The girl saw Alfie's letter, and he remembers that the guy's colors were purple and blue. Even with the separation of magicians, the result and analysis may not be obtained immediately. Recalling one of the most important things, the man asks that the maiden never tell anyone where she went, or what exactly she saw. The magician will take care of sending the result as soon as everything is ready. After receiving the letter, she can visit the castle just like at any time, even if she is bored. Turning to the side, the brunette asks if it's true that she can do this, because she doesn't want to make mistakes. Everyone is free to come here whenever they want. Although it is called a magic castle, only the fortune teller guy stays here for a long time. Not understanding the essence of this estate, Hami asks where the rest of the inhabitants went. Each of the persons left on his own personal request to earn money, but the young man had to stay, because he is the owner of the castle, which will be empty without him. A bright shadow covers the interlocutor. It dawns on him that he never introduced himself. His name is Kikos Heigl. He is a representative of magicians, which means he is one of the most important. The girl smiles because this moment seems extremely funny and sweet to her. She says her name, telling already known information about the fact that she is a maid in Winston's house. The estate receives light sunlight, which gives it a little charm. The dark paint still looks a little gloomy, but it's not that bad. The lady was sure that she had spent too much time inside, clearly lingering. As if she had entered another world, she could no longer find any reason to leave. It seems that everything has turned out for the best, because now she too can get here at any time of the day or night. Even the word magic sounds strange. This is something unusual, and not at all from the modern time from which the girl was transported. If you think about it, the maid always dreamed of becoming a master. This was back when, as a child, she read about magicians and their different powers. Thoughts are interrupted because something very nearby interferes with thoughts. The gaze switches to the fox sitting 2 steps away from the main character. Frowning her brows, she doesn't understand where the fiery fox came from here, because that's what the people called it. Squatting down and trying not to frighten the animal, the maid beckons him closer to her, expecting that her words will have at least a little effect. If you look closely, this fox looks like Cassian. This comparison does not sound normal, but there are some similarities. The animal is definitely a boy, and the character is also very similar. Perhaps one day there will be a chance to talk freely with the young master and even tell this story. Without leaving, the girl begins to ask questions, hoping that she will receive answers and find out where the owner is, as well as other details. The response is inexplicable aggression. The gaze again soars into the sky. An already familiar airplane, but of a slightly different color, hangs directly overhead, about to land. It seems strange that the young people had just managed to separate when the man had already sent a letter, which probably contained the promised information. Carefully opening the folded piece of paper, the girl begins to fluently read between the lines. A message goes to Alfie, announcing interesting news. Quickly closing everything back, the lady turns away. The little thing must fly to its owner. For some reason, all the airplanes keep flying to the wrong destination, and it's annoying. Lifting it up, the girl launches the plane into the sky, hoping that a mistake will definitely not happen a third time, under any circumstances. The only advantage of going here was the cute fox that she managed to meet, however. When she turns around, the heroine sees only an empty space. Raising her eyebrow, the brunette tries to figure out where the little animal went in such a short time. The baby turned out to be too agile, but we should hope to see him again. It only takes a couple of days, but the results are already ready, and very soon you can find them out directly from the horse's mouth. A little nervous, the girl admits that she didn't think about coming here so quickly. She hoped it would take longer. At dawn, a plane flew into the room, which said that the presence of the lady herself was required to clarify the circumstances. Thanks to her friends, the heroine was able to break out of her work schedule. Asking who would replace her, she received a unanimous "I can." The whole journey without a piece of paper that leads to the castle is extremely boring. I just want to turn around and go back to where I had to come from. The animal again appears from the bushes, its eyes boring into the path and looking at the girl who passes by. Sitting down on her knees near the fox, the lady joyfully greets the animal, which caresses her hands. This time, the baby turned out to be more accommodating. He does not leave his new acquaintance, continuing to rub around, actively making some sounds. Crawling a little closer, the brunette tries to talk to her interlocutor. It may seem strange from the outside, but she is extremely interested. No longer hiding her essence, the beauty literally sticks to the legs and dress of the maiden. Closing his eyes, he begins to rub his muzzle. The smile disappears from his face because the boy is really left only to himself. No one looks after him and takes him home. If you think about it like that, then this is another similarity to Cassian. While in the hall with the young master, the maid, doing something, remembers her adventures. Today, when she went outside, she saw a cute animal. Lowering his eyes, the guy asks again, as if clarifying whether it was really a fox or whether it was someone else. A hand with a needle glides carefully across the fabric, while the heroine embroiders a fox on a white canvas. I found something to do quite quickly. Smiling, the young man notes that this is a wonderful job. He had no doubt that the fox would be there after his friend's story. Becoming serious, the man asks to be careful, because if he is near the baby, problems may appear, as well as strange things, because this is not an ordinary animal. The boy really said that strange things happen, but it is impossible to just take his word for it without hard evidence. Thinking, the girl understands that she cannot continue to call the animal by the name Fox, because there are still a lot of beautiful names to choose from. Apparently, the baby agrees, therefore, putting her hand to her face, as if thinking. The girl asks what to call him then. One option is Suni. The animal does not like the word, so it simply emits an unpleasant and dissatisfied roar, as if showing its disagreement. Doll is next in line, but the answer from the beast remains the same. He doesn't agree with anything. He doesn't like anything, and it drives him into a kind of stupor. They are already near the very oak tree where the castle is located. Realizing that it is time to go, and that it is impossible to take the fox with her, the girl turns and says goodbye to her new acquaintance. Blue eyes stare sadly, not wanting to even move from their place after the beauty asks him to leave. The couple stands frozen and looking at each other. The forest is filled with silence, and only words and sounds spread a little throughout the space. Noticing some movements, Hami immediately asks where the animal is going, realizing that he will definitely not give an exact answer. The girl sits down, trying to follow the exact actions, seeing how the fox gallops near the trunk of a beautiful oak tree. Climbing onto the highest branch, which is located above the heroine's head, the baby simply lies down, hiding his nose under his own tail. Seeing that he turns his back, there is no limit to indignation. Turning around, the maiden warns that now it is her turn to turn around and simply leave. Approaching closer to the entrance, the beauty freezes, because the castle still evokes strange sensations. It doesn't feel real. The hand carefully and as slowly as possible reaches out to the place that usually replaces the handle. Everything here is revealed using sensors. The room has the same dark atmosphere. Everywhere there is complete darkness mixed with silence that presses on the ears. The fortune teller appears out of nowhere, clearly happy that Granny has arrived. He can't help but be happy that the letter was seen. Kikos comes closer when he is addressed, but they soon correct themselves, because now they can call him by name. It will be much easier this way and without statuses. Interrupting his words, the man says that this is not so important now, thereby driving the girl into a stupor. She looks innocently, blinking her eyes. Being completely determined, the guy says that something serious has happened, so they should go into another room together. Grabbing the shoulders of her interlocutor, Kiko says that she previously asks not to tell anyone about that analysis of magic for complete safety. The guy also said that even a couple of months could pass after a request for a magic analysis, thereby delaying the process. However, something strange happened. It was impossible to believe, but in just 3 or 4 days, the desired result came in detailed form. A little embarrassed, the girl asks what this means. She just hopes that there was no mistake and that everything is fine. Agreeing with all the words, as if trying to do it quickly, the man says that something still went wrong. Everything is in perfect order, but one single strange detail raises doubts. Granny's type of magic cannot but cause shock. Freezing and pausing for about a few seconds, Kikos finally announces the name. She has a type of consciousness. The confusion is real because this doesn't seem normal. Magicians do not have the same power as creation because it is almost omnipotence. Putting his hands to his face, in complete despair, the fortune teller says that he has already met such wizards, and they can definitely die, thereby ending everything. Starting to scream, the granny asks to concentrate and finally tell all the details. Creation is the first creation of those things that did not exist before. Such power cannot just appear out of nowhere. This is the rarest type of magician in history, and as is known, only a few have managed to fully master their powers. This type is even spoken of in legends that probably all the inhabitants of this castle have already read. It is impossible not to pay attention to the legends about such wizards. As if carried away to another universe, the beauty still stands, not daring to budge. She doesn't understand why there are legends and why they are about her. Changing the subject slightly to better explain the situation and abilities, the mage asks if Hami has something she likes to create. There is a whole bunch of choice here, since there are so many factors to create. Thinking, the lady says that she has favorites. This is not something that was invented by the sorceress, because others created it, and the girl simply repeated this thing, making it her hobby. As an idea, only embroidery, knitting, as well as a variety of food comes to treat everyone around and see their joy and pleasure. As if becoming more interested, the magician asks for a more specific explanation in order to understand what's what. Lowering her hand to her dress, the girl reaches into her pocket, realizing that there will be something more compelling and beautiful for evidence. In his hands is a handkerchief with beautiful embroidery, which depicts a bright fox running through a field surrounded by flowers. Silently accepting the item, the man asks about cooking, to which he receives a simple answer. The interlocutor prepared day and night tea, thereby gaining her title, as well as a lot of gratitude. In impatience, as well as complete delight, the young man folds his hands and gently claps his hands. He likes the momentum this business is gaining. Pointing his finger at the item, the man says that he has not seen such embroidery since his birth. With drinks, things are even worse, because this is the first time he's heard about it. All this definitely did not exist before, and Grandma created these things, even if she herself did not suspect it. The creation type is ideal in this case. Smiling, the girl shakes her head again, once again saying that all this was created by other people and it does not depend on her. The beauty is obviously talking about another world, but these two spaces are like heaven and earth. In that world, the maiden was not a magician, but in any case, such things did not exist in their state. This sure looks like something special. Do not underestimate your strength, because this is not something that is untrue. Once again repeating his words and guesses, the young man says that this may well relate to the creative type, and he cannot be wrong. The brunette asks again if it's really surprising that she creates these things. This is absolutely not important, because creation is definitely present. Closing his eyes, Hami tries to digest the information he has just received. It's difficult to understand and accept all this at once, despite this horror. The problems remain real, because there is absolutely no record of this type anywhere, so it will not be possible to study every ability in detail. Both have no idea where to start. Confusion is now an incomprehensible part of this castle, because over time you will still have to find out the exact reason. To begin with, the magician offers to accept the little thing. In front of the maiden appears some kind of incomprehensible package, similar to simple paper with some letters. Her hands are now busy, while the beauty is trying with all her might to hold the enormous weight, which is acquired weight right now. As if reading lips, Kikos explains exactly what is in the printed version. This is the theory of elementary magic for beginner magicians. It's worth trying to practice. Becoming a beginner at this age sounds strange, but Grandma has readings to do. She doesn't know the basics of magic at all. The gaze switches to the book, which is located inside the paper. It seems as if the cover is made of gold and silver, which is why it sparkles so much. Unable to calm down with questions, Hami asks about his actions. Everything she creates is a clear result of the magic of creation. Thinking, the owner shrugs. No one knows if creation magic has anything to do with this. Realizing that this question was asked for a reason, the young man asks if there were any prerequisites that made him think in this way. There's nothing great here, but somehow it feels like when something is created, it goes a little too smoothly than expected. Suddenly, stuttering, the girl suggests forgetting this remark. She knew that as she got younger, her speed, as well as her body, had become much better, so that seemed to be the real reason. Realizing that things won't work out that way, the man offers to come to him in the future so that he can teach her how to control magic. This knowledge will help in the future. Even if the theory is easy, this does not mean that without direct control of magic, everything will turn out exactly as it should. It seems better to trust. The lady works as a maid, so she won't be able to come too often. This does not depend on her, because she really wants to learn. But there is not always a way. Thinking, the girl says that she will be able to come once a week. This will be more than enough, since Grandma could still do it, and there's no point in overworking herself with magic. Regular education usually begins at age 17. This applies to everyone, including academy students. The contract remains for the days when Hami is free. Almost agreeing, the guy puts forward one more condition. The girl better keep all this a secret from others, otherwise things could get worse. Magicians are not required to be strictly secretive with family or other people, but they should never reveal their type. Little understanding why there is such a fuss around her creative power, the Virgin quietly agrees to such a deal. If someone finds out the details, questions may arise, and then difficulties for all the magicians and the well-known castle. Nodding in response, the girl understands the whole situation without further explanation. I don't want to take away attention and pretend that she needs repetition. It was not worth even focusing on this, because the lady never planned to discuss this situation with anyone from her circle. You should just take books to the estate and start reading them today. Again agreeing with everything she was told, the brunette asks if she can leave. She was abruptly replaced by those on duty, so she should leave. Nodding in agreement, the man says that he is also not ready to teach something today. Each lesson will require some kind of preparation. The conversation is over, and now, being on the street, the heroine can take a deep breath and think in more detail about her plans for the coming week. Without having time to say anything to herself, the beauty is distracted by something very nearby. The lady gasps in surprise when she sees the fox, who has just woken up. I can't believe that the animal waited for her for almost an hour and didn't even run away. Approaching closer to the pet, the Virgin praises and thanks the animal. She really didn't expect it, so such a small thing made her smile. Looking down at the books again, the heroine notices that there is a lot of interesting things here. The study of magic begins with the title, Magical Theory for Beginners. Development of Magic. Understanding Magicians. Becoming a magician will take a lot of work and effort. It would be nice to be able to hide it and do everything in the best possible way, but now she doesn't have such knowledge. There are different types of magicians, but there are only two main ones. The physical type is magic that manifests itself in real things, while the formless type means that magic does not manifest. Flame control is a spec, and restoration is a restorer class, all of which are physical types. On the other hand, the book did not say whether insight has anything to do with reality. This gift belongs to spiritual, formless magic. Below the text on one of the pages is a table that indicates what the 509 different types of magic belong to, and it is this that the main character draws attention to. If you look closely, this book is not at all for beginners. Virgo understands almost nothing, so theory becomes just as much of a problem. Taking a break from reading, the brunette sadly looks to the side. So the matter will definitely not progress very far due to the fact that the heroine does not have enough practice. Dropping the book somewhere next to her, the lady takes up another copy. It's worth trying to read at least a few pages. Next in line is Development of Magic. There are already more detailed explanations, and it seems that everything will only get worse with each new page. Magic is a force in the body of a wizard that cannot be controlled. It all starts with extraction and submission. To get used to it, it is worth entering into awareness and not rejection of forces. It all depends on the type, because the amount of power depends on each type. Such properties are a unique energy that is given to people. The last line evokes the most negative emotions, because it says that there is no universal way to master the gift. Things will definitely not go well that way. Turning away and putting the book aside, the girl wonders what she should do next. For her, everything is described too complicated and uninteresting. The eye is drawn to the cover, on which something is written, while a letter from Alfie pops up in my head, which talked about many important things. Someone seemed to say that the young man wrote a lot of academic books, which means he could help in some way. The easiest way is to simply view the dictionaries and all their contents. The right words must be there. Someone knocks on the door. The sound fills the entire room, remaining persistent, so that the person standing behind the door is definitely not ignored and let in. Rushing into the room like a small whirlwind, the maid, holding a box in her hands, announces that some kind of package has arrived. Freezing and then turning around, the beauty only blinks her eyes. She didn't expect strange behavior, much less a new thing. The wrapping paper says that this parcel is from the Janelle salon. Amy can't believe this is the same boutique. Everything becomes clear, because this is definitely some kind of dress. Smiling, the blonde says that she would like to look at the model and style, as well as at the fabric already on the girl's figure. Looking again at the beautiful pattern, the brunette looks away in bewilderment. She remembers that she definitely didn't order the clothes, which means it must be a mistake. Almost begging, the surrounding friends begin to make puppy dog eyes, because they all can't wait to look at the dress they sent. One of the most impatient almost pushes her friend, because she doesn't want to wait a few more days until she decides to try it on. Frowning, Hami talks about her insecurities again. She really doesn't even know why this happened and how she should accept the gift. Deciding on the main step, so as not to keep anyone waiting, the girl carefully places the package on the table and then opens the lid. On top, there is a small paper that says that Madame Janelle hopes that this model will not have to be corrected in the same way as the last one. All doubts disappear, since this is precisely addressed to the maid. A little confused as to why this is considered offensive, the girl puts the letter aside. Amy is pulled out of her thoughts, having already managed to look inside and see the contents. It just seems wonderful. The package contains a beautiful dress made of white fabric, as well as several other fabrics and accessories. Anya also gives up and looks in right away, groaning, because there are even shoes there. The other girl just silently looks away, because she is jealous. Without thinking about delaying, the friend, almost jumping up and down, begs the beauty to try everything on right now. Embarrassed by such requests, not understanding why the fitting cannot be postponed until later, Hami frowns a little, without saying anything. Amy agrees that the friend is incredibly beautiful, and she is sure that this thing will be perfect for a maid. Nothing can be done, because to refuse when so many people are almost begging to do such an easy thing is indecent. Being completely determined, the brown-haired girl promises that they will make a beauty out of her friend, and she just has to trust them. If you want to do everything perfectly, then you should start with your hair. Everyone needs to carry the accessories they have to complete the look. Without saying a word, Grandma still holds the box. She's not going anywhere, which means all this isn't necessary, but it's impossible to argue with her friends. 15 minutes later, the girl is wearing a wonderful snow-white dress. The sleeves are beautifully styled with fluffy edges, highlighting the blue sash and bow at the neck. Those in the room unanimously ask to look in the mirror, because the dark ruffles on the bottom are also wonderfully made. Your reflection makes you want to scream and jump for joy. A strange but pleasant sensation fills the body. This image is a new Hami, who is very pleased with the work done. Smiling again, the blonde immediately, without praise, confirms her friend's words because they really were afraid, and everything turned out perfect. According to the other girls, if there was a nymph in the forest, she would have exactly this image. In this case, your friend must have a wreath on her head. Brilliant ideas do not come immediately, but it is worth trying to ask the gardener for some flowers. And so right now, several maids will go to the garden. Hami thought that she was almost bypassed, but they turned to her with the same request. She should go with the others. In the yard, as usual, it is warm and the sun is shining. It's about midday, so the heat makes it difficult to move around, but summer is coming to an end, and things are looking better now. 3 girls who agreed to go into the garden are on different sides of the path, trying to pick as many beautiful flowers as possible. Smiling, Hami examines this picture. Girlfriends don't want anything to go wrong, so they try their best by making themselves incredibly cute. From the side, someone's voice calls out to the beauty, who, it would seem, hears nothing. Turning around, her gaze stumbles upon Cassian, who is standing a meter away from her friend. The red-haired man cannot say a word, so after he has said it, he simply stares silently, examining everything around with his eyes and trying to avoid shame. Asking again what he wants, the brunette does not receive any answer. The gaze is focused somewhere around the dress, and therefore the brain does not react to anything. Already feeling slightly uneasy, the lady asks what happened that he suddenly didn't want to talk to her. Not daring to say another word after the remark that everything is in perfect order, Cassian does not understand why he was so confused, and his cheeks managed to turn pink. Without looking up from his contemplation, the young man cannot help but notice how beautiful and pretty the lady is. Words are trying to fly out of your mouth, but you shouldn't do that. Standing opposite each other, the couple looks at each other. As if stating the facts, the gentleman talks about new clothes, as well as a change in hairstyle. Without considering it necessary to give any compliments, the guy only says that the brunette's new image really suits her. The boy is clearly thinking about something, and it's something important. The eyes no longer dart from side to side, because determination is visible in them. Without understanding what he is doing, Winston Jr. takes small steps towards the figure opposite. They are almost invisible, but have their meaning. He is just a step away from the beauty, who looks into his face, trying to understand what is wrong, and why he is behaving so strangely. By calling his name again, the girl seems to be trying to reach out to the man, and perhaps it would not have had any effect if I had not called Hami. Not noticing the slight confusion on her interlocutor's face, the maid points to the wreath that her friend made. He really was just wonderful. Distracted from his state, the red-haired man nods at the others in the garden, saying that the person is called. She should go to the others. Almost stuttering, Cassian tries to talk about the stables. He wanted to say about reading, but he corrected himself because he needed to examine the horse. Without waiting for an answer or any kind of goodbye, the guy turns around and quickly goes somewhere to the side in his own direction. Perplexed, thinking about such a peculiar behavior of her friend, the brunette understands that the gentleman is most likely just too busy. This is considered almost an escape, but the young man doesn't care at all. He doesn't understand how embarrassed he had to be to behave like that. Lowering his head and studying the path under his feet, the red-haired man realizes that he almost made up his mind and hugged Hami, despite the fact that he could restrain himself. In the palace, as usual, the sun is shining brightly through the curtains, which have long been pulled back. The teacher asks the girl about the young master. It seems that something happened to him, but even the brunette herself cannot give an exact answer. Listening to the speech about the fact that nothing is known, Blake notices to himself that the maid looks as usual and has not even changed a bit or been nervous. Delving into some topic in class, the blonde talks about academy students who hide their status, breaking the stereotypes of existing factions. The only response that comes out is a heavy sigh. Calling out to the young viscount, the teacher tries to reach him. It seems that the boy is not listening to the essence of the lesson at all, not under any pretext. Even to all these manipulations, there is no answer. Another exit escapes the guy's lips, while the man closes the book, realizing that the lesson will not work out. He wonders what is bothering Winston, but he says that no one knows, and perhaps not even himself, because it is too complex a question. For some reason, he thinks about one incident too often, as well as other things. You should not take this into your head, or attach any meaning to the words. Falling silent and a little immersed in his thoughts, Blake realizes that this probably has something to do with his close friend, who suspects nothing. In the forest, there is a wonderful aroma of foliage, as well as fresh air, which, as if clogging the nostrils, wants to break through. Lying on the bedspread, the brunette talks about the fortune-teller, who immediately saw the girl and said that she was Granny, and she didn't even need time to think. The fox sitting next to him makes a sound, as if agreeing with the words spoken to the owner of the castle, whom he does not even know. It is extremely surprising that Kikos, just like that, without looking, immediately learned the most terrible secret from the lady's life. You can immediately tell that he is a real magician, and not a charlatan. Such people are usually called magicians of prophetic vision. That is why the man knew about all the beauty's memories without thinking about it. Just about to talk about the fact that Hami, like the young fortune-teller, is part of this castle, and from history, she is interrupted. An incomprehensible quiet sound is heard from the side, as if asking what is wrong. Leaning back onto the mat, the brunette waves her arms. She definitely won't make any magician, and that can't be fixed. Kiko said that in no case does she say her type, but she really wants to share her experiences with at least someone around her. It still doesn't work out in such a way that I can immediately, right now, tell everything as it is. You'll have to wait until you go to the castle and then ask Kikos if you can talk to him. Suddenly deciding to change her mind, the maiden kneels. Perhaps an even better choice would be to simply take the fox with you to the estate for training. Smiling, she assures that the fortune-teller cannot help but like the animal, especially if the mistress introduces these two to each other. The animal, as if understanding what is being said, but not trying to say anything, moves back somewhere, showing its dissatisfaction with the situation. Frowning, in an already upset voice, the lady agrees. If the baby doesn't want to, it means she has to go alone today and stay there for a while. Again making a plaintive sound, the little fox lies down on the grass. Trying to calm down the pet, the heroine promises that she will return very soon, so she won't have to wait long. A lecture on magic is already in full swing in the palace, which was promised to be held a few days ago, but due to Hami's busy schedule, everything did not go according to plan. The type of magic and its type are individual for everyone, but also have a big difference. This is the whole essence of what happens to every wizard. It turns out that there is no exact way or method of mastering, so everyone independently learns everything along their own path. Frowning and looking at the floor, the girl again speaks as if to herself. She has absolutely no idea how to do something to make it better. Throwing up his hands in disappointment, the young man says that he can't help. He would really like to, but he doesn't know the magic of creation at all. There are almost no records of existing types from legends in any books or manuscripts. This creates even more problems. All this information, or rather its absence, only means that you should continue to try, or nothing will work. Of course, what simplifies the task is that you should only try something based on knowledge about other types of magic. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible to master even the basics. Asking again in surprise, the brunette tries to believe the words spoken. On average, 500 species come out, so over time, after gradual testing, everything should come out exactly. Trying to somehow cheer up her friend, Kikos asks her not to worry about this. If you don't stop, everything will gradually happen. Deciding to take this step because there is no choice left, the girl, closing her eyes, says that she trusts Kikos, which means they can begin. First in line will be the magic of prophetic foresight. These are the very basics, but at the same time, such an activity will certainly not be easy. There are only two small figures standing in the hall. They are surrounded by colored carpets, as well as candles that illuminate their faces. In order to master the magic of prophetic foresight, you must first of all think arrogantly, and this will help the matter. Everything turns out to be much simpler than expected. You just need to think in such a way that you know absolutely everything about a person, even what he will do tomorrow. Thus, magic will lend itself perfectly. I absolutely cannot believe that magic can be controlled using this method. However, this is just the basis, and the essence begins from this moment. It seems that the training is indeed going to be very difficult, and at the same time long. However, relying on his own strength, Hami knows that he can handle it. Kikos kindles some kind of fire, noting that he has long been an experienced magician and has long passed this initial stage, but now he will show it again. A lump of magic forms in the palm, inside which is the person's goal. Everything turns out to be as simple as shelling pears. It is best if the target is near or in contact with a person engaged in such activities. The light that comes from the small lump flickers in the spellbound eyes. If you think about dividing an object into two parts, then one part will be an image of the present and the other will be the opposite. By looking at things separately, everything is learned in a natural way. Asking a stupid question, the brunette asks about what exactly needs to be known, but she is immediately answered about the future and the past. The offer to finish comes completely unexpectedly. The The man just got to see a little of Granny's future, even though he didn't intend to. Once again, repeating the memorized material, the beauty seems to be trying not to make a mistake with some little thing. With experience, it will be possible to divide a real person into 3 parts. Again, trying to find out more, the lady asks how it is done, because she wants to know in advance how to handle something. 3 parts can be seen simultaneously, but if we talk about stages, then there will be the following sequence: position, attention, connection, ball, separation, layers, perception. Getting up and getting ready to leave, the girl lowers her head. It seems too difficult, but Kiko saw the granny's future, and that's the only reason it's worth staying. It was at that moment that it was shown how Hami coped and did something absolutely amazing, which means everything went exactly according to plan. The guarantee always remains real, because from now on you should study magic diligently. Turning around, the beauty begins to repeat the sequence out loud. The guy corrects his interlocutor a little, trying not to interfere, but at the same time not to do anything bad. This time she promises to try better. No more than 10 minutes pass, but even during this time the beauty runs out of patience. Nothing works. It just interferes with the process. Grunting, the boy claims that everything is fine, because if it had happened the first time, it would have been much weirder, so everything is fine. Alfie knows better the relationships between different types of magic, so a crazy thought appears in his head to change everything around and use his help. It would be better to ask a friend about this, but no one had ever met a boy who remained extremely secretive. The fox could not be caught even with a trap. The boy stops short and laughs, talking about 2 people at the same time, but then asks him to forget his strange remarks, because these are just thoughts out loud. Waving his hand, he asks not to pay attention, because besides this, there is something else that is more interesting at the moment. Not understanding what exactly the brunette should say, she suddenly remembers that she wanted to ask something, and it's worth doing it right now. When asking about her type, the lady does not know whether she can tell animals about it. Not far from here she met a beautiful fox, so she has to ask. Thinking again, the man says that it doesn't matter, because it's just a fox. Exhaling, the virgin rejoices, because this is a huge relief. She changes the subject, asking about how to create glowing letters. Surprisingly, this skill turns out to be one of the easiest. The guy can show the creation right now and even in practice. Turning around in search of paper, Kiko says that he just has a letter that he made to send to Alfie today. Going outside, the couple plans to do what they have planned now. Surprisingly, it is easier than expected and matches the teacher's words. You just need to gather all the magic at your fingertips and then write a letter by hand. The finger slides across the paper, leaving marks. When the text is completed, you need to assemble exactly the right shape from the square in order to get a full-fledged airplane for launch. Such a letter is naturally not visible to those who have less magical power than the sender. The recipient will see it regardless of its strength, because it is to him that the paper is addressed. Asking the beauty to send the message, the man suggests trying to do it together so that the letter finds its owner. Nodding her head, the girl raises her hand and then launches the rolled-up plane into the air so that it instantly soars up. Flying past a white oak tree, it freezes right above the fox, who had been sleeping peacefully all this time, waiting for the owner, who promised to return very soon. Leaning lower and lower, the paper lands on the head of the baby, who never showed any sign of this, as if he didn't care. Humming, the girl says that some strange mistake must have occurred, or perhaps the letter flew in the wrong direction. Refusing to believe in such a thing, the guy started a showdown, but suddenly asked if the maiden asked permission to tell the story about the strength of this particular fox. Not understanding what we are talking about, the beauty only slowly nods, and then turns to the white oak tree, on which the same pet was still located. Approaching the baby, the magician calls him by name, calling him none other than Alfie, to which he receives a slow and deliberate reaction. The eyes widen as the heroine watches the picture. She can't believe that it turned out to be Alfie who tried to escape just recently. Without further ado, the young man pokes his finger into the fox's back, asking him to stand up, because he has been discovered. Repeating the name again and again, the young man asks him to finally say at least a word. Not just strange sounds, as if he had really become an animal. Blue eyes look clearly at the rest of those present, who have gathered around the tree, examining their new acquaintance. The fortune-teller silently looks at the beast, as if expecting to hear a logical answer to all this happening, despite the fact that it is literally impossible to explain. Pretending that he is innocent, the baby turns away and averts his pupils to the side. Everyone immediately understands who is lying here and why exactly. Just about to run away, The guy seems to hope that he can quickly jump from the branch, thereby saving his little skin and life from interrogations. A strong hand grabs the paw of the beast, which clearly did not expect this. He's trying to get out of it, but that's definitely not going to happen, and certainly not this time. Grinning, the young man says through gritted teeth how glad he is that they were finally able to meet after such a long time of ignorance. Intervening in the conversation between the two, the girl asks why so harshly and why try to make things worse for Alfie, who obviously had his own special reasons. While looking around the scene, Hami wanted to add something else, but she was interrupted by swearing, which looks quite cute, causing a slight smile. Having completely freed herself and moved away, the fox snorts offendedly, saying that she simply did not want to catch the eye of the fortune-teller. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man, in surprise, tries to find the right words. It turns out that Alfie has transformation magic, while the magician believed that he was an insight type. Turning away, the young man makes innocent eyes, declaring that he never gave any reason to think in this way, because he has different abilities. Pointing his finger forward, Kikos accuses the little fox of deception, because it was extremely difficult to find him, but he counters, reminding him that he never asked to look for himself. Suddenly realizing that one detail does not add up, the seer asks how then Alfie managed to write scientific articles without a gift, but this is all because his acquaintance is extremely good at it. The paw begins to go numb, so again, looking pleadingly into the eyes, the animal asks to let him go if everything is finally clear to the interlocutor. Not understanding everything that is happening, the lady asks how it happened that she hid her true identity for this baby, but she already knew him. The guy's face expresses sincere regret and shame. Hami still doesn't know who Alfie is, so he couldn't just reveal his identity. Bowing his head, the handsome man asks for forgiveness for the fact that it is too late, but still, wanting to introduce himself, he says his name. Smiling and bending slightly to be on the same level as his interlocutor, the fox introduces himself in response, even if the maiden already knows his name. Trying not to keep everything to himself, the young man again asks for forgiveness for doing a bad thing. He didn't hide on purpose, because he had his own reasons. Thanks to Hami, the boy had a great time, so there is nothing left to do but be grateful and rejoice at such a wonderful opportunity. The conversation comes to an end, and then without even saying goodbye, Alfie turns around and jumps off the branch, running off into the distance, without even leaving a trace behind him. The couple remains standing in complete silence, looking after the slowly retreating animal, which soon completely disappeared from sight. Asking for understanding, the man talks about Alfie's future. He looked into it a long time ago, and all this is done in order to avoid horrors. This means that, most likely, the lady will not be able to see the baby again. A new friend would like to see each other in theory. It should be a secret. No one knows how life will turn out, so we can only hope for the best. Leaning closer to the granny's ear, the wizard assures that the fox is a person from a familiar social circle. It is very easy to meet him without knowing his other personality. It is a mistake to reveal the future. In the past, the man was not very smart and thereby ruined his friend's whole life. Sadness penetrates my head with an incomprehensible note. The brunette does not know what the future holds for her pet, but she is sure that everything will be more than fine. This is exactly how it will happen, because if you believe, there will be no problems. In the future, the guy saw a happy Alfie. I would like at least one day of what I saw to come true. The dream looks very real when a beautiful brunette in a snow-white dress calls Cassian's name somewhere in the distance. Turning around, letting him see her wonderful face, with huge violet eyes and straightening her hair, the maiden repeats the master's name again and again. The last phrase is a reminder of time. The young master is asked to finally wake up and get down to business. Squinting and still not opening my eyes, realizing that I really want to stay in a dream that is not real, but extremely interesting. The maid straightens the curtains, pulling them apart to let the sunlight in. Winston fell asleep today, but tomorrow he's ready and can go eat. Rubbing his eyes, the red-haired man sits up on the bed, trying to discern reality. The maid smiles, because it looks like the guy had a good dream. Just recently, he was talking and laughing. Stammering, the boy asks if this is true about him, because he can't believe he laughed, and that hard. During this time, the boy managed to mislead the maid, because she thought that he had gotten up a long time ago. That same dream seemed quite real, and even more so, somehow pleasant. In reality, you can also spend time with Hami, but with a huge load of guilt because he cannot control himself. The gaze automatically switches to the white tiger, which still stands on the shelf next to the rest of the unnecessary things. Rubbing his head, the guy decides that he can talk about such important problems later, because now he wants to eat and clear his head. In the hall, as usual, the sun is shining, making it clear that morning is coming into its own, replacing darkness and fear after strange thoughts. Cassian is already fully dressed and collected, a beautiful ironed shirt that fits perfectly and literally glows in casual style. Walking down the corridor, the young man notices the object of his hidden adoration. The maid stands near the window, as if she had just finished doing something. Smiling as usual, the brunette rejoices at such a meeting, because she has an important question that definitely needs to be asked as early as possible. Remembering the fiery fox, about whom she prepared last time, she wants to be reminded of his presence again, and understand where he is now. Without stopping the flow of words, the maiden asks, because perhaps the Duke remembers exactly where he saw him. It was towards the Winston Woods, but it's hard to explain, so it might be easier to show. Now it was the Viscount's turn to ask why the girl was interested in the animal. Feeling no need to lie, the brunette simply says that she would like to meet him again. The gaze studies the interlocutor after her last remark. It's strange to realize that she wants to meet the guy again. From her smiling face, you can understand that the beauty clearly likes such animals. Perhaps it's worth hunting some lazy fox again, because this time you'll definitely be able to catch someone. Without seeming too enthusiastic, but still promising something, the man promises that a little later the two of them can go into the forest to search. The bushes, as usual, bloom and smell, and because of this, young people do not want to leave the cool space in which they feel at home. Pointing his hand to the side, the boy talks about the slope, which is only a few meters away from them. Nodding her head, the girl points to the slope, but the problem is that getting there seems unrealistic. There is a hand flowing between them that cannot be swum or crossed. Lowering the backpack from his shoulder, the young man assures that everything is fine. This time he was thoroughly prepared, so he took the rope with him. Standing on his toes, he begins to tie it around the trunk of one of the trees. You should fasten one end to this tree, and then, as if on a swing, you will be able to cross the pond. Deciding on this important act, the red-haired man says that he will go first. He wants his girlfriend to look carefully and then repeat the movements. Pushing off from the ground, the gentleman hears a warning in the wake. After all, you should be careful, because it wasn't enough to get injured. However, he has done this many times before, and his hands themselves know what to do. Your feet land on the other side of the river, gently falling onto the soft grass, which seems to take you into its soft embrace. Turning and looking again at the other side, where Hami is standing, the young man asks to be careful and quickly move here so as not to delay time. Asking her friend not to worry, the girl confirms her words by saying that she has also done this many times, and therefore there is nothing to worry about. Pushing off from the ground, the beauty screams and then begins her rapid flight through the water to reach her goal. Finding herself on the other side, she lands perfectly, not scaring anyone else with her wild screams, spreading her arms to the sides, showing that everything is fine. Turning to Cassian, who stands frozen, the heroine asks how he likes her skill and how much he would rate it. The sky begins to acquire light pinkish hues. The stars become one of the most important attributes, and this indicates the rapid onset of evening. Unnoticed by everyone, the weather is getting worse, so rain appears out of nowhere, and with every minute, as if gaining momentum, it is going to destroy the entire idyll. Freezing, Viscount Jr., with a face as if he had just been hit, sighs, not understanding why exactly they managed to get into such a strange situation. Grabbing his companion's wrist with his palm, the guy runs somewhere forward, suggesting that they go there in order to at least somehow hide. Running past other trees of the same type, as well as strange bushes, the couple heads to another place, where they gather. Stopping under some rock that hides them from the rain and unnecessary water, Cassian sighs, realizing that no matter how you look at it, the rain will not end soon. Things are actually worse than ever, even without recognition. If the water level in the river rises, it will be difficult to cross back, which means you will have to come up with another way. Turning around and heading deeper into the recess, the guy realizes that it is better to wait out the rain. He is going to light a fire here to help keep him warm. An open bag reveals a huge content of necessary and important things, and one of which is a stone that will help with kindling. Peeking out from behind his partner, Hami asks why he took so much. The interlocutor, without embarrassment, says that he thought it would be useful for fox hunting. Freezing, trying to say at least a word, the girl simply cannot fit this terrible word about hunting into her head. She did not hope for such a turn of events. Looking down somewhere, without being distracted by anything, The brunette asks not to worry, because he is sure that this time everything will definitely work out and nothing bad will happen. Suddenly almost shouting, the girl, waving her arms, objects, because this animal definitely cannot be caught under any circumstances. Starting her explanation, the maiden says that this fox is a man, or rather, as intelligent as a man, and therefore he is called to her almost like his best friend. Like a blow from the side, the word knocks the guy down on the spot. He asks if the animal really could become a good friend to her. Descending and approaching the red-headed one, the heroine confirms her words and again reminds that this is why you should under no circumstances hunt absolutely anyone. Lowering his gaze a little and seeming to become sadder, the young man quietly agrees. He has no words to describe the situation or say anything. Speaking about how smart and intelligent the young gentleman is, the beauty is distracted from the topic, saying that she will first go and gather some firewood for warmth. Turning towards the exit, she looks at where she could go and find firewood, which is so badly needed at this very moment. Only 10 minutes of searching pass, and then the brunette dumps the pieces of wood into one pile, asking them to quickly light a fire, because the cold was penetrating more and more into the bones. Taking out the stones and taking them in his hands, the guy carefully begins to knock them against each other. They create friction, and then the spark of salvation appears. Everything is getting much better, but you can't help but notice from the face and emotions of the young Viscount that he is too happy. A sad look runs from side to side, not allowing you to find shelter. Leaning down a little to see how things are, the boy lowers his head, trying to avoid eye contact, which in this situation is not desirable. The brunette approaches very close, being literally a few centimeters from her companion's head, but does not pay any attention to it. The fire finally flares up, and bright sparks of light color splash in one place, forming a ball of heat. Turning to the master, the maid still happily says that everything worked out. She did not expect a different outcome, but it was decided in advance. Not noticing such closeness, Hami seemed not embarrassed at all, but the guy, on the contrary, felt everything quite clearly. His cheeks were covered in a bright red color that refused to go away. Smiling and turning away a little, the maid couldn't be happier. Everything turned out precisely with the help of their joint efforts, thereby helping to obtain the desired result. The brunette still looks silently, but no longer to the side, but directly at his interlocutor, or rather into her bottomless eyes, which beckon, calling for you to dive into the depths. They sit almost huddled close to each other so as not to get cold at all. The fire does not go out, and this undoubtedly makes the couple happy. After several minutes of silence, Cassian makes up his mind, and therefore asks if it is true that the fox is the girl's friend, because it seems unrealistic. Not sure if this is true, the brunette smiles lightly, because she thinks that perhaps she is the only person who believes that they are friends. The animal may never remember her again. Changing the topic again, the lady suddenly asks a response question, because she is wondering why the young gentleman was interested in this, and asked about the animal after everything that happened. Stuttering a little, and clearly worried about the answer, the guy says that he has no friends at all. It is unknown whether they will appear next year when he goes to the academy, but now he definitely doesn't have any. His experiences are limited to this topic only. Looking to the side, the brunette thinks, and then objects, because this is not at all true, and nothing he says is true. Smiling, the girl claims that they are already friends, and this is exactly so. She always thought that there was nothing wrong with it, especially since they liked each other. While fixing her hair, Hami remembers that they are not of equal status and other comparisons, but she still always considered them to be great friends. Realizing that her nerves are starting to take their toll, the girl turns away, trying to find words with which to continue the conversation. Sighing in surprise, the brunette asks again. It is important for him to know whether they are really more than just acquaintances for each other. This cannot be a lie, because they are the same age and also study together. Now they even had their first trip to the forest, which was planned as a walk. Trying with all her might to cheer up her interlocutor, the young lady again says that there is only one conclusion, and therefore it is safe to say that they are friends. The cheeks turn red again when the young man repeats to himself this cherished word, just spoken. Remembering something, he again asks a question about the fox. The Viscount wonders if it is true that they are closer than Hami and the fox. Not understanding the exact concept that they want to hear from her, the girl asks again, but the boy simply meant the time during which they have known each other. This is really true, because the lady has known this boy much longer than the animal, which means she can also agree with this. The satisfied expression on his face shows the gentleman's exact joy, because he is happy to hear just such an answer. It only takes a few hours, but it was all worth it. The rain had finally stopped, and it was clear and warm outside again. Getting up to look outside, the heroine realizes that it seems that everything is finally over. Getting up and approaching his friend only to stand next to her, Winston Jr. agrees, because it is absolutely dry and cloudless outside. Realizing that before a new search, he needs to do everything necessary, the young man suggests they quickly go wash and then have dinner. There is complete silence in the Duke's son's room. Night fell outside, which brought with it complete loneliness that seemed oppressive. Realizing that this can no longer continue, the guy crawls out from under the blanket, trying to start the thought process in order to throw out unnecessary thoughts. Even when everything is not so bad, it seems that you will not be able to really sleep, considering that Hami, as luck would have it, becomes the #1 worry at night. Dressing and then leaving the room, the young man, carrying a candle, carefully follows the deserted corridor, which seems to have completely lost its inhabitants. Approaching the desired door, he still does not dare to enter, trying to examine the room and understand whether there is definitely no one there who would have noticed something. The required room turns out to be none other than the living room, along with a huge number of different books placed near each wall in the room. Climbing closer to the stairs, the man has his own specific goal. He needs to find something to get more detailed and varied answers to questions. The look is a little lost when the young man realizes that the main door is open, which means that perhaps someone is there. The vault is open, and this does not bring any good information or benefit to all the inhabitants of the castle, because some important manuscripts may have been stolen. Opening the door slightly to carefully slip through, the boy promises himself that tomorrow he will report everything to Thompson for their personal safety. Once in the room, the guy continues to talk loudly about the past day, and one of the phrases that Hami said earlier about their friendship turns out to be the loudest. Opening one of the books, the guy carefully runs along the lines and then turns the page, hoping that he will receive more information. The important task was interrupted by a female voice from the exit. They ask him why he doesn't sleep and what he can do at night. The gaze, by itself, switches to someone standing very close and suspiciously familiar. You just have to step out of the darkness, which is what the maiden does. The beauty with red hair like fire is Fiella Winston, and also Cassian's older sister. Stepping aside and already calming down, realizing that there is no threat, the young man indignantly says that his sister scared him. The gaze falls on a book with a beautiful cover, which has been lying on the table all this time, as if waiting for it to be fully read and knowledge accepted. Looking at the title, Fiella thoughtfully asks why her brother was going to read the book, My Friend, even at night. Objections prove the opposite, because according to the guy, he took it out in order to see the name. Realizing that this is not entirely convincing, the girl frowns, egging her brother on, because she understands perfectly well that he will not find a worthy answer. Returning her dark-covered book to a shelf somewhere, the woman, as if through words, mentions Hami, because most likely, this is all just because of her. Turning back to her interlocutor, the blue-eyed girl again repeats the girl's name, because he began to be friends with her, which means everything is quite logical. Starting to stammer again due to excitement, the guy asks how his sister managed to find out such details or simply put together a logical chain. Without intending to reproach anyone, the lady simply says that it is wonderful, but again receives a negative reaction. Cassian irritably says that it makes no difference whether he is in a relationship. Without ceasing to insist on her own, the girl says that she knows that he likes her more than just a friend. Letting out his anger, the young man says that he likes her, and that is why they are friends, because otherwise nothing would have happened. Lowering her gaze, closing her eyes, the red-haired woman sighs, because her brother is obviously too slow-witted and still doesn't understand anything. Deciding not to continue the conversation, thereby embarrassing the interlocutor, the sister with a sharp movement moves the book towards him. This is what you should pick up and read first. The sad look, it would seem, does not express any emotions, because the young man does not understand what the meaning is, or perhaps the girl's words are true. Staring back, the brunette also remains taciturn. She understands that there is nothing to help when a person drives himself into a corner. Stating the fact, she reads out the title of the book, The Forbidden Love of a Master and a Maid. The cover was definitely very interesting. Already turning around to leave, the lady advises reading at least a few chapters so as not to regret it later. This should definitely help the boy make up his mind. Still not understanding, the following words are heard that he and Hami spend time together all the time, as friends, because nothing like that can happen between them. Returning closer again, The sister promises that everything will be fine, and the choice, of course, is the master's. But it's worth remembering one thing. No matter how much he resists, he is not the only one who likes Hami. If you don't start catching her now, then no one knows, because maybe one day she will go very far from the Duke. Placing her hand on your shoulder in a friendly gesture, the lady advises you to make an effort now, unless, of course, you want to regret it for the rest of your life. Frowning and raising his voice, Viscount Jr. declares that he knows his friend better than his sister, which means she has no right to say such things. Due to nerves, the hand begins to shake, and then wax and a drop of fire falls on the cover of the book, not boding absolutely nothing good. The thing crashes to the floor as the boy blows on his hand. He received a burn, but now the main thing is to act clearly and measuredly. The friend carefully but quickly steps on the cover with her shoe several times, thereby helping to put out the fire that has occurred. Sighing sadly, the friend asks to extend her hand, and then quietly asks if Cassian is in pain, because fire is not a joke at all. Waving it off, the brunette looks at the book. He is fine, but if his father finds out about this incident, he will be very sad. Grunting, the lady agrees, but nothing can be done. There is only one way to do this, and that is to try something new. Asking again, being perplexed and not understanding what is being said, the young man turns in the other direction. Assuring that everything will be fine, the beauty says that she can create a copy, and then everything will be fine. It is almost impossible to find the same copy, and this seems like a bad idea. Bowing her head, the woman reminds that she has learned all the words from the book, which means it won't be too difficult. It turns out that the sister is not lying, but is quite serious when she says that she has memorized every page from cover to cover. The sad look darted to the side again. There is nothing to be surprised, because for 19 years the red-haired girl studied all the books herself, without entering the academy. Exhaling, the boy assures that he is calm thanks to his sister. Next time he will be much more careful. The tone of voice changes just like the topic itself. It is worth keeping everything that happened a secret and under no circumstances telling Hami. Perplexed, the young man asks why, but there is no normal answer. It just needs to be done, which means no more questions will be accepted. Without saying anything out loud, the baby still notices the emotions of a friend. There is definitely something between these two, and most likely for good reason. On a clear morning, the second tea party took place at the Winston estate. It was really just wonderful weather outside, which was whispering to do something. One of those present smiles, showering the maid with compliments. If you look closely, she looks like a worthy lady for society. The other ladies standing behind whisper in bewilderment. It is unprecedented for such an epithet to be applied to an ordinary maid. Countess Hazel doesn't really say anything, she just enjoys what's happening. She loves how Hami is gaining popularity, increasing it every day. The blonde corrects her friend, because for a real worthy lady, behavior is first and foremost important, and then appearance and other factors. This is the exact truth, because being a lady is a difficult task, despite the fact that many do not think so, given the rumors that are creeping around the courtyards. The lady suddenly becomes silent, and then talks about how she could train Hami. Since they're already talking about it, then why not? The rest of those present widen their eyes to huge sizes. No one expected to hear such a proposal from the lips of someone so noble. The girl is also confused, because she never asked for something to be done to her, even if it is a great thing. The ladies ask again in amazement, hoping that they just imagined it. But this is not true. This makes some sense, because you can learn the manner of speech as well as intonation. The brunette is too kind and teaches everyone embroidery, so it's worth paying back in kind and thereby making her a real lady. They have no choice but to give free lessons to everyone together. They will be able to give not only money, but also something else equally important. Friedrich says that you can think about a different reward. She is a servant after all, and if she is trained by aristocrats, it will be a little strange. Hazel agrees, because there is some truth in the mistress's words, and no matter how it happens, it can go wrong, but you shouldn't miss the chance. This is not teaching the daughter of some aristocrat, so it would be nice to help simplify the course a little, because it is clear that no one will try to teach every detail. The others seem to unanimously begin to agree, one after another. It will not be difficult for them to teach the maid something, especially since she will most likely try. The eyes darted from side to side, and at the same time doubts were displayed from the very core. It's hard to believe that such an offer actually came through. The maids standing nearby look at the maiden with all their eyes, hoping that she will accept such an offer and will not regret it later if she refuses. The brunette sighs heavily, but puts on a welcoming smile, and assures that she will try her best and make every effort if they decide to train her. One of the ladies, coming closer, smiles, saying that now we can start. Today will be the very basics for which no one prepared. There is a proverb that the beginning is already half the time. Today the ladies must stand up right now and simply repeat after the main teacher. By straightening up and tilting her head, she shows the difference. The back is slightly straightened, the chest is forward, and the shoulders are straightened. This posture adds grace. The head should be slightly lowered, the corners of the lips in a slight smile position. When walking, you need to remain weightless and not make any sounds. Next comes the greeting, and with it, the angle of the body is also very important. The Viscountess is indeed very friendly, bowing her head in bow. Only an hour passes when the morning light still shines brightly on the street. That's it for now, and the lesson has come to an end. It's worth stopping at this for now because this is enough. Time flew by quickly because it was usefully spent and also simply wonderful and interesting. The maids, smiling in one voice, "Thank you for your training today." With the help of the mistress, the girls will become more well-mannered. Taking the hem of the dress in their hands and carefully bowing, repeating everything that has happened, the beauties are going to say goodbye and say thank you again. Without ceasing to rejoice, the brunette thinks to herself how amazing life is. No one knew that at that age she would learn everything about raising a true lady. In the future, everything will be even better, and that's something to hope for. The next day is free, and so Hami is on the shopping street to buy some things she needs. Stopping, the girl looks around. It's strange to stop in the middle of one of the main streets for no reason, but she doesn't know where to go. Confusion slightly shows it's part of the emotion. The store where fabrics used to be bought seemed to have disappeared somewhere. The beauty simply forgot the way, and therefore now feels lost. The gaze darts from side to side, making the beauty even more nervous than before. Something is definitely wrong here. Turning around and noticing a small house, the maiden approaches, examining it with interest. After all, she wondered if at least someone lived there. Not daring to move, the brunette still thinks about different things, not understanding where to go next. It looks like the main character just got lost, which means she will have to go back, abandoning her shopping venture. Taking a few hesitant steps, Hami is no longer sure whether she will be able to reach such a familiar road if she walks a little more. A figure in a black cloak appears in front of the lady, who forces her to stop again, ceasing her attempts to get out of here. Standing right next to her is a handsome, dark-haired young man who glares at the lady, asking how she got here. Trying not to show her frightened appearance, the brunette says that she might just be lost. She would like to know how to get to the fabric store. Bowing, the man nods, because he understands that it is easy to get lost here. He offers his help and promises to take them back to the city. Asking that the interlocutor not worry so much, the maid suggests that he simply explain everything in words so that he does not have to go somewhere. Frowning, the guy says that everything will be exactly the opposite, since it will be more difficult and confusing to explain in words due to the number of roads in the area. Giggling quietly out of shame, Hami changes her mind and asks that they help her find her way back if it won't be too difficult. The gaze involuntarily falls on the neck of the new companion. There, under the shirt tied with a bow, something glows bright red. Approaching a little closer, the girl tries to quietly examine the little thing. Perhaps this is also some kind of complex magic. As if frozen in a silent question, the brunette realizes that something is wrong here. The power of magic increases, and this light intensified dramatically. The words of the wizard immediately pop up in my head. Even then, he said that it was better if Grandma left everything a secret from others. The girl promised that she would not do anything, because otherwise, according to Kikos, great difficulties could arise. The fortune teller said that everything needs to be kept secret, which means you shouldn't tell the brunette. The silence drags on for a long time. The couple stops on the path, while Hami is still trying to get the wizard who seems to be watching them out of his mind. Moving deeper into the forest to get to the right path, the man frowns, trying to find out who this sweet person is. Thoughts are interrupted for a second when the beauty again asks what they wanted from her. She doesn't hear anything around her. Apologizing, the guy says that he just asked what the beautiful lady's name is. He just wanted to know the name. Surprisedly asking about the lady, the brunette says that she is an ordinary maid, and her name is Hami. Repeating the name to himself several more times, the man seemed to be thinking about something. Virgo on the side wonders what the goal is. A sad look runs from side to side, as if the young man wants to hide something or not say the most important details. Leaning towards his interlocutor, he claims that this is normal when people meet and get to know each other for the first time. There is nothing strange here. Finally deciding to take some important step, the companion introduces himself as Kalin. This seems like an unusual first or last name. Asking for one favor, Hami says that she is not entirely comfortable being called a lady. It's much better if the guy just calls him by his first name. Without showing any kind of emotion, the brunette asks to be addressed even more simply in the form of one word. Kalin. Strange things happen every now and then. Approaching a fork in the road, the man suggests starting their short journey right here, so you just have to follow the lead. Near the castle, there is a beautiful path, as well as many trees and other plants that lift your spirits. Starting a conversation again, the guy asks where she works, to which he receives the answer as expected, because the lady is a maid. She serves in the house of Viscount Winston. Frowning, Hagen says that he has heard very well about the outstanding nature of Viscount Winston, and no one can compare with him. Passing by brick buildings, the brunette leads the beauty further, pointing to the sign. You need to turn into that alley, and you will immediately see that there is a fabric store there. Turning her head, the girl is truly surprised that it happened. It seemed like a dream, but, fortunately, not a terrible one. Smiling again, completely sincerely, the beauty thanks her friend, because without him, nothing would have worked out for her, and she would have been stuck away, probably forever. Denying, the man says that there is nothing special here, because he liked such a small acquaintance, as well as their meeting and walk to this place. Humming, the girl doesn't understand whether it's really about her, carefully moving her eyes to the side, but not taking them away from her object. As if talking to himself, the brown-haired man mutters sadly to himself, assuring that they will meet again later. Bowing, the guy puts his hand to the neck next to the light one, and then says goodbye, since everything is over, and they definitely won't talk anymore. The eyes open as if in understanding. It's too early to talk about magic and the guy's connection with it. The confused look could stupefy anyone except the main character herself. She didn't know what to expect, but now at least it was known that they would meet someday. The Viscount Jr.'s room is, as usual, light and quiet. There is an introduction of two persons, because now there should be a lesson for Mr. Blake, who decided to arrange such a meeting. The dark-haired guy is Halen, who is a student at the academy, and also almost a graduate, because next year his training will come to an end. Pointing to Cassian, he is introduced as a young master. He's just planning to enter the academy next year, so they won't be able to study together for long. The teacher stands between two silent figures. No one wants to take the first step and step on their pride and greet each other. Trying to diffuse the situation, the blonde reminds him that his wife is giving birth soon. Looking into the eyes, he asks if anyone has forgotten about this fact. He decided to be an exemplary husband, and due to excessive excitement, he wanted to stay close to his wife. Kalin will be the professor instead. Of all the students in the graduating class, this guy is the best, because he has already passed all the exams and completed his final work in advance. Smiling, unable to get enough of such a nugget, Blake talks about the fall semester, which became freer only because of his efforts. Waving him off, the brunette asks not to overpraise him, because the professor himself, without realizing it, does this literally all the time. Objecting, the blonde states that Kalen's main flaw is modesty. He hopes that the two will be able to get along and maybe become friends. Bowing his head in greeting, the man is glad to meet you, although he gives away the opposite impression. Cassian, without changing the tone of his voice, quietly repeats after him, because this is mutual, which means everything is fine. Changing the topic to a more interesting one, the brunette says that he heard about the red-haired one, not only from the teacher. When becoming a student at the academy, it doesn't matter what position someone has, because you should use a polite tone when talking to absolutely everyone around you. Understanding where the conversation is going, the blue-eyed young man looks away. From now on, he will have to get used to a polite tone. Looking at the picture from the side, the teacher smiles, only repeating how they will become friends. Not to be outdone, Hami says that they almost look like brothers. Furrowing his brows and answering sharply, Cassian argues that there is no need to be brothers. They were both long past the age when they wanted a brother. As if not listening to the essence of the words, the man chirps about how good they look together. He is absolutely calm and is now confident that everything will be fine. It seems like they are on opposite sides of the wall, because for two people, everything seems so different that it is scary. Coming closer, Hami shakes hands with Kalin, who smiles from the corner of his lips. Redhead doesn't understand if they are really that close. Blake comes up behind him, probably also noticing this picture. He asks if the couple already know each other because they look like friends. Quickly finding the answer, the maid talks about an incident a few days ago because she lost her way, and this boy helped her find her way home. A little embarrassed, the young man says that this is nonsense, but the lady objects because she admits that the brunette helped her a lot then. Grunting, Blake understands that the story is quite interesting, but such incidents in life happen quite often and to everyone. Cashin's gaze drops somewhere down, and his pupils dilate on their own. He doesn't like to contemplate what he would like to erase from his memory. Two hands are intertwined, never letting go of each other, as if it were a life preserver, and without it life would be over. Interrupting, the gentleman asks how long they are going to shake hands. After meeting, you can immediately let go. Without changing tactics, the blonde still smiles, noticing changes in the character and mood of his young ward. Already at the door, the professor transfers all matters to Kaylin, but if something happens, he always waits for a letter so that he arrives at the estate. 3 teenagers just stand in complete silence in the middle of the room. The creak of the door is heard almost immediately, leaving no time for questions. Sighing, the brunette states the fact that the teacher has left. Looking into the distance, Hami does not see anything unusual, since the man has a pregnant wife at home for whom he needs to worry. The evening is approaching, even if not much time has passed. The characteristic waves of light, like a dying lamp, disappear and break through the curtained windows. Looking at the book, the guy repeats what he already knows, so as not to bother anyone too much with his ignorance or presence. The brunette sits in the same way, without taking his eyes off the paper manuscripts. Because of this situation, there is complete and unusual silence in the room. The lady examines the people who are a meter away from her, realizing that she urgently needs to save the situation, otherwise it may be too late to do anything. Lowering her hand near her body, the girl pushes off easily and then gets to her feet, no longer intending to sit in one place. Things definitely won't work out that way, so, smiling a little, she suggests they just take it and go outside, to which she receives a surprised reaction. An outdoor lesson seems like a great idea, despite the fact that these two are clearly not happy, not realizing how lucky they are. Without waiting for at least some kind of answer, the brunette turns around and approaches the door, and then disappears behind them, going out into the corridor. 8. The guys sit silently and still look after her, without saying a word and trying to digest the information, as well as all the pros and cons. The first to react is young Winston, who rises from his seat, knowing that he can definitely trust Hami. Without looking back, the red-haired man walks closer to the door, intending to leave the room and immediately head to the garden. Halen frowns in surprise, because it has never been strange that a gentleman from the aristocracy followed one word from his maid. Only now, remembering the lesson and how the beauty read and also talked to them, it was clear that they were almost equal. There is no one in the room, and only one graduate sits on an armchair, plunging deeper and deeper into his thoughts without noticing it. Realizing that there is nothing more to do here, the young man gets up and follows the others. Whatever one may say, Hami's behavior does not resemble that of an ordinary maid in the estate. Young people stop in the middle of a luxurious corridor where there is not a single soul. The curtains let in the sun and also provide a view of the backyard. Matching Cassian, Kaylin carefully begins the topic of grandma. It is obvious that the child is not an ordinary maid, and he is truly surprised by this turn of events. Without listening to any arguments, the guy interrupts his acquaintance on the floor, saying that Hami is his friend, and this is something other than just help. Freezing a little from shock and strange sensations, the brunette asks again if this is exactly what the gentleman had in mind. If suddenly the interlocutor tries to hint at a difference in social status, thus trying to draw out words, then it is better to think twice, because this will not end well. Covering his eyes, the young man claims that he had no intention of doing anything, because he had never even thought of saying such a thing, even at the first meeting. Turning around, Cassian, as if asking with his eyes, does not understand what kind of informal communication this is. If he wants, then he should contact her properly. Without showing it, but fighting back, Kaylin remembers that the maiden also addresses him as you, and therefore this is not the young master's business. Blue eyes freeze with determination, after the pupils shrink in anger, making true rage clear. Emphasizing his words, the brunette also asks when Viscount Jr. will begin to politely and respectfully address the academy graduate himself. The boy promises to think about it after he enters the academy. Even in this situation, it will never be possible to hear an unofficial appeal. It's great that none of them intend to think about anything at all. If the brunette came here to teach a lesson, then he should do business, and not sharpen his teeth on the family's maid. Shifting the gaze of his dark eyes, Kaylin asks again, clarifying whether this is a warning or rather just a friendly reminder. They are not friends, so the man guessed right with the first word he said. He should stay away from Hami. Wanting to destroy the idol, the teacher grins, saying that in his haste to upset, he can say that the conviction is definitely overdue. The brunette had already developed a personal interest in the maid, and no matter how much he wanted to, he definitely wouldn't want to end up with his idea, not under any circumstances. The guy seems to freeze, stopping dead in his tracks, when various not very good thoughts begin to creep into his head. His gaze shifts to the side. He wants to say too many things. The words hurt and don't allow you to think properly about why he says that. Two guys just stand near the stairs, silently looking at each other. It seems that now one of them will push the other. Glances collide without leaving each other, collecting sparks of pure anger right from the air. The teacher wants to be the first in order to go down and no longer contemplate Winston Jr., but his foot trips on the carpet. The guy looks down, realizing that he will soon fall, just like the guilty person, who experiences no more joy than himself. The brunette freezes, trying to grab onto everything, namely the railing nearby, in order not to fly down the stairs. The hand, instead of doing something significant, grabs the shoulder of the person standing next to you. There is no way out, because breaking your limbs doesn't sound like a bright prospect. The maids standing below are watching this whole picture, because it seems that now everything will worsen, and they will have to run to the rescue. Thompson, as one of the very first standing near the entrance, looks and is most surprised. The picture that appears before everyone looks more funny than sad. Due to one guy trying to grab onto the other to keep from falling, they ended up falling right on top of each other for nothing more than a kiss. The lips no longer touch, while the brunette was the first to come to his senses and moved away, still breathing strangely. Friends look at each other with rounded eyes, trying to understand how this happened, because none of them wanted this, but could only see it in a nightmare. After that day, very interesting rumors began to circulate about Winston. Some maids proved that the master still liked Hami, insisting on their own. Other ladies declared that a completely different love had already been found, but the first ones simply considered the teacher to be a temporary obstacle that would soon resolve. The other maids had equally strange ideas, because they believed that Cassian did this to make a certain beautiful brunette jealous. The Viscount's office, as usual, is poorly lit and instills a kind of boredom that tries to get under the skin, thereby annoying. The father's tired look says that he is not in the mood for jokes, while he asks about the rumors that are now spreading around the estate. The answer remains only no, because in any case, any conversations with the young teacher are out of the question. The Duke asks him to calm down, because there is no need to worry about little things. The boy can always tell everything, and in his version it was just an accident. Seeing an expression on his face that seemed to indicate that they had difficulty believing him, the boy once again promises that this is just a random attempt not to fall. Sighing, the man, hoping to cheer up his son, says that he wants to reassure him and tell him that everything is fine. If your son likes someone, even if it's a guy, it doesn't mean anything. Frowning, the redhead declares for the last time that he likes a completely different person in the castle. Freezing, the Viscount suddenly stammers, asking again and clarifying whether he understood what he heard correctly. Cassian has a new loved one. The boy stops as his eyes widen. He didn't even notice he blurted out something before he thought twice about it. In the master's room, there is fatigue and hopelessness, which the inhabitant of the estate is experiencing at the moment. The young man is sitting on the sofa, leaning back and thinking about something. Thoughts get confused, preventing you from focusing on one, the most important one. Grabbing her head, realizing that the headache is developing with progression, Cass suddenly remembers this shame, which Hami herself probably saw. They haven't spoken since that day, and it couldn't help but be disconcerting. There is a knock on the door, as if asking permission, which is immediately given. None other than the brunette, who has been in my head and thoughts for the last few days, appears at the door. She smiles easily, as if nothing had happened. The boy's eyes widen from the fact that he clearly expected to see anything, but not this person, about whom he did not want to think. Carefully looking inside, the girl asks what happened that he was looking like that. Perhaps he is experiencing pain that no one knows about. Turning away, the young man notices that his cheeks are beginning to turn red. Again, at the most inopportune moment, his sister's words come up that he likes the maid more than a friend. Deciding to talk about something important, the young man asks to listen to him and not interrupt for a while. Turning towards the maid, the red-headed one asks if she saw what happened, but the answer is only bewilderment. Frowning, the guy reminds him of what happened a few days ago, because it was that moment that became the most important shame in his life. Finally, understanding what the excitement is, the beauty remembers Kaylin and everything that happened. Her eyes seem too innocent, as if she doesn't care. Closing his eyes, the gentleman accepts the fact that the beauty has already seen his greatest shame, which he could not hide, so there is no point in denying it. Smiling, the lady confirms that she saw everything, and according to her, it is very nice that they have become so close to each other like this. Freezing, the boy does not quite understand this reaction. This can't be true. How did she connect the kiss with them getting closer? Understanding and noticing the confusion on the young master's face, Hami moves closer, gently patting him on the shoulder. Sometimes Westerners touch lips when greeting loved ones. This way is much more welcoming. Turning around, the handsome man again asks if it is true that close people are allowed to do such things without receiving bad looks from others. As if asking about all this, the brunette doesn't understand why everyone doesn't do this, because it sounds pretty good. Thinking and going somewhere deep into his thoughts, the guy again replays in his head the conversation that just took place. Close people are allowed to kiss, and since he and Hami are friends, that means they can do the same. Just such a thought makes you smile to yourself. Already incredibly worried, the maid asks if nothing really hurts, because even his cheeks have acquired a bright red tint. Without ceasing to ask a bunch of questions, the girl asks about the lesson today. If he feels really bad, then it's better to rest at least today. Immediately assuring that everything is fine, the boy returns to the topic of kisses, about which he asks to tell in more detail. As if not intrusively speaking about his intentions, Cassian reminds that he and the girl are quite close, and their friendship has moved to the new level of best friends. Freezing, the brunette tries to find the right words, because she didn't quite expect to hear exactly this, and especially not now. Deciding on the most important step, the guy moves closer to the young lady and says that he wants to kiss her. The words come out of your mouth with great complexity. Approaching a few more centimeters, the red-haired man seems to ask for permission, but the girl's face expresses slight confusion, although she does not scream, vehemently refusing. Being almost close, everything should happen, but the lady tries to stop the young gentleman, actively looking for arguments in her defense. The cheeks now look like tomatoes that have just been picked from the garden and are no different from the color of a friend's cheeks. Thoughts are racing around in my head that could help me somehow avoid this moment. As if not hearing her objections, the boy does not move away, not by a millimeter, remaining just as close, so he has to object again and ask to wait. There is an unexpected knock on the door, and then the voice of Kaylin is heard, announcing his arrival, and also that he's about to enter. The hand carefully pushes the guy away, trying not to give him even more reasons to come up with a new idea for friendship. Looking down, the heroine exhales to herself with relief. She almost got into huge problems, and now she was incredibly happy about the teacher who came so on time. All three are standing in the courtyard near a huge structure made of wood, which has been treated with magic to protect it from rain and snow. The guys go inside, looking around, even if Cass is here more often than in his own castle, and he has no need to study anything. The stalls look nice and clean. This is what the stable looks like inside. Hami had never seen her because she had never visited this place since her arrival here. The young man comes up from behind, offering to inspect everything to make it clearer. The girl wouldn't mind a little excursion. All the horses look docile, and the fact that you can get here undoubtedly pleases the lady's soul. She didn't expect that she would be able to taste this place so soon. Without taking his eyes off the heroine, the boy agrees. However, you should still not get too close, because some of them may even lick their hair with joy. Deciding to choose a specific target for herself, such as the white horse that stood closest, the lady carefully approaches the stall. Without even asking anything, the girl silently looks at the snow-white fur, while Viscount Jr. says that his name is Ori, and if you want, you can ride him. Without looking away from the sight of the horses, Cassian recalls his effective memories of horseback riding and decides to join them. Picking up the saddle, the girl raises her head, paying attention to the guy. She decides to try and learn how to control a horse this time. The boy offers to give a short master class in horse riding, pointing out the basic controls and explaining how to handle the horse. Once in the saddle, the beauty feels some awkwardness, but with every moment she begins to master new experiences, improving her skills. Under the rays of the sun, the couple slowly sets off, feeling the freedom and joy of riding. The wind blows Hami's hair, creating a soft aura around her. When they return, the young lady beams with a smile, grateful to Cassian for the new experience and fun day. Looking at the Duke, Cass understands that in moments like these, Even the most difficult stories can turn into memories filled with laughter and joy. Back at the stables, the boy helps remove the saddle and free the horses, ending the day's adventure. Under the sunset light, Hami thanks Cassian for an amazing day, admitting that the experience will leave an indelible mark on her heart. Ori and her horse find common ground, creating a special bond that could be the start of a new and exciting adventure. In the forest, as usual, there is complete silence, and only the sounds of swaying leaves on the trees and bushes can be heard. The lady, like a little child, screams about how great it is to ride horses, while the wind blows in her face, blowing her hair in the wind. Raven seems to like it too. The brunette pats the horse on the head, as if praising him for enjoying being on the street like this. Remaining completely straight-faced, Cass speaks without emotion about how he agrees, because the walk really is wonderful. Thoughts don't let you relax. His gaze falls on the girl who is sitting right in front of him, quietly laughing with pleasure and enjoying the beautiful moments. She cannot stop smiling. The hand itself squeezes the harness more tightly, because memories that are not needed at the moment pop up in the head. The same moment is played over and over again when the Viscount approaches the maid and asks her for a friendly kiss, while she refuses. The boy doesn't even understand what exactly was driving him when he said this, but if it weren't for Hami, he would never have decided to do this himself. The cheeks turn scarlet again as a new wave of awareness noisily washes over your head. The young master likes her, and he cannot deny the obvious. Now, after finally being able to admit this, the guy looks at the girl with a completely different look. He likes her as more than just a friend, and that cannot be denied. I can't believe it, but it's true that only one person is so successful in arousing feelings in a young man's head. Only she can rule his mind. A woman's voice pulls me out of my thoughts, exclaiming when she sees something in the distance. The heroine calls the name Alfie, whom she's already mentioned before. Not intending to run off the horse, but intending to do something, the girl tries to turn somewhere to the side in order to return. Looking closely at the bushes, it becomes noticeable that a reddish tail is peeking out from there, belonging to Hami's friend, who, without knowing it, managed to lose it. Halen, driving up from behind, asks if the girl knows this fox and why she called out to him by name for no reason at all. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the brunette only asks if he needs to catch the beast, to which he receives a surprised reaction. The horse, as if manured, takes off from its place, and together with its owner rushes in the direction where the animal ran away. The heroine's voice is heard from behind, trying to stop the attempts. Realizing that the words were definitely not heard, the girl looks after her, not understanding what she should do about it. The man said he would catch him. Does this really mean that the fox will be hunted, and eventually the carcass will be obtained? One cringing and trying to digest the information, the beauty quietly asks if everything will be okay, because she doesn't want the baby to die. The white horse takes off, and at the same second rushes away, following the brunette, who clearly took everything wrong. Assuring that everything is in order, the boy suddenly looks ahead, because there is a river, and it would be better to stop. But now it is not clear what to do. Still, deciding to stop and not follow the man, the couple understands that this can be dangerous, so they must try to protect themselves as much as possible. Tears are almost welling up in the girl's eyes. She looks exhausted by this whole incomprehensible current situation. Everything will definitely go well, because Kalen didn't even take any weapons with him for hunting. The fox will remain safe and sound. There is complete silence around, which mesmerizes the forest. Stroking the beauty's back, the guy repeats again that there is no need to worry so much. It was decided to return to the estate first, and then the teacher would come there as soon as he returned. It's better to wait for each other there than to accidentally miss each other. Hami's eyes are still a little surprised, so they dart from side to side as she tries to look around like a maiden. It's still quiet in the forest, because no one knows where Alfie or Kaylin, who decided to hunt, went. This solution is really much better. There is exactly the same silence in the palace, because people are focused on waiting for the Duke, who should return very soon. Having finally arrived home, the man bows his head, admitting his mistake, because he inadvertently missed the fox, even if he promised that he would do so. Rejoicing at this outcome, the lady waves her hand, saying that everything is fine, and on the contrary, she is even glad about this outcome of events. The words of the magician pop up in my head again, who noticed that Grandma already knows this man well and will easily meet him. We need to think about who Alfie could be. Suddenly, thoughts switch to a letter that was caught a long time ago. Thinking about why everything is this way, the Virgin lowers her head. For some reason, she is sure that this letter flew inside the house of Viscount Winston. Different people live there, but the circle is gradually narrowing. It turns out that this person is someone from the Winston house. It's hard to believe, but there will still be no choice left. Now everything becomes much clearer, and this will help the search. Alfie is located on this estate, so you just have to try to investigate. From the window of the main corridor, as usual, there is a wonderful view. One could admire it and the flowers in the garden for an eternity, despite how busy it is. Going down, the maiden is in the courtyard itself, carefully working with the roses. She was instructed to take a little care of the flowers so that they would feel better. The door to the street opens quietly. A characteristic creak is heard, which immediately indicates where it comes from. Slightly slow, the brunette turns to see the man who will come out into the garden at such an early time. Fiella appears on the street. She doesn't say a word, just stares intently at the maid standing next to her. If you think about it carefully, Alfie's fur somehow bears a strong resemblance to Cassian's hair color, giving off the same fiery hue. The blue eyes and their beautiful irises are more than similar to Cassian's. It's just infuriating. It seems that it is now clear why Fiella Winston is the boy's sister. They literally have the same facial features, which would be impossible to distinguish if not for the different genders of the children. The eyes light up with joy, while the maid quietly and with hope in her voice asks if this is true Alfie, who has been with her all this time. A sweet smile lights up the interlocutor's face. She asks Hami to call her Fiella here, but she was right. Laughing a little, the maiden notices that the maid is a rather quick-witted child, and she knew that one day she would definitely catch the eye. Promising that all the details will be available today, the lady offers to go to the estate in the room so that there is more secrecy. There is some kind of spell in Fiella's room, which means that the others will not dare to enter here. It is there that no one will interfere with telling the whole story as a whole. Sitting down at a table right in the middle of the room, the beauty mentions Kikos, who has already managed to tell the whole story. Without interruption, the Duchess asks the brunette to clarify how much she already knows. It would be nice to know at least some progress. After just a few sentences, the lady quietly exhales, saying that the guy has never been able to keep his mouth shut. A very long time ago, the magician said that Alfie's future was not so rosy, and also that he needed to be protected. This becomes another discovery. A little nervous, Hami lowers her gaze, continuing to say that the man wants to change the lady's future, and now because of this, he has to hide his true face. Chuckling and smiling wryly, the lady rubs her palms and awkwardly notices that Kikos managed to blurt out the whole story, except for the main detail, which is also not very bad. The future is really not so transparent, because if the beauty becomes a princess, she will beg. That is why she has been living this way for 6 years now and avoiding everyone and everything. Freezing, the girl asks if she heard correctly. It turns out that Lady Winston does not want to be the prince's wife. Remembering all the details, the red-haired girl agrees, because she really doesn't want this and is terrible at shaving, even more than anything. Finding out how badly everything is neglected, the maid opens her mouth. When everyone went to the academy, the lady was always pretending to be sick or inventing some other means. Not understanding what the problem is, the girl asks why this happened. The crown prince of this country doesn't seem like such a terrible person. If you believe the rumors, then everything is just the opposite. The man is simply perfect because he is handsome, skillful, polite, and also has a good character. Pretending that there is only one reason, the lady simply shrugs because she simply does not want to hear words about herself like the prince's wife or something like that. Smirking, the maiden says that she is Fiella Winston, which means she does not want to live her life only as someone's wife. She is not a part of anyone and never will be. It is inconvenient to say such things about yourself, as many will think that the girl has turned up her nose. However, since childhood, she independently learned about half of magic without problems. Blinking her eyes, the interlocutor sighs protractedly. She didn't know that this was the reason, but it could be accepted. All her life, the blue-eyed girl carefully hid it, but in order to enter the palace, she would have to give up everything. If this happens, the lady will not even be able to decide where to go out of the palace. Personal time will also decrease, and learning magic will become almost impossible. The responsibility of the royal family will fall on the shoulders of the Viscountess. Noticing her bad character, the woman really regrets that she will have to become a princess. If there was an opportunity, she would become a prince, but there is no point in considering betrayal. Nodding her head, Hami, without further ado, understands the whole point and promises to keep Lady Fiella's secret. Smiling, the girl promises that she will help her friend not become a princess, and if you have any requests, you can immediately contact her. The brunette assures that she will do everything possible to change the future, and so that the lady can live the life that she wants. Freezing and not believing her ears, the blue-eyed girl asks in surprise whether this is all true. The first person to help always seems strange. Without looking away, the beauty silently looks at her interlocutor. I want to jump for joy and dance. Frankly, she expected to hear that she was completely spoiled and then accept all the hatred, but everything turned out to be a favorable outcome. Trying to support her new friend, Hami assures that it is quite normal for each person to think differently. Some people support it, some people hate it. Remembering the situation when, as Alfie, the lady heard some unnecessary details about the life of the maid, she could not help but ask new questions. In fact, she has memories from her grandmother's life. Already understanding what is being said, the red-haired girl remembers that Kikos calls Hami grandmother instead of normally addressing her by her name. In the end, all people are the same. There are no better or worse, but the only difference is how satisfied and happy someone is. There is some truth in the words. This is the explanation why the maid wants to help. This is why she would like Fiella to be happy with her life in the future. The cheeks turned a little red because such a remark was too kind to the lady. Wishing Hami the same, she looks down at the floor. Reaching out and taking the girl's hand, the Viscountess promises that she will help her live the life she chooses for herself. Even if life is connected with magic, the lady will do everything possible to ensure that she knows the necessary details. In this divine state, a magician is a very rare profession. If she wants to connect her life with this, training will not be superfluous. Expressing her gratitude, the maiden stammers a little, asking if everything is okay if she has already decided to study with Kikos. Waving her hand, the beauty assures that everything is fine. If something is interesting and the man cannot explain, then the maid can always turn to a new friend. The wizard in the castle is one of those who learn magic through the senses. Still, his outstanding abilities cannot be denied, but he has his own disadvantages in training. Lost in thought, the heroine quietly says out loud, as if finally understanding why Kikos constantly hides her face. Nobody knows why this happens. Perhaps the guy simply also has a future that he wants to avoid, just like the girl. The lights in the castle were completely extinguished when only a few candles were lit to create at least some visibility. A man's voice calls out to His Majesty and asks to be allowed to enter the room. Knightless bends down and is about to tell what he has learned. As the young man expected, some stunning news appeared. Not daring to speak without permission, the blonde simply waits. He is ordered to report the situation outside the estate. Ladies from social circles know about this very girl. Everyone has known about her and some of her abilities for a long time. In addition to all this, the beauty won their favor, and therefore her favor in secular society, where it is not so easy to break through. The Viscounts only had 2 tea parties, during which something captured the hearts of the noble ladies. They could no longer return to normal life. Looking down somewhere, the guy examines the little thing and tries to think through a plan of action that he will do in the future. If this is true, then it is possible that this girl is unusual. The gaze stops at the palm, on which lies a ring glowing with a reddish color. The knight, raising his head a little, agrees. He is confident that her capabilities are absolutely excellent, and this certainly cannot be taken away. The lady was born a servant from a simple family, but if the truth comes out, then there will be a complete collapse, and it is difficult to imagine the expressions on the faces of the palace elders. Lys nods, because it is clear that they will not immediately understand why everything happened the way it did. However, they will likely argue a bit, and then calm down. As long as Rivenari calls her the consort of power, no one will be able to reverse this, even if they really want to. Looking at the thing again, the man realizes that there is no way out. All subsequent generations of queens of the divine state were under the influence of Rivenera. Everything went exactly according to plan, and the predictions seemed to come true on their own, but recent affairs were extremely strange. Then, on a walk, Hami said about Alfie, that same fox. He just quickly ran away, as if disappearing from any radar. Things like this are confusing. Rivenari never stopped her work. Then why was there such a strange reaction to a simple field animal? Nobody knows the exact reason, but it doesn't make any sense. Perhaps it was a simple deception of feelings, because then the brunette was nearby. Smiling, the guy is glad that he accepted the request from Teacher Blake, and now will not miss the truth. This young man is none other than the Prince of the Divine State, Ulysses Eustace Gaia. There is complete silence in the young Viscount's room. It had long been night outside, which meant it was time to sleep, but the light had not been turned off. The boy is sitting at the table, holding a book in his hands, which is extremely strange for a child like him. It is difficult to force him to study gender with any excuse. The eyes run over the lines, while words cannot express the delight of reading this work, which is already nearing its end. Without trying to make unnecessary sounds, the young man simply looks with interest at the pictures depicted as illustrations. The cover said it was The Forbidden Love of a Handmaid and a Young Prince. This is exactly the book that my sister recommended a few days ago when they met at night. The maid turns away, saying that love is impossible, while the prince begs Hamiel not to avoid him and just give in to her feelings. Stepping back, the maiden asks not to do this, because the master already has an appointed bride, who cannot simply be abandoned. Hugging his beloved, the young man says that he only needs a maid, and for her sake, he is ready to give up the place of successor in order to understand the relationship. Wiping away the tears that appeared in front of his eyes as if out of nowhere, the guy notices how the names of the main characters and the whole situation are similar to their case. Bowing her head a little, the blonde wants to tell one secret, to which she is promised that it will be a secret, because she can trust the prince. Sighing, the beauty finally says the amazing news. She is the heir to the legendary swordsman, Manhwa, who is famous in all lands. Exclaiming in surprise, the gentleman groans, because this is a born swordsman, and he is an aristocrat, but just a simple heir to the powerless family of viscounts. You can't interfere with the future. As if trying to cheer up the main character, the boy asks Cassian to finally gather his strength and do everything exactly as the case requires. Bowing before the lady, he is still silent, as if deciding on some important step before agreeing or refusing. Standing up again, he promises that he will become a man she will not be ashamed of. It will take him quite a bit of time, but it will definitely be worth it. Remaining a meter away from her friend, the beauty sighs, not understanding why everything happens in this particular way. She calls out to her lover, not wanting to hear anything else. The guy says that only after he becomes a worthy person will he be able to forgive himself for everything he didn't do and finally do everything in the best possible way. Running up and grabbing the sleeve of her jacket, the blonde begs not to leave her, because she no longer sees life without her future husband. Taking the palms of his beloved in his, the prince assures that on the day when he becomes worthy for her, then he will definitely be able to make a gorgeous proposal. You just have to wait a little. Smiling a little, the maid notices how gorgeous the young master is in this image. The book comes to an end because, as Cassian turns the last page, he finds a line that says that it will be continued. A sad gaze falls on the remaining pages. I can't believe that this is the end, because there are no clear explanations for when the second part will be released. Slamming the publication shut, the boy mindlessly looks somewhere straight ahead. The gaze darts from side to side as the young man thinks about what he should do next. Deciding on some specific actions, the boy finally gets up from his chair, heading somewhere. The vault was not locked again, as if someone was hoping that the gentleman would show up here in the middle of the night in not the best mood. Coming closer to the shelves with books, the boy tries to find at least something similar to a continuation of the book he started reading. He was more than sure that his sister did not take the continuation of the required edition with her. She would hardly be interested in these manuscripts. Recently spoken words pop up in my head because there was some truth in them. Hami is a more brilliant child than he thinks, and so if she doesn't get caught now, someone else will take her for themselves later. The words of the prince from the book touched the red-headed soul. The day he becomes a worthy man, he will be able to appear to Hami in the same way so that she can make a choice. Various rumors spread throughout the castle about everything that is happening. It seems that the young Viscount has come to his senses and even read all the books in his study. Rumor has it that he even agreed to a truce with Kaelin so that he could teach him. While working hard, the only thought that remained in his head was that Hami would not be ashamed of a man like him once he became the best version of himself. First, sitting with Teacher Blake, the young man carefully listened to all the material and then wrote it down in order to accurately remember all the details. Next on the schedule was a lesson with a brunette, who each time looked not very happy, but tolerant. They are standing in the hall. A guy is discussing something with an acquaintance, who is talking about some new and extremely important topic. Fiella smiles, noticing this picture and the changes in her brother's behavior. She can't help but be pleased with the fact that he has finally come to grips with his mind. Sitting in a chair, the red-haired girl was thinking about something, not knowing what exactly should be done first and where to start. There is a knock on the door, and then a woman's voice reminds that the ink that they recently ordered has arrived. If allowed, the maid will come in to bring them in. Giving permission to enter the chambers, the lady turns around, while the maid carefully opens the front door and goes inside. Looking at the beauty, any doubts disappear, because you will not find such beauty anywhere. Only sometimes it turns out that genes work for the better. Freezing, the girl thinks only about how beautiful the lady is today. Every time you look at her, it becomes clear that the lady is definitely using some secrets. Sighing, the girl realizes how wonderful it would be if Fiella was even a little interested in makeup. No one else would have such art. Without being distracted from her thoughts and activities, Snow White asks to put things on the table and, accordingly, leave. Bowing in a gesture, the maid nods willingly, carefully laying out the necessary supplies on the table so that nothing falls. Just as she is about to leave, the lady notices something extremely interesting. Eyes turn to the side, trying to read the name. On the table lies nothing more than a book with a dark cover, the second series of novels that Cashin read, and tried so hard to find a continuation. It was impossible to restrain herself, so the brunette asks if her vision is true and if this book is really a romantic story. Thinking a little, the girl tries to find the necessary arguments in order to find out why the Viscountess would need such a manuscript. Grunting, the blue-eyed girl avoids answering, but does not forget to ask if the girl is interested in the contents and why she is interested. Frowning and remembering her flaw, the maid says that everything is in order, especially since she doesn't even know how to read properly, so her love for publications is not discussed. Nodding her head, the mistress offers to tell everything in her own words, just to find out whether the heroine likes this kind of genre. Blinking her eyes in surprise, the girl agrees. If she is offered such a tempting idea, she, of course, will never refuse it for anything in life. As it turns out, the lady has now started writing an episode for a new book, which, after all, is not finished yet. She wants to make a change. The first chapter tells how the main character, walking in an alley, met a character who was attacked by a bully. She's skilled in fencing, so she volunteers to help. Speaking about how interesting it is to listen, the friend is at the same time trying to digest the information, because something reminds her of this particular scenario. A mess begins in my head that gives no rest to my thoughts. Everything gets mixed up, but the process, oddly enough, does not stop for a minute. Suddenly realizing what this reminds her of, the girl says that she knows exactly what logical thread exists here. Young Winston notices the slight confusion on the heroine's face, and therefore rushes to ask what happened, because perhaps the plot has gone in the wrong direction. Assuring that everything is fine, the maid only says that she recently met a bully in an alley, just like in this chapter. Freezing, the heroine almost quietly curses under her breath. Some kind of disaster could have happened, so the lady considers it necessary to ask if her friend was hurt. Fortunately, everything worked out fine. It would have been much worse if she had not been rescued, and the rescuer was none other than a strong man with black hair. Then it didn't mean anything, because the girl was extremely scared. However, now, if you think about it, it is clear that it was Mr. Kalin, a new teacher for young Cassian. Humming, the beauty tries to remember who exactly she is talking about, as well as some important points. The memories immediately go back to the same day when the young man was in the forest. He seemed to know a little about magic, which was strange. In any case, the girl understands the heroine, because she herself experienced such a dangerous moment when the guy saved her. Anyone in her place would have been overly excited. Smiling lightly, but not showing too much emotion, the red-haired woman again asks if this is true, or perhaps not everyone would be happy. Giggling, the girl remembers that there was a time when, remembering this man from the alley, she realized how wrong she was about everything around her. This is a thing of the past, but now, if you think about it, it's for the better that this situation happened much earlier. Now the maid no longer likes anyone, but if she still liked Halen, then she and young Cassian would become love rivals. If you think about it like that, then the master is constantly clinging to the prince and acting too enthusiastic during classes, and if it is not out of love, then there are no more options. There was, as usual, no privacy in Winston Jr.'s room. Everyone around immediately wanted to come into the room, thereby ruining all plans. Closing her eyes, Hami, obediently obeying, notices that now she roughly understands the whole theory of the lesson, and this cannot but rejoice. New questions arise instead of old ones. The girl is interested in why she still cannot develop her magic and remains in shackles in terms of practice. It's extremely interesting, but someday the day must come when you can use magic and not think about how exactly to use it. Turning over the card with the exact sequence, the girl tries to pronounce the words she has already memorized without any prompting, because she needs to know exactly. Repeating the last word in the chain for the third time, the brunette is almost ready to give up due to the total complexity of everything. Creation does not seem to be an easy task. Joy is expressed on the face of the young lady, because somewhere deep down, she feels that a little more and everything will definitely work out. Maybe we should just move forward. Extending her hand closer to the table, but this time standing up for complete convenience, the beauty makes incomprehensible sounds, trying to make the piece of paper move closer. The window opens sharply, and then a pleasant and fragrant wind blows from there, as if it were summer or spring, and there was no cold air there. Moving to the side, the girl tries to quickly figure out where this whole performance came from and what is about to happen. Various flowers begin to fly into the hall through the window, as well as rose petals and other dowry, which certainly does not correspond to autumn. A little confused as to how this happened, the brunette looks at her finger, with which she was trying to manipulate a piece of paper with written lines. Shifting awkwardly from foot to foot, the person looks around, noticing almost a whirlwind consisting of various kinds of things that she summoned. Beautiful plants begin to grow on one of the pillows, as well as on the sofa. It looks strange, but from the outside it is very mesmerizing to look at. I don't want to believe it, but perhaps it all happened because of training with magic. Hami expected a completely different result, but this outcome is even better. It was never possible to think, but it turns out that even different flowers and plants can appear due to the creation. This detail may help in the future. The door suddenly swings open, and Cassian appears from there, who quietly calls the main character by name, trying not to distract. The eyes widen, but without showing emotion, the young man only reacts calmly, restraining himself at the last moment. The maid is standing in the middle of a huge room, when there is just total chaos all around, which will be very difficult to clean up. It all seems like some kind of strange, sick dream. Coming up with another excuse that doesn't work, the lady remembers the wind that blew sharply after opening the window, and then swirled it all in the air. Doubting the veracity, the red-haired woman asks again one last time, to which she again receives a positive answer, because it seems that after that the lady forgot to close the doors. Promising that she will clean everything right away, the beauty heads to the window, but an obstacle appears on the way in the form of a stick that gets stuck in her hair. Recommending the maid not to move, the young master promises that he will free her himself. The thorns of the rose are quite prickly, and they obviously won't do any good. Standing very close to his girlfriend, almost touching her body, the guy carefully untangles the dirt from his pleasantly smelling hair. Finally, the lady is free. The work is completed, and now everything is back in its place, exactly as it should be. Smiling her most charming smile, the maiden thanks for everything that was done for her. She is completely fine only thanks to the help. Realizing the situation they find themselves in, the young man quickly removes his hand, while experiencing wild embarrassment that spreads across his cheeks. Just about to say something, Cassian wanted to ask about this influx of incomprehensible flowers, which did not help in anything, because simply using a window, this simply could not happen. Interrupting her friend, Hami smiles and repeats how much she likes it. There are several flowers in the hair that look simply wonderful and fresh. White goes well with red, so beautiful lilies also quickly end up on the head of the young gentleman, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Standing opposite his beloved, the boy cannot find the right words. Everything that happens here is simply amazing, even if there is no explanation for it. Admitting to himself and Hami too, the young man says that he is always in a great mood, just when his girlfriend is nearby. Agreeing with the words, the brunette admits that she is now having fun and is at ease in the company of someone she knows. Such simple days are wonderful, so the beauty is happy. The leaves on the street turn green, not yet allowing autumn to come into its full rights, thereby taking over nature and painting it in multicolored colors. The brunette is standing right in the middle of some strange clearing, thinking about what to do next. This is increasingly reminiscent of the most tedious hassle. The image of a fox that was recently hunted pops into my head. There is nothing left to do but try to take a photograph and then calm down the search again. If Kalen manages to meet that beast again, then he will be able to personally try to test the theory he needs about the ring. Without moving, the young man simply thinks, because perhaps the best solution would be to simply throw the suspension. The red color on the neck vibrates brightly, emitting rays that are visible everywhere around. The pulsation radiates into the neck, making it impossible to miss the alarm signs being emitted. Hope is the last to die, so one would think that there is finally an animal, but Hami herself could also enter the forest without any warning. Approaching closer to one of the structures from the cabin and the rest of the logs, the man examines all the details with his eyes, trying to remember everything. This place is too narrow. Even a middle-aged child, let alone an adult, would definitely not be able to walk or climb here. The vibration again sends light, as if making it clear that the man should not make a mistake and should not move away from that very cherished place. Turning to the side, the guy tries with all his might, using all his efforts to understand exactly where to look in order to find what he needs. Luck was clearly on the prince's side, because right in front of him sits a little fox, looking a little scared at an incomprehensible person. I want to rejoice, but my gaze falls on the fox's left paw, because it is in a trap without any right to get out. Making plaintive sounds, as if begging for someone to help the animal, the baby twitches, being in an absolutely hopeless situation. Putting all his fears aside, the brunette leans in, asking him to just calm down, because he can help Alfie if he trusts. Trying to squeeze into the lair, which just a minute ago the guy was cursing with all his might, because a person wouldn't fit there, he tries to climb inside. Stretching his hand forward and grabbing the body, the man asks the animal not to be too nervous, because at first, due to the release of the paw, the trap will make a loud sound. Carefully and quickly working with his hands, the guy at the same time says that he heard the name Alfie briefly from Hami. It is excellent, and even among his friends there is a person with the same name. No longer trying to be too delicate, the prince directly says that during the release of the paw, it will be very painful. As if resigned to his fate, the fox sits with his eyes closed and waits for the moment of truth so that he may simply escape. The paw is finally free, but clearly not in good shape. Traces of blood remain in one place, while the wound extends upward. Approaching a few more centimeters and finding bandages in his bag, the young man bandages his wrist, while the animal looks at his companion with hostility. Eyes cross. A strange look is now present not only on the animal, but also on the savior himself, who again returns to his task. Not intending to somehow communicate with the young man, Alfie takes a few steps back, somewhere deeper. Making sounds, the baby tries to somehow slip out, but Kaylin's posture and facial expression only indicate that the conversation will be long and tiring. There is a joke in the estate that when a maid is assigned to clean Fiella's room, it is the day of her promotion, because only trusted and chosen people are allowed to enter there. There are exceptions all over the world, and it shows. Is such an exception, since only she is allowed to constantly enter the premises where young Winston lives. There is a knock on the door, and then the maid gently opens it as she is invited to enter. She is holding some necessary supplies. The lady sits in her usual place in front of an open book, in which she, as usual, writes something for her new chapter. The gaze from the face switches to the left hand. There is a tight bandage on the fingers and palm, which indicates the blood underneath. Terrified, the girl begins to frantically wonder if her friend was hurt. Clearly not expecting such close attention, the maiden raises her hand, examining it, and then again says that it is just a small wound. Everything is fine. The questions never stop, because it is important for the friend to know how this happened, and first she needs to apply the medicine. Smiling and trying to refuse the concern, Fiella simply says that there is no need to leave. There is already medicine in the room, so the maid can apply it right away. Freezing, the girl feels a little awkward because of her persistence. She straightens her hair and, still worried, agrees. Already unwinding the bandages, the friend's eyes widen more and more, while she asks if the pain is severe. Smiling friendly again, the lady assures that there is nothing wrong and the pain will go away. Time will pass and everything will heal successfully. Looking at her bandaged hand, the young Viscountess experiences too many emotions because she has nothing to say to herself. It was a stupid mistake that will be remembered for a very long time. I should have tried to be more careful instead of running around randomly. Now there is no choice, and the lady is in a senseless debt to the prince. I definitely don't like this deal, but I clearly don't have a choice. Still, the man doesn't look like a bad person. Although drawing conclusions based on appearance is not such a good idea. If he were a magician, he would definitely have already guessed everything, even if the level of magic changes. Finishing with the bandage, Hami finally says that everything is ready, but now it would be best not to wet the wound for a couple more days and be more careful in future. Examining the new snow-white fabric, the girl rejoices at this outcome, because next to her was a person who could help her. Because of the wound, there should be pain literally throughout the body, starting from the hand. The best solution would be to give up magic at least for this day so that the body can rest, as well as the mind. Nodding quickly, the beauty changes the subject. She asks if the maid met with temporary teacher Halen, to which she is answered positively. They have already crossed paths several times. About to go to the end and collect all possible details, The red-haired one asked if there was something strange or suspicious about him. Furrowing her brows, the brunette asks about that red light that glows somewhere in the area of the man's neck. Perhaps this is exactly what we were talking about. Turning away as if in a fog, the lady realizes that even Hami managed to notice this feature, which was not confirmed by anything. Suddenly remembering one detail, the girl says that she noticed that the light became brighter as she approached the guy. Nobody knows what it could be, or why exactly it is. The eyes widen, because they both have quite similar situations. When Fiella asks when it started, she receives an answer that is not entirely clear. The light appeared from the moment they first met. The Virgin then got lost in the alleys, and Kaelin accompanied her. The moment she was with him, it became noticeable that the light was brighter, just like in subsequent classes. Silence has no effect. The Duchess doesn't know what she should say, because perhaps it's just some kind of device to catch everyone who has at least some kind of magic. That is why the moment Hami or the lady herself approaches this object, he reacts this way. This would be a completely logical explanation. Still, it was very lucky that the princess met a man in the guise of a fox, because otherwise she could have gotten even more problems on her head. Realizing that she has no one else to speak to, the girl asks the brunette to listen to her story and perhaps help with something. After a light lecture, Fiella asks her friend to be careful, because no one yet knows literally anything about that object. Waving it off, the beauty assures that everything will be completely fine, so the Viscountess should worry more about herself and her hand, which, according to her, is already normal. Changing the subject again, Blue Eyes mentions silk grass, which she recently saw while walking through the forest in the morning. This herb is great for cutting wounds, and it is the only one that has such a strong effect. It doesn't matter whether it's a knife cut or a scratch, because once you apply the juice, everything will immediately go away and the wound will heal. Residents of the divine state usually call magicians if there are serious wounds, so there is no need to know all sorts of medicines, but not everyone has this opportunity, perhaps because healers are often busy. The healing mage is one of the rare types, and it sounds interesting to the young lady. Such services are probably quite expensive despite their necessity. Even despite all the difficulties, Fiella is interested in this herb. So if Hami has no problem, she could bring it again next time after going to the forest. It is impossible to refuse, so the lady promises that she will look for a cure the next time she goes somewhere. In the forest, it is literally at every step, so this will make the situation easier. Without ceasing to smile, the girl thanks again, because this means a lot to her. The wound will definitely not go away without the grass. You cannot attract attention, otherwise there may be problems, and in the worst case, a meeting with the king. Everything is too confusing, but the first point of the plan will be to try to stay away from the man in the form of Fiella Winston. In the maids' rooms, as usual, there is cheerful chatter. It's always noisy here because of various important discussions and topics, but this time there was something urgent. The blonde is determined to see everyone in one place and says that she has heard rumors that Cassian and Hami are going on a date soon. At the same second, an even greater, simply unbearable noise rises in the room. Nobody understands what will happen to Mr. Kaelin now. This gossip is quite boring, so one of the girls says that it was not true, and the other said that from the very beginning, she said that she was a brunette. The girl in question appears in the aisle, looking a little confused, because she doesn't understand why there was a gathering in the room. Turning to the newcomer, many began to ask if it was true that Hami would go on a date, and where they were going. Rolling her eyes and not expecting to hear such absurdity, the beauty remembers how busy the young gentleman is, so he only has time to go buy new books. The blonde behind her makes a face and laughs, because they will go all the way to the area at the knees of the goddess, and only the two of them, without any companions. The girls, one after another, repeated one word from the title, only to eventually start squealing again. Without asking for further opinion, the maidens decided that they needed to transform Hami before sending her out for a walk. Smiling, but remaining taciturn, the main character nods her head. Today, there will be another wonderful transformation. The area of the knees of the goddess is one of the most populated areas in the entire kingdom. The number of houses cannot be counted, much less ordinary people. Literally sticking to the glass, the girl suddenly exclaims, because outside the window, there are simply beautiful views and such beauty that it is impossible to tear yourself away. The canal is surrounded by beautiful, colorful trees due to the fall colors. The descent is convenient, and you want to go down there to sit by the water. The carriage follows the direction of the desired store, which was chosen a very long time ago with the help of torment and imagination. Walking outside, the couple stops in front of the door and enters a bookstore that looks unremarkable and uninviting. Saying that now you just need to inspect the bookcase on the right, the man suggests that his friend should take a walk around the room for now. Smiling, the maiden goes inside the shop. She always liked a variety of books, as well as desertedness, and here the two coexist in one. Turning to the shelves, Hami decides not to look at the covers for a long time, but the idea of finding something suitable does not leave his head. There are a bunch of books on the shelves that describe in detail the process of connecting with a magician and everything about them from toe to toe. It is strange that Kikos is the only one living in the castle. If you think like that, then everything should be logical, but vice versa. The castle is a refugee for magicians, and not vice versa. Grabbing the first book she comes across, which does not have a title, but has a bright highlight, the girl interestedly upsets the cover. Opening the book somewhere in the middle, the lady notices that the pages are almost all completely blank, having no meaning. After a minute, the text begins to slowly appear using the white ink that was used to write the manuscript. You get this magical item placed on a shelf. Closing the cover again, the girl decides that she must at least buy this book. If she had shown this to Fiella or Kikos, they would have been surprised, or at least interested. The hand falls on the counter along with the book with a black cover, as if pressing down the publication and showing the title to the seller. Cassian frowns and asks when the next volume of this book, which he has been reading for the last few days, will be published. The seller nods his head in disappointment, saying that he does not have this information because the author injured his hand, and because of this, he cannot write. The sad expression on his face makes it clear that this news clearly upset the young master. He would really like to finish reading the novel. Approaching the shelves, the guy meets Hami, who, as she promised, was waiting for him. Noticing the gloomy mood, the girl asks what happened, to which she receives no answer. The lady is haunted by the thought that he is simply too sad that he had to come here, or perhaps he did not find what he was looking for. Deciding to ask later, the lady places a white book on the counter, asking to be accounted for before she takes the item. Grunting, the man behind the counter says that this book is not from his store, which seems impossible, because the beauty took it from the next shelf. Opening the notebook, the seller confirms his words, saying that there is not even content, which means there is no meaning in this stitched element. Sadly lowering her gaze, Hami tries to cheer herself up with the thought that the text is still in the publication and she just needs to buy the little thing. Chuckling lightly, the guy offers to just pick up the necessary thing. This publication is just taking up space in his store, so he would like it to be useful. During the cleaning, the book would have ended up in the trash anyway, so she was very lucky. Therefore, the virgin joyfully thanks. Assuring that everything is fine, the brunette notes that they are a very beautiful couple of lovers, and he, of course, is always happy to give away something unnecessary. Only half an hour passes after the incident, and the young people are transported to the Nias restaurant on the outskirts of the city. The maid, sitting at the table, looks around, trying to study the interior, which seems wonderful, in as much detail as possible. Shifting her gaze, she notices a small sculpture of a beautiful woman who seems to be rushing somewhere with a harp in her hands. The waiter comes to the table on time and explains the details of this figurine. This is the mascot of this establishment, the fairy of the Nias River. There is even a real legend about the Silver Pond. The legend says that every girl who falls into this river finds love. Everything is quite nice, but of course, there is one secret. In fact, this is all not true, because in that river there lives a fairy who simply makes fun of them and consoles her boredom, which has bothered her for many years. Many people say that the moment a girl in love is thrown into the river, her love comes true. However, according to all those who got out, there is a feeling as if someone or something is pulling you deeper. The story really sounds extremely tempting, considering that such pranks always take place without casualties, so everything is fine. There is an event going on at the Nias restaurant, so the waiter offers to participate, looking at the extremely interested couple. The event is dedicated to lovers who order from a special menu and can use a lottery to win tickets for a cruise along that very silver river, and the food itself looks great. Shifting his gaze from the menu book, the red-haired man, turning to the man, asks that they bring them something for two. Bowing, the brunette promises that food will be brought to them as soon as everything is ready, and also promises to have a pleasant time in their restaurant. Smiling, Hami seems excited about the idea of going on a cruise, as it would be quite an interesting activity to pass the time. Cassian couldn't help but agree, especially since after such a legend, even if they didn't win the tickets, they could still rent a boat and sail there. Passing by the restaurant, the guy noticed that near the shore of the reservoir you can rent absolutely any vehicle for a pleasant ride. Looking out the window, the Virgin notices the whole picture presented, but does not seem to experience great enthusiasm about this. Turning again to her interlocutor, she asks why the young gentleman has been so busy lately, to which she receives an answer, because the lady often spends time with his sister. As if mimicking his own words, which seem funny, the brunette grins again at this turn of events. It turns out that this is exactly the case. However, continuing her questioning, the lady notices that Cassian has been spending a lot of time with Kaylin lately, because he is trying to study diligently. All this because the guy had a certain goal. But first, it's worth asking what exactly, and why this goal is needed, because there have been too many efforts in recent months. As Viscount Winston's successor, the young man cannot lose face. And also, just in the future, he hopes to get something. There are still 3 years until he comes of age, but efforts must be made now. The son respects his father, but does not believe that taking a slightly different path is too bad for his future career. A slight smile of satisfaction slips onto the maid's face. Cassian is growing and becoming more responsible, which is good news. Rejoicing at such successes, her friend assures that if things don't work out, everything will definitely change in the future, and she will always be there to support. The couple looks shyly into each other's eyes. The girl would really like to watch how the young master changes in the future. Lunch is over, and the young people, approaching the waiter, pull out some piece of paper that does not determine the exact result, at least for them. Looking at the organizer in surprise, the lady asks what it is, to which she receives congratulations, because the pink ribbon means second place. Second place in the competition allows you to rent a sailboat rather than an entire cruise. However, this is one of the best options. Exclaiming joyfully, Hami is happy, because the sailboat also sounds pretty cool, so she is confident that everything will definitely go well. Cassian turns to ask why she looks happy, to which they tell him that it is simply impossible to wait to finally ride along the river. Frowning, saying something under his breath, the man thinks that next time he should buy boats in order to please his beloved. Not hearing exactly all the words, the lady asks again. However, the guy just shrugs it off, not wanting to reveal his plans. Near the river, there is a crowd of people in various robes. The water sparkles beautifully, inviting you to dive in and cool off. Stopping at the very end of the line, the couple sighs. There are too many people here, but in the summer there will probably be even more. Looking around, the brunette nods her head, because she really can't imagine how it would be possible to crowd here in the warm season. A woman with short hair appears next to the girl and gives her a beautiful smile. Grabbing Cassian's shoulder as if trying to get his attention, the lady quietly asks if this is the man waiting for them. Handing over a ticket, which they manage to exchange for a ribbon, the guy waits for them to be told how long it will take to ride. Smiling, the maiden calmly says that if they are visitors to the Nyas restaurant, then they can go there, closer to the boats. Blinking her eyes in surprise, the brunette asks, clarifying whether they now need to stand in line, but it turns out that there is a separate transport for all visitors. Pointing his hand to the water, from where a snow-white object is slowly moving, the voice says that this is exactly the same boat, so you can take your seats. The water scatters in beautiful waves and splashes in different directions, while the couple quietly talks about how it exceeded all their expectations. Approaching very close, Cassian grabs the edge of the snow-white transport, intending to cross the line and end up there. Stopping, he extends his hand, offering Hami help to step onto the slightly rocking vehicle. Accepting help and grabbing the man with her palm, the girl thanks, realizing that she did not need it, but it was definitely worth it. Stepping carefully, the brunette does not calculate the force of the water, and therefore almost crashes into the body of the young gentleman, who does not show it, only blushing a little. Not wanting to interrupt the couple, the girl still quietly reminds that she is also present here. If everyone is ready, then you can hit the road. Sitting down on soft chairs, the couple is silent. The maid does not feel comfortable enough in such a dress, but all she needs to do is adjust the hem a little. Looking around, she is once again convinced that luck is on their side, because this boat is clearly special because of its amenities and views. The water on which the sun falls seems to glow. The blue hue is mesmerizing, but due to how transparent it is, you can see a lot of small fish. Quietly admiring, the maid cannot tear herself away from the contemplation of a flock of animals that are briskly moving very nearby. You can do this for ages, but something catches your attention. A strange feeling that is consuming takes up space in the mind. Shifting her gaze, the lady notices that the young gentleman took her hand, trying not to frighten her or cause any unexpected reaction. Already opening her mouth, She wanted to say something, but instead of a simple question, the brunette notices in surprise that Cassian's hand is much larger in size. When asking what she is talking about, the guy assures that his hand has always been like this, to which he receives a surprised look that says the opposite. Without raising this topic again, the girl turns her gaze somewhere to the side and realizes that it is getting hot for her to be here, very close to the warmth. A picture appears in my head, as if out of nowhere from the moment when they were completely alone in the room and he asked her for a kiss. Squeezing her eyes shut and trying to drive away the blush, the girl shakes her head, not understanding how she can even think about young Cassian in such a way. My thoughts are interrupted by a sad voice that talks about the academy. Shifting her gaze, the maid asks again what they are talking about since she was distracted. Deciding not to say anything about the inattention, the young man only continues his story, saying that when he goes to the academy, he will not be able to appear at home for 3 years. The interlocutor's eyes widen a little, as if sharing the strange feelings of the hostess, who does not understand what to say. Deciding to pull herself together and not give him cause for concern, the girl smiles, assuring him that she will always write letters to him. By asking if it will only be letters, Cass seems to be trying to ask for something else, so her friend promises to send gifts that are worth agreeing to. Closing his eyes and leaning his head against Hami, the guy asks her not to cry, even if it will be quite sad without him. Moving away, the main character frowns, because she shouldn't say that. It seems as if the man was about to leave right now. You shouldn't argue, especially since your friend is right about something. They still have 3 months, which means they shouldn't be sad ahead of time. Again, trying to be encouraging, the maid promises that when the young master is not at the estate, she will spend her time with Lady Fiella. Nodding his head, as if agreeing to such conditions, the guy asks his questions. He wants to know what his girlfriend will do if she suddenly gets bored. Grinning, the lady promises that in this situation, they will see each other in a dream, in which they will be able to spend time as if in real life. The gentleman understands her words, saying that he will need to find his dreams, but he is interrupted. The beauty promises that she will come to him herself, but he should sleep at the right time and not study until late. Agreeing, the red-haired man promises that he will go to bed when necessary to meet. You can even grab a gift that will be optional. Something shakes the boat, causing the two to shake due to strong waves that seem to be trying to get the boat to the bottom. Trying to calm down, the girl asks the boy to be careful, otherwise there's a chance of harming himself, even by accident. The gentleman wanted to say something, but someone's voice is heard from the water, which, it seems, remains familiar only to Cassian. Freezing in complete horror, Winston Jr. wants to move to the side to avoid an unpleasant encounter, but he is thrown off the boat by some kind of wave. Hami, not at a loss, tries to provide first aid, grabbing his friend's hand, preventing him from going under the water and getting bogged down in the sand. Pulling the body back to her and gently patting him on the back, giving him the opportunity to cough up all the trapped water, the girl asks if the friend is okay. Grabbing her shirt somewhere near her shoulder and chest, the heroine asks to get up quickly before the second wave hits. It was too sudden, so no one had time to do anything. Anxiety is reflected on her friend's face when she still doesn't leave Cassian's side. An inaccessible voice, as if mocking, notices the truth that the poor child will become even more mired in love. The brunette notices something, so she turns her gaze back to the water. She cannot understand whether it seems to her or if it is a real figure. The fairy mentioned in the legend appears from the depths. The blue hair, which is surrounded by water, seems to glow, while the lady smiles lightly, looking into her eyes. After holding on for another minute, the beauty, picking up speed, dives into the abyss of water, trying to do it as quickly as possible so as not to attract further attention. The captain, who came up behind her and was in an excellent mood, said that passengers like the young master had not fallen for a long time. Still trying to clear his throat, the guy fleetingly hears a voice repeating only that their love will definitely come true. The castle, as usual, is completely silent. At lunchtime, all the servants are busy eating, as are the rest of the inhabitants of the estate. Halen, seeing Hami, who is the only one putting something away, comes up to ask if Cassian really shouldn't say hello. He has a high temperature and also a cough. Nodding his head, the brunette asks to convey that he wishes for a full recovery by the next lesson and hopes to see you again. Smiling and noting that the guy is quite friendly, the girl agrees and promises that she conveys all her wishes. Already hoping that the interlocutor will say goodbye and leave, the lady turns around. However, she is stopped, saying that there is another reason for visiting here. The man asks for some time. There will be a performance in heels today, and it would be great to watch it with a lovely person. Freezing, the lady thinks about what to answer. She didn't know that Haleen liked things like the various kinds of performances that took place in the city. Trying not to be too rude, the friend says that she would like to go, but today she can't. She promised to look after Cassian because Julie couldn't handle it alone. Nodding, the prince agrees because he understands the situation. Without losing hope, he asks about next weekend. By then, the gentleman will most likely have recovered. This arrangement suits the young heroine quite well, and so she agrees. Once this is over, they can see each other and spend time together. On Saturday, around lunchtime, there will be an opportunity to meet, so an acquaintance will come to the estate. If the condition suddenly worsens, a letter indicating this will be sent in advance. Realizing that all the details have been agreed upon, Kaylin leaves. It seems strange that the man came here just to make an appointment with the maid. Cassian's room is locked to prevent anyone from entering unnecessarily. No person would want to become infected and come down with a cold on the same day. A blue-eyed guy lies on pillows with a bandage that cools his forehead. He doesn't remember being sick since he was 5 years old. Covering the blanket almost up to his neck, he tosses and turns. The young man is really very bad, and it seems that this will all end. Turning to the wall, he thinks about how bad he feels, and how he would like to see Hami, who would help him cope with everything. The brunette, as if reading thoughts, appears in the room, coming closer to the bed and asking if the gentleman wants to eat something or take medicine. Shifting his gaze to the girl standing next to him, the guy thinks about what to ask him so as not to miss his chance. Noticing the friend's indecisiveness, the friend asks what's the matter. Perhaps his throat just hurts too much. Calling the heroine closer, young Winston tries to say something, but nothing else comes out except his name. Not finding the strength to say anything, the red-haired man barely moves his lips, asking for a glass of warm water to be brought to him. A minute later, the glass is near the man, and they help him stand up a little to sit in a comfortable position. Bringing the glass closer to the master's mouth, Hami gently allows him to take a sip, noticing that he cannot swallow properly.